All right, be like that. Jonathan had snatched back his hand. He pulled a knife on me, he said. I didn't know he carried one. He wore it on his calf. I was asking him what was in the boat. I knew by then, I'd guessed. He was a big man. I couldn't trust myself to throw him, so I went for his throat. The old Adam's apple, eh? You're quite a brawler, aren't you? Nice to think Ireland's been some use to somebody. Sure it wasn't your knife, old love? You do seem quite partial to a knife, from all one hears. It was his knife, I told you. Who did Harlow flog the dope to? Any idea? None. Zero. I was just a sailor. Look, go away. Go and persecute someone else. The mule. Mule is the term we use. Mule. But Jonathan kept up his attack. That's who you are then, is it? You and Roper? Drug runners. That's perfect. Home from bloody home. He dropped back on the pillows, waiting for Corcoran's response. It came with a vigour that found him unprepared, for, with remarkable agility, Corcoran had sprung to his bedside and helped himself to a substantial handful of Jonathan's hair, which he was now pulling very hard indeed. "Sweetheart," he murmured reproachfully. "Old love. Little boys in your position do well to watch their fucking language, actually. We are the Iron Brand Gas, Light and Coke Company of Nassau, Bananas, shortlisted for the Nobel Prize for Respectability. The question is, who the fuck are you?" The hand relinquished Jonathan's hair. He lay still, his heart thumping. "Harlow said it was a repossession job," he said huskily. "Somebody he'd sold a boat to in Australia who'd welched on the debt. Jumbo had traced the boat to the Channel Islands through some friends, he said. If I could bring it to Plymouth, we could flog it and get ourselves off the hook. It didn't seem such a tall story at the time. I was a fool to trust him." "So what did we do with the body, old love?" Corcoran inquired, chummily, back in his chair. "Dump it down the proverbial tin mine, the great tradition?" Change the rhythm. Let him wait. The voice grey with despair. "Why don't you just call the police, extradite me, claim the reward?" Jonathan suggested. Corcoran removed his makeshift ashtray from his lap and replaced it with a buff army-style folder, which seemed to contain nothing but faxes. "And Brother Meister?" he inquired. "How did he offend?" "He robbed me." "Oh, you poor lamb, one of life's true victims. But how?" "Everyone else on the staff got a piece of the service money. There was a scale, so much for rank and how long you'd been employed. It came to quite a lot each month, even for a newcomer. Meister told me he wasn't obliged to pay it to foreigners. Then I found out he was paying the other foreigners, just not me." "So you helped yourself from the save. Well, he was jolly lucky you didn't top him too, or unzip his what-not with your penknife." "I did overtime for him, day work. I did the fine wine inventory on my day off. Nothing. Not even when I took guests sailing on the lake. He charged them a fortune and didn't pay me a cent. We left Cairo in a bit of a hurry, too, one notices. Nobody quite seems to know why. No hint of foul play, mind. Not a stain on our escutcheon, according to Queen Nefertiti. Or perhaps she just never rumbled us." Jonathan had that fiction ready. He had worked it out with Burr. "I got mixed up with a girl. She was married." "She have a name?" "Fight your corner," Burr had said. "Not for you. No." "Fifi? Lulu? Mrs. Tutankhamun? No? Well, she can always use one of yours, can't she?" Corcoran was leafing lazily through his faxes. "What about the good doctor? Did he have a name?" "Marty." "Not that doctor, silly." "Then who? What doctor? What is this, Corcoran? Am I on trial for saving Daniel? Where's this leading?" This time Corcoran waited patiently for the storm to pass. "The doctor who stitched up our hand at Truro Casualty," he explained. "I don't know what he was called. He was an intern." "A white intern?" "Brown, Indian or Pakistani." "And how did we get ourselves there, up to the hospital, with our poor bleeding wrist?" "I wrapped it in a couple of dishcloths and drove Harlow's jeep." "Left-handed?" "Yes." "The same car we used to remove the body to other premises, no doubt. The law did find traces of our blood in the car. It seemed to have been a bit of a cocktail, with some of Jumbo's, too." Waiting for an answer, Corcoran was busily writing himself little notes. "Just get me a lift to Nassau," Jonathan said. "I've done you no harm. I'm not asking for anything. You'd never have known about me if I hadn't been such a fool at Lowe's. I don't need anything from you. I'm not applying for anything. I don't want money. I don't want thanks. I don't want your approval. Let me go." Corcoran ruminatively worked his cigarette while he turned the pages on his lap. "What say we do Ireland for a change?" he proposed, as if Ireland were a party game for a wet afternoon. "Two old soldiers having a chinwag about better times. What could be jollier than that?" "When you come to the true parts, don't sit back," Burr had said. "Better to flounder. Forget a little and correct yourself. Make them think that's where they should be looking for the lies." "What did you do to that bloke, anyway?" Frisky was asking, with professional curiosity. It was the middle of the night. He was stretched on a futon across the door, a masked reading light and a heap of pornographic magazines beside his head. "Which bloke?" said Jonathan. "The bloke who borrowed little Danny for the evening. Screaming like a stuck pig he was, up there in the cookhouse. They could have heard him in Miami." "I must have broken his arm." "Broken it? I think you must have screwed it off him very slowly against the thread. Are you one of these amateur Japanese martial artists, then? One of your Harry Suchi merchants?" "I just grabbed and pulled," said Jonathan. "Fell to pieces in your hand," Frisky said understandingly. "Happens to the best of us." "The most dangerous moments are when you need a friend," Burr had said. End of Side 8. Side 9. And after Ireland they reconnoitred what Corcoran called "our days as upwardly mobile flunky," which meant Jonathan's time at catering college, then his days as sous chef, then as chef, and then as graduate to the staff side of the hotel business. After that again, Corcoran needed to hear about his exploits at the Chateau Babette, which Jonathan related with scrupulous regard for Yvonne's anonymity, only to discover that Corcoran knew that story too. "So how in God's name do we come to stick a pin into Mamma Lowe's, old love?" Corcoran asked, lighting himself another cigarette. "Mamma's has been the chief's favourite watering hole for donkey's years." "Just somewhere I thought I'd go to ground for a few weeks." "Keep our head down, you mean?" "I'd been doing a job on a yacht up in Maine." "Chief cook and bottle washer?" "Major domo." Pause while Corcoran rummaged among his faxes. "And?" "I caught a bug and had to be put ashore. I lay up in a hotel in Boston, then called Billy Bourne in Newport. Billy gets me the work. He said, why not devil at Lowe's for a few months? Dinners only. Take a rest." Corcoran licked a finger, fished out whatever he was looking for, and held it to the light. "For heaven's sake," Jonathan muttered, like a prayer for sleep. "Now, this boat we went sick on, old love, that would have been the Lolita, nay, Persephone, built in Holland, owned by Nikos Asakalian, the celebrated show business personality. God-thumper and crook. 200 feet of bloody awful taste. Not Nikos. He's a midget. I never met him. We were chartered out." "Who to, my heart?" 4 Californian dentists and their women." Jonathan volunteered a couple of names, which Corcoran wrote down in his scruffy penny notebook, having first flattened it on his ample thigh. "Balls of fun, were they?" Laugh a minute. They did me no harm. And you didn't do them any, Corcoran suggested kindly. Bust their safe or someone's neck or do a knife job on them or anything? Actually go to hell, said Jonathan. Corcoran considered this invitation and seemed to decide it was a good idea. He packed together his papers and emptied his ashtray into the waste paper basket, making a frightful mess. He peered at himself in the mirror, grimaced, and tried to pull his hair straight with his fingers, but it wasn't a success. "It's too bloody good, dearie," he declared. "What is?" "Your story. Don't know why, don't know how, don't know where. It's you, I think. You make me feel inadequate." He gave his hair another disastrous yank. "But then I am inadequate. I'm a savage little puff in a grown-up world, whereas you're just trying to be inadequate." He wandered into the bathroom and peed. "Tabby's brought some clothes for you, by the by," he called through the open doorway. "Nothing earth-shaking, but they'll clothe our nakedness till the Armanis come through." He flushed and reappeared in the bedroom. "Left to myself, I'd roast you, actually," he said, zipping himself up. "I'd deprive you, hood you, and hang you up by your fucking ankles till the truth fell out of you by gravity. Still, can't have everything in life, can we? Toodaloo." It was the next day. Daniel had decided that Jonathan was in need of entertainment. "What's a Grecian urn?" "A pot, a jug, art form of the ancient Greeks." $50 a week. "What goes through a tortoise's brain when it's being hit by a Mercedes?" "Slow music." "It's shell." "Corky's talking to Roper in the study. He says he's gone as far as he can go. Either you're Persil White or you're the biggest con in Christendom." "When did they get back?" "At first light. Roper always flies at first light. They're talking about your question mark." "With Jed?" "Jed's riding Sarah. She always rides Sarah as soon as she gets back. Sarah hears her and gets in a rage if she doesn't come. Roper says they're a pair of dykes." "What's a dyke?" "A woman who loves women." "Roper talked to Sandy Langbourne about you while they were in Curaçao. No one's to discuss you on the telephone. Radio silence on Thomas until further notice. Chief's orders." "Maybe you shouldn't eavesdrop on people so much. You'll wear yourself out." Daniel arched his back, flung up his head, and yelled at the punker. "I don't eavesdrop. That's not fair. I wasn't even trying. I just can't help hearing. Corky says you're a dangerous riddle, that's all. You're not. I know you're not. I love you. Roper's going to feel your bones for himself and take a view." It was just before dawn. "Know the best way to make a bloke talk, Tommy?" Tabby asked from the futon, offering a helpful tip. "Infallible, 100%, never known to fail. The fizzy drink treatment. Bung his mouth up so he can't breathe except through his nose, or her. Get a funnel, if there's one handy, and pour the fizz into his nose. Hits you right in the switchboard like your brain's boiling. Bloody diabolical." It was 10 in the morning. Walking uncertainly at Corcoran's side across the gravel sweep of crystal, Jonathan had an exact memory of crossing the main courtyard of Buckingham Palace on the arm of his German aunt, Monica, the day she took him to collect his dead father's medal. What's the point of prizes when you're dead, he had wondered, and school while you're alive? A stocky black manservant admitted them. He wore a green waistcoat and black trousers. A venerable black butler in a striped cotton waistcoat came forward to receive them. "For the chief, please, Isaac," said Corcoran. "Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. We're expected." The immense hall echoed like a church to their footsteps. A curved marble staircase with a gilded handrail rose into the cupola, making 3 landings on its way to a blue-painted heaven. The marble they were walking on was pink, and the sunlight lifted from it in a rosy dew. 2 man-sized Egyptian warriors guarded an arched doorway of carved stone. They passed through it and entered a gallery dominated by a gold head of the sun god Ra. Greek torsos, marble heads, hands, urns, and stone panels of hieroglyphics stood or lay about in disarray. Brass-bound glass cabinets ran along the walls, crammed with figurines. Hand-printed signs declared their provenance: West African, Peruvian, pre-Columbian, Cambodian, Minoan, Russian, Roman, and in one case simply Nile. "He plunders," Burr had said. "Freddie likes to sell him stolen artifacts," Sophie had said. "Roper's going to feel your bones for himself," Daniel had said. They entered the library. Leather-bound books reached from floor to ceiling. A rolling spiral staircase, unmanned, stood by. They entered a prison corridor between arched dungeons. From their solitary cells, antique weapons glimmered in the twilight. Swords and pikes and maces. Suits of armour posed on wooden horses. Muskets, halberds, cannonballs, and green cannons still barnacled from the sea. They passed a billiard room and came to the second centre of the house. Marble columns supported a wagon roof. A tiled blue pool mirrored them, bordered by a marble concourse. On the walls hung impressionist paintings of fruit and farms and naked women. Can this really be a Gauguin? On a marble chaise, 2 young men in shirt-sleeves and 20s baggy trousers talked business across open attaché cases. "Corky, hi, how's tricks?" drawled one. "Darlings," said Corcoran. They approached a pair of high doors of burnished bronze. Before them sat Frisky in a porter's chair. A matronly lady emerged, carrying a shorthand pad. Frisky shoved out his foot at her, pretending to trip her up. "Oh, you silly boy," said the matronly lady happily. The doors closed again. "Why, it's the Major!" Frisky cried facetiously, affecting not to have noticed their arrival until the last minute. "How are we today, sir?" "Hello there, Tommy." "That's the way, then." "Tit," said Corcoran. Frisky unhooked a house telephone from the wall and touched a number. The doors opened to reveal a room so large, so intricate in its furnishings, so bathed with sunlight and blackened by shadow, that Jonathan had a sensation not of arriving, but ascending. Through a wall of tinted windows lay a terrace of strangely formed white tables, each shaded by a white umbrella. Beyond them lay an emerald lagoon, bordered by a narrow sandbar and black reefs. Beyond the reefs lay the open sea in lakes of jagged blues. The splendour of the room was at first all Jonathan could take in. Its occupants, if there were any, were lost between the brilliance and the dark. Then, as Corcoran ushered him forward, he made out a swirling golden desk in tortoiseshell and brass, and behind it a scrolled throne, covered in rich tapestry frayed with age. And beside the desk, in a bamboo sun-chair with wide arms and a footstool, reclined the worst man in the world, dressed in white sailing ducks and espadrilles, and a short-sleeved navy-blue shirt with a monogram on the pocket. He had his legs crossed, and was wearing his half-lens spectacles, and he was reading something from a leather-backed folder, which bore the same monogram as his shirt, and he was smiling while he read it, because he smiled a great deal. A woman secretary stood behind him, and she could have been the twin sister of the first. "No disturbances, Frisky," an alarmingly familiar voice ordered, snapping the leather folder shut and shoving it at the secretary. "Nobody on the terrace. Who's the ass running an outboard in my bay?" "That's Talbot fixing it, Chief," said Isaac from the back. "Tell him to unfix it. Corks, shampoo." "Well, I'm damned. Pine. Come here. Well done. Well done indeed." He was clambering to his feet, his spectacles perched comically on the tip of his nose. Grasping Jonathan's hand, he drew him forward until, as at Meister's, they had entered each other's private space, and examined him, frowning through his spectacles. And while he did so, He slowly raised his palms to Jonathan's cheeks, as if he meant to trap them in a double slap, and kept them there, so close that Jonathan could feel their heat, while Roper posed his head at different angles, peering at him from a few inches distant, until he was satisfied. "Bloody marvellous," he pronounced finally. "Well done, Pine. Well done, Marty. Well done, money. What it's for. Sorry not to be around when you arrived. Had a couple of farms to flog. When was the worst?" Disconcertingly, he had turned to Corcoran, who was advancing across the marble floor, bearing a tray with 3 frosted silver goblets of Dom Perignon. "Here he is. Thought we were running a dry ship." "After the operation, I suppose," said Jonathan. "Coming round. It was like the dentist multiplied by 10. Hang on. Here's the best bit." Confused by Roper's scattershot method of talking, Jonathan had failed to hear the music. But as Roper's hand reached out to order silence, he recognized the dying strains of Pavarotti singing La Donna e Mobile. All 3 stood motionless until the music ended. Then Roper lifted his goblet and drank. "God, he's marvellous. Always play it on Sundays. Never miss, do I, Corks? Bloody good luck." "Thanks." "Good luck," said Jonathan, and drank too. And as he did so, the sound of the distant outboard cut off, leaving a deep silence. Roper's gaze dropped to the scar on Jonathan's right wrist. "How many for lunch, Corks?" 18, rising 20, Chief." "Vincetti's coming. Didn't hear their plane yet. That Czech twin-engine thing they fly." "Coming when last heard of, Chief." "Tell Jed, name cards, and decent napkins, none of that red loo paper. And track down the Vincettis, yes or no. Powley come through about those 130s yet?" "Still waiting, Chief." "Well, he better be bloody quick, or never. Here you are, Pine. Sit down. Not there. Here, where I can see you. And the Sancerre, tell Isaac. Cold for once. Apo faxed the draft amendment yet?" "In your in-tray." "Marvellous chap," Roper commented as Corcoran departed. "I'm sure he is," Jonathan agreed politely. "Loves to serve," said Roper, with the glance that heterosexuals share. Roper was swirling the champagne in his goblet, smiling while he watched it go round and round. "Mind telling me what you want?" he asked. "Well, I'd like to get back to Lowe's if I could. As soon as it's convenient, really. Just a plane to Nassau would be fine. I'll make my way from there." "Not what I mean at all. Bigger question altogether. In life, what do you want? What's your plan?" "I haven't got a plan. Not at the moment. I'm drifting, taking time out. Balls, frankly. Don't believe you. You've never relaxed in your life, my view. Not sure I have either. I try, play a bit of golf, do the boat, bit of this and that, swim, screw. But my engine's going all the time. So's yours. What I like about you. No neutral gear." He was still smiling. So was Jonathan, even though he wondered on what evidence Roper was able to base his judgment. "If you say so," he said. "Cooking, climbing, boating, painting, soldiering, marrying, languages, divorcing, some girl in Cairo, girl in Cornwall, girl in Canada, some Australian doper you killed. Never trust a chap who tells me he's not after something. Why do you do it?" "Do what?" Roper's charm was something Jonathan had not allowed himself to remember. Man to man, Roper let you know that you could tell him anything, and he would still be smiling at the end of it. Go out on a limb for old Daniel. Break a fellow's neck one day, save my boys the next. You robbed Meister. Why don't you rob me? Why don't you ask me for money? He sounded almost deprived. I'd pay you. I don't care what you've done. You've saved my kid. No limit to my bounty where the boy's concerned. I didn't do it for money. You've patched me up, looked after me, been good to me. I'll just go." "What languages you got, anyway?" Roper asked, reaching for a sheet of paper, looking it over and tossing it aside. "French, German, Spanish. Fools, most linguists. Damn all to say in one language, so they learn another, and say damn all in that. Arabic? No. Why not? You were there long enough." "Well, just scraps, elementary stuff." "Should have got yourself an Arab woman." "Perhaps you did. Did you know old Freddie Hamid while you were there? Chum of mine. Bit of a wild chap. Must have done. Family owns the pub you worked in. Got some horses. He was on the board of management of the hotel. Total monk you are, according to Freddie. Asked him. Model of discreet behaviour. Why did you go there?" "It was chance. The job was advertised on the notice board at hotel school the day I graduated. I'd always wanted to see the Middle East, so I applied." Freddie had a girlfriend. Older woman. Bright. Too good for him, really. Lot of heart. Used to hang around the racecourse and the yacht club with him. Sophie. Ever meet her?" "She was killed," Jonathan said. "That's right, just before you left. Ever meet her?" "She had an apartment at the top of the hotel. Everyone knew her. She was Hamid's woman." "Was she yours?" The clear, clever eyes did not threaten. They appraised. They offered companionship and understanding. "Of course not." "Why, of course?" "It would have been madness, even if she'd wanted it." "Why shouldn't she? Hot-blooded Arab, 40th a day, loves a tumble, personable young chap. God knows, Freddie's no oil painting." "Who killed her?" "It was still being investigated as I left. I never heard whether they arrested anyone. Some intruder, they thought. She surprised him, so he knifed her." "Wasn't you, anyway." The clear, clever eyes, inviting him to share the joke. The dolphin smile. "No." "Sure?" "There was a rumour Freddie did it." "Was there, though? Why'd he do a thing like that?" "Or had it done, anyway. She was said to have betrayed him in some way." Roper was amused. "Not with you, though." "I'm afraid not." The smile still there. So was Jonathan's. "Corky can't make you out, you see. Suspicious chap, Corks. Got bad vibes about you. Records one man, you're another, he says. What else have you been up to? Got any more skeletons in your cupboard? Tricks you've pulled that we don't know about? Police don't? More chaps you've topped? I don't pull tricks. Things happen to me and I react. That's how it's always been." "Well, Christ, you certainly react." "They tell me you had to identify Sophie's corpse, cope with the Rozzers. That right?" "Yes." "Pretty foul assignment, wasn't it?" "Someone had to do it. Freddie was grateful. Said if I ever saw you, tell you thanks. Off the record, of course. He was a bit worried he'd have to go himself. Could have been tricky." Was hate within Jonathan's reach at last? Nothing had altered in Roper's face. The half-smile was neither more nor less. Out of focus, Corcoran tiptoed back into the room and lowered himself onto a sofa. Indefinably, Roper's style altered, and he began playing to an audience. "This boat you came to Canada on," he resumed in his confiding way, "got a name at all?" "The Star of Bethel." "Registered?" "South Shields." "How'd you get the berth? Not easy, is it? Bum a berth on a dirty little boat." "I cooked." Seated in the wings, Corcoran was unable to restrain himself. "With one hand?" he demanded. "I wore rubber gloves." "How'd you get the berth?" Roper repeated. "I bribed the ship's cook, and the captain took me on as a supernumerary." "Name?" "Greville." "Your agent chap, Billy Bourne, crewing agent, Newport, Rhode Island. Roper continued. "How did you bump into Bourne?" "Everyone knows him. Ask any of us." "Us?" "Crew, catering staff." "Got that fax from Billy there, Corks? Likes him, doesn't he? Full of balm, far as I remember." "Oh, Billy Bourne adores him," Corcoran confirmed, sourly. "Lamont can do no wrong. Cooks, pleases, doesn't pinch the silver or the guests. There when you want him, fades away when you don't. Sun shines out of his fundament." "But didn't we check some of the other references? They weren't all that clever, were they?" "A tad fanciful, Chief," Corcoran conceded. "Moonshine, in fact." "Fakem Pine?" "Yes." "That fellow whose arm you smashed up, ever see him before that night?" "No." "Not eating at Lowe's some other evening?" "No." "Never sailed a boat for him, cooked for him, run dope for him?" There was no apparent menace to these questions, no quickening of the flow. Roper's friendly smile remained unruffled, even if Corcoran was scowling and pulling at his ear. "No," said Jonathan. "Killed for him? Stole with him?" "No." "How about his mate?" "No." "Occurred to us you could have started out as their inside man and decided to switch sides halfway through. Wondered whether that was the reason you gave him such a working over. Show you're holier than the Pope. Get my meaning?" "That's idiotic," said Jonathan sharply. He gathered strength. "Actually, that's just bloody insulting." And on a more literary note, "I think you should take that back. Why should I put up with this?" "Play the plucky loser," Bird said. "Never crawl. It makes him sick." But Roper appeared not to hear Jonathan's protests. "Form like yours, on the run, funny name. You might not be looking for another brush with the law. Better to earn favor with a rich Brit instead of kidnapping his boy. See our point? I had nothing to do with either of them, I told you. I'd never seen them or heard of them before that night. I got your boy back, didn't I? I don't even want a reward. I want out, that's all. Just let me go." "How did you know they were heading for the cookhouse?" "Could have been heading anywhere." "They knew the layout. They knew where the cash was kept. They'd obviously done their reconnaissance." "For God's sake!" "With a little help from you." "No." "You could have hidden yourself away. Why didn't you? Kept out of trouble. That's what most chaps on the run would have done, wouldn't they? Never been on the run myself." Jonathan let a long silence pass, sighed, and appeared to resign himself to the madness of his hosts. "I'm beginning to wish I had," he said, and let his body slump in frustration. "Corks, what's happened to that bottle? Haven't drunk it, have you?" "Right here, Chief." Back to Jonathan. "I want you to stick around. Enjoy yourself. Make yourself useful. Swim. Get your strength back. See what we'll do with you. May even find a job for you, something a bit special. Depends." The smile widened. "Cook us a few carrot cakes." "What's the matter?" "I'm afraid I'm not doing that," Jonathan said. "It's not what I want." "Balls. Of course it is." "Where else have you got to go?" Corcoran asked. "Carlisle in New York? Ritz-Carlton in Boston?" "I'll just go my own way," Jonathan said, politely but resolutely. He had had enough. Acting and being had become one for him. He no longer knew the difference. "I need my own space, my own agenda," he was telling himself. "I'm sick of being someone's creature." He was standing, ready to leave. "Hell are you talking about?" Roper complained, mystified. "I'll pay you. Not mean. Pay you top whack. Nice little house, other side of the island. He can have Woody's place, Corky. Horses, swimming, borrow a boat, right up your street. Anyway, what are you going to use for a passport?" "Mine," said Jonathan. Lamont. Thomas Lamont. He appealed to Corcoran. It was among my things. A cloud moved across the sun, making a brief, unnatural evening in the room. Corky, sock him the bad news, Roper ordered, one arm outstretched, as if Pavarotti had started singing again. Corcoran shrugged and pulled an apologetic grin, as if to say, don't blame me. Yes, well, it's about this Canadian passport of ours, old love, he said. Thing of the past, I'm afraid. Popped it in the shredder. Seemed the right thing to do at the time. What are you talking about? Corcoran was working the palm of one hand with the thumb of the other, as if he had found an unwelcome lump. No good getting in a paddy, Hart. Doing you a favour. Your cover's blown sky high. As of a few days ago, T. Lamont is on every watch list in the Western whatnot. Interpol, Salvation Army, you name it. Show you the evidence, if you like. Blue chip. Sorry about that. Fact. That was my passport. It was the anger that had seized him in the kitchens at Mamma Lowe's, unfeigned, unbridled, blind, or almost. That was my name, my woman, my betrayal, my shadow. I lied for that passport. I cheated for it. I cooked and skivied and ate dirt for it, left warm bodies on my trail for it. We're getting you a new one, something clean, Roper said. Least we can do for you. Corky, get your Polaroid, take his mug shot. Has to be colour these days. Somebody better touch out the bruises. Nobody else knows, understand? Crushers, gardeners, maids, grooms. Nobody. A deliberate break. Jed. Nothing. Jed keeps out of all this. He did not say all what. What did you do with that motorbike you owned, the one in Cornwall? Ditched it outside Bristol, Jonathan said. So why didn't you flog it? Corcoran demanded vindictively. Or take it to France. You could have done, couldn't you? It was an albatross. Everyone knew I rode a bike. One more thing. Roper's back was turned to the terrace, and his pistol finger was pointing at Jonathan's skull. I run a tight ship here. We thieve a little, but we play straight with each other. You saved my boy. But if you step out of line, you'll wish you'd never been born. Hearing footsteps on the terrace, Roper swung round, prepared to be angry that his order had been flouted, and saw Jed setting out name cards in silver stands on the tables spread about the terrace. Her chestnut hair fell over her shoulders. Her body was hidden demurely in a wrap. Jed's, come over here a minute. Got a spot of good news for you. Name of Thomas. Joining the family for a bit. Better tell Daniel. He'll be tickled pink. She allowed a beat. She raised her head and turned it, favouring the cameras with her best smile. Oh, gosh, Thomas. Super. Eyebrows up. Registers misty pleasure. That's terribly good news. Roper, shouldn't we celebrate, or something? It was the next morning, soon after 7. But in the Miami headquarters it could have been midnight. The same neon lights glowed on the same green-painted brick walls. Sick of his Art Deco hotel, Burr had made the building his solitary home. Yes, it's me, he replied quietly into the red receiver. And you're you, by the sound of you. How have you been? As he spoke, his spare hand slowly rose above his head until the whole arm was stretched towards the shut-off sky. All was forgiven. God was in his heaven. Jonathan was calling his controller on his magic box. They won't have me, Palfrey told Goodhue with satisfaction, as they rode round Battersea in a taxi. Goodhue had picked him up at the festival hall. We'll have to make it quick, Palfrey had said. Who won't? Darker's new committee. They've invented a code name for themselves. Flagship. You have to be on their list, otherwise you're not flagship cleared. So who is on the list? Not known. They're colour-coded. Meaning? They're identified by an electronic band printed into their office passes. There's a flagship reading room. They go there, they shove their passes into a machine, the door opens. They go in, it shuts. They sit down, read the stuff, have a meeting. The door opens, and they come out. What do they read? The developments. The game plan. Where's the reading room? Away from the building, far from prying eyes, rented. They pay cash, no receipts. Probably the upstairs of a bank. Darker loves banks. He kept talking, anxious to unload and go. If your flagship cleared, you're a mariner. There's a new insider speak based on sea law. If something's a bit wet for circulation, that means it ought to be flagship classified, or it's too nautical for non-mariners, or somebody's a dry bob, not a wet bob. They've got a kind of outer rampart of code names to protect the inner bailey. Are all the mariners members of the River House? Purists, bankers, civil servants, couple of MPs, couple of makers? Makers? Manufacturers, arms makers, for Christ's sake, Rex. Are the makers British? Near enough. Are they American? Are there American mariners, Harry? Is there an American flagship? Is there an equivalent over there? Pass. Can you give me one name, Harry? Just one way into this. But Palfrey was too busy, too pressed, too late. He hopped onto the curb, then ducked back into the cab to grab his umbrella. "Ask your master," he whispered, but so softly that Goodhue, in his deafness, was not absolutely sure. Chapter 17. There was Crystal Side and there was Town Side, and though the two were separated by a mere half-mile as the frigate bird flew, they could have been different islands, because between them sat the hillock proudly called Miss Mabel Mountain, the highest point of all the islands far around, which wasn't saying much, with an apron of haze hoisted round her midriff, and the broken-down slave-houses at her feet, and her forest, where shafts of sun shone like daylight through a broken roof. Crystal Side was meadowed as an English shire, with clusters of umbrella trees, that from a distance could have been oak, and English cattle fences, and English ha-has, and vistas of the sea between soft English hilltops, artfully landscaped by Roper's tractors. But Townside was dour and blowy like Scotland with the lights on, with scraggy goat fields on the slant and tin shops, and a cricket field of blown red dust with a tin pavilion, and a prevailing easterly that flicked the water in Carnation Bay. And around Carnation Bay, in a crescent of pastel-painted cottages, each with its front garden and steps leading to the beach, Roper accommodated his white staff. Of these cottages, Woody's house was unquestionably the most desirable, by virtue of its stylishly fretted balcony and its unspoiled view of Miss Mabel Island in the middle of the bay. Who Miss Mabel was, God alone knew, though she had left her name on a presumptuous hillock, an uninhabited island, a defunct bee-farm, an abortive cotton industry, and a type of lace doily nobody knew how to make any more. "Some fine old lady from slaving times," said the natives shyly when the close observer asked. "Best let her memory sleep." But everyone knew who Woody was. He was Mr. Woodman from England, a predecessor of Major Corcoran from way back, who had come with the first wave when Mr. Roper bought the island, a charming, friendly man to the natives, till the day the chief ordered him locked up in his house, while the protection asked him certain questions, and accountants from Nassau went through the books, tracing Woody's rackets. The whole island was holding its breath by then, because one way or another the whole island had been a partner in Woody's operations. Finally, after a week of waiting, two of the protection drove Woody up Miss Mabel Mountain to the airstrip, and Woody needed both of them, because he couldn't walk well. To be exact, his own mother could have been forgiven for stepping over him on the pavement, without recognizing her little boy from England. And Woody's house, with its fretted balcony and fine view of the bay, had stayed empty ever since, as a warning to everyone on the island that, while the chief was a generous employer and landlord, and a fine Christian man to the virtuous, not to mention donor and life chairman of the Townside Cricket Club, and the Townside Boys Club, and the Townside Steel Band, he could also be relied upon to beat the living shit out of anybody who ripped him off. The combined role of saviour, escaped murderer, convalescent houseguest, Sophie's avenger, and Burr's spy is not an easy one to master with aplomb. Yet Jonathan, with his limitless adaptability, assumed it with seeming ease. "You give the air of looking for someone," Sophie had said. "But I think the missing person is yourself." Each morning, after an early jog and swim, he put on a T-shirt and sneakers and a pair of slacks, and set off to make his 10 o'clock appearance at Crystal. The walk from Townside to Crystalside took him barely 10 minutes, yet each time he made it, it was Jonathan who set out, and Thomas who arrived. The route led him along a bridle path cut in Miss Mabel's lower slopes, one of half a dozen Roper kept open through the woods. But for most of the year it was a tunnel because of the overhanging trees. A single rain shower left it pattering and dripping for days. And sometimes, if his intuition had guided him correctly, he would meet Jed on her Arab mare, Sarah, returning from her morning ride in the company of Daniel and Claude, the Polish stable-master, and maybe a couple of house-guests. First he would hear the sound of hoofs and voices from higher in the woods. Then he would hold his breath as the party trekked down the zigzag path, until it appeared at the opening to the tunnel, where the horses broke into a homebound trot, the equestrienne leading, and Claude bringing up the rear, and Jed's flying hair turning red and gold in the light patches, and making an absurdly beautiful match with Sarah's blonde mane. "Gosh, Thomas, isn't it absolutely gorgeous?" Jonathan agrees it is. "Oh, Thomas, Dan's was pestering about whether you'd take him sailing today. He's so spoilt. Oh, will you really?" She sounds almost despairing. "But you spent the whole of yesterday afternoon teaching him how to paint. You're a darling. Shall I tell him 3 o'clock? "Take it down," he wanted to tell her as a friend. "You've got the part, so stop overacting and be real." All the same, as Sophie would say, she had touched him with her eyes. And other times, if he took an early run along the shore, he might chance to meet Roper in shorts, ploughing barefoot through the wet sand at the edge of the surf, sometimes jogging, sometimes walking, sometimes pausing to face the sun and do a few exercises, but all with the mastery he brought to everything. "This is my water, my island, my sand, my speed." "Morning! Marvellous day!" he would call, if he was of a mood to play. "Run? Swim? Come on, do you good." So they would run and swim in parallel for a while, talking sporadically, till Roper would suddenly wade ashore, collect his towel, and without a word or backward glance, stride off in the direction of Crystal. "Of every tree you may freely eat," Corcoran told Jonathan, as they sat in the garden of Woody's house, watching Miss Mabel Island darken with the sunset. "The serving wenches, parlour-maids, cooks, typists, masseurs, the lady who comes to clip the parrot's claws, even the guests are yours for the discreet plucking. But if you ever try to lay so much as you-know-what on Our Lady of Crystal, he'll kill you. So will I. Just for deep background, old love. No offence." "Well, thanks, Corky," said Jonathan, making a joke of it. "Thanks very much indeed. Having you and Roper baying for my blood would just about complete my luck." "Where did he find her, anyway?" he asked, fetching more beer. "Legend has it at a French horse sale." So that's how it's done, thought Jonathan. You go to France, buy a horse, and come away with a convent girl called Jed. Easy. "Who did he have before?" he asked. Corcoran's gaze was fixed on the pale horizon. "Do you know," he complained in frustrated marvel. "We tracked down the captain of the Star of Bethel, and even he can't prove you're lying in your fucking teeth." Corcoran's warning is a waste of breath. The close observer has no protection from her. He can watch her with his eyes shut. He can watch her in the candle-lit bowl of a silver spoon by Bulgari of Rome, or in the silver candlesticks by Paul de la Marie that must appear on the Roper dining table whenever he comes back from selling farms, or in the gilt mirrors of Jonathan's own imagination. Despising himself, he explores her night and day for confirmation of her awfulness. He is repelled by her, and therefore drawn to her. He is punishing her for her power over him, and punishing himself for giving way to it. "You're a hotel girl," he yells at her. "People buy space in you, pay you, and check out." Yet at the same time he is consumed by her. Her very shadow taunts him as she saunters half-naked across the blushing marble floors of Crystal, on her way to swim, sunbathe, caress oil onto her skin, turn crookedly onto her hip, her other hip, and then onto her belly, while she chats with her visiting friend, Caroline Langbourne, or gorges herself on her escapist Bibles, Vogue, Tatler, Marie Claire, or the Daily Express, 3 days old. And her jester Corcoran, in his Panama hat and rolled-up trousers, sitting 10 feet from her, drinking Pimm's. "Why doesn't Roper take you with him any more, Corks?" she asks lazily over her magazine, in one of the dozen voices Jonathan has noted down for permanent destruction. "He always used to." She turns a page. "Cairo, can you imagine anything more awful than being the mistress of a Tory minister?" "I suppose there's always a Labour minister," Caroline suggests, who is plain and too intelligent for leisure. And Jed's laugh, the choking feral laugh from deep inside her, which closes her eyes and splits her face in impish pleasure, even when everything else about her is trying its damnedest to be a lady. Sophie was a whore, too, he thought dismally. The difference was, she knew it. He watched her as she rinsed her feet under the electronically controlled tap, first stepping back, then lifting one painted toe to produce a jet, then shifting to the other foot, and the other perfect haunch. Then, without a glance for anyone, walking to the poolside and diving in. He watched her dive, over and again. In his sleep he replayed the slow-drawn act of levitation, as her body rose without movement, and everything in line tilted itself into the water with a splash no louder than a sigh. "Oh, do come on in, Cairo! It's divine!" He watched her in all her moods and varieties. Jed the clown, gangly-bodied, legs splayed, cursing and laughing her way around the croquet lawn. Jed the chatelaine of Crystal, radiant at her own dinner-table, enchanting a trio of fat-necked bankers from the city with her deafening Shropshire small-talk, never a cliché out of place. "But I mean, isn't it simply heartbreaking living in Hong Kong and knowing that absolutely everything one's doing for them, all the super buildings and shops and airports and everything, are just going to be gobbled up by the beastly Chinese? What about the horse racing? What's going to happen to that? And the horses? I mean, honestly." Or Jed, being too young, catching a cautionary glance from Roper, and putting a hand to her mouth and saying, "Down." Or Jed when the party ends and the last of the bankers has waddled off to bed, climbing the great staircase with her head on Roper's shoulder and her hand on his bottom. "Weren't we absolutely gorgeous?" she says. "Marvellous evening, Jed's. Lot of fun." "And weren't they bores?" she says with a great yawn. "God, I do miss school sometimes. I'm so tired of being a grown-up. Night, Thomas." "Good night, Jed." "Good night, Chief." It is a quiet family evening at Crystal. Roper likes a fire. So do 6 King Charles spaniels, who lie in a floppy heap before it. Danby and MacArthur have flown in from Nassau to talk business, dine, and leave at dawn tomorrow. Jed perches on a stool at Roper's feet, armed with pen and paper and the circular gold-rimmed spectacles Jonathan swears she doesn't need. "Darling, do we have to have that slimy Greek again with his Dago Minnie Mouse?" she asks, objecting to the inclusion of Dr. Paul Apostol and his inamorata among the guests for the Iron Pasha's winter cruise. "Apostol? El Appetito?" Roper replies in puzzlement. "Of course we do. Apo's serious business. They're not even Greeks. Did you know that, Thomas? Greeks aren't. They're jumped-up Turks and Arabs and things. All the decent Greeks got wiped out yonks ago. Well, they can bloody well have the peach suite and put up with a shower." Roper disagrees. "No, they can't. They get the blue suite and the jacuzzi, or Apo will sulk. He likes to soap her." "He can soap her in the shower," says Jed, affecting to show fight. "No, he can't. He's not tall enough," says Roper, and they all laugh uproariously, because it is the chief's joke. "Hasn't old Apo taken the veil or something?" Corcoran asks, looking up from an enormous scotch. "I thought he gave up Nookie after his daughter topped herself." "That was just for Lent," says Jed. Her wit and bad language have an hypnotic draw. There is something irresistibly funny to everyone, including herself, about her convent-educated English voice, enunciating the vocabulary of a navvy. "Darling, do we actually give a fart about the Donahues? Jenny was pissed as a rat from the moment she came aboard, and Archie behaved like a total turd." Jonathan caught her eye, and held it with deliberate lack of interest. Jed raised her eyebrows and returned his stare, as if to say, "Who the hell are you?" Jonathan returned her question at double strength. "Who do you think you're being tonight?" "I'm Thomas." "Who the hell are you?" He watched her in fragments forced upon him. To the naked breast that she had carelessly granted him in Zurich, he added a chance view of her entire upper body in her bedroom mirror while she was changing after riding. She had her arms raised and her hands folded behind her neck, and she was performing some sinuous exercise that she must have read about in her magazines. As to Jonathan, he had done absolutely everything in order not to look in that direction. But she did it every afternoon, and there are only so many times that a close observer can force himself to look away. He knew the balance of her long legs, the satin planes of her back, the surprising sharpness of her athletic shoulders, which were the tomboy bits of her. He knew the white underneath to her arms, and the flow of her hips as she rode. And there was an episode that Jonathan scarcely dared remember, when, thinking he was Roper, she called out to him, "Hand me the bloody bath-towel, quick!" And since he was passing their bedroom on his way back from reading Kipling's Just So stories to Daniel, and since the bedroom door was ajar, and since she had not mentioned Roper by name, and he honestly believed, or nearly so, that she was calling him, and since Roper's inner office on the other side of the bedroom was the constant target of the close observer's professional curiosity, he softly touched the door and made as if to enter, and stopped 4 feet from the peerless rear view of her naked body, as she stood clutching a face-cloth to her eye, and cursing while she tried to rub away the soap. Heart-thumping, Jonathan made his escape, and first thing next morning, uncashing his magic box, he spoke for 10 excited minutes to Burr without once mentioning her. "There's the bedroom, there's his dressing room, and then on the other side of the dressing room there's this little office. He keeps his private papers there. I'm sure he does." Burr took fright at once. Perhaps, even at this early stage, he had an intimation of disaster. Stay away from it. Too bloody dangerous. Join first, spy later. That's an order. "Comfortable, are you?" Roper asked Jonathan, on one of their jogs along the beach in the company of several spaniels. "Getting your health back? No cockroaches? Get down, Trudy, you silly tart. Hear young Dan's did a decent sail yesterday." "Yes, he really put his heart into it." "You're not one of those left-wing chaps, are you? Corky thought you might be a pink 'un." Good Lord, no. It's never crossed my mind. Roper seemed not to hear. Worlds run by fear, you see. Can't sell pipe dreams, can't rule with charity, no good at all. Not in the real world. With me? But he didn't wait to discover whether Jonathan was with him or not. Promise to build a chap a house, he won't believe you. Threaten to burn his place down, he'll do what you tell him. Fact of life. He paused to double-mark time. If a bunch of chaps want to make war, they're not going to listen to a lot of wet-eared abolitionists. If they don't, doesn't matter whether they've got crossbows or stingers. Fact of life. Sorry if it bothers you. It doesn't. Why should it? Told Corky he was full of shit. Nose out of joint, that's his trouble. Better go gently with him. Nothing worse than a queen with a chip on his shoulder. But I do go gently with him. All the time. Yeah. Well, no-win situation, probably. Hell's it matter, anyway? Roper returned to the subject a couple of days later. Not of Corcoran, but of Jonathan's presumed squeamishness regarding certain sorts of deal. Jonathan had been up to Daniel's bedroom to suggest a swim, but Daniel wasn't there. Roper, emerging from the royal suite, fell in beside him, and they walked downstairs together. "Guns go where the power is," he announced without preamble. "Armed power's what keeps the peace. Unarmed power doesn't last 5 minutes. First rule of stability. Don't know why I'm preaching to you. Army chap? Army family? Still, no point in getting you into something you don't like." "I don't know what you're getting me into." They crossed the great hall on their way to the patio. "Never sold toys, weapons, explosives, tech?" "No." "Ever bump into it? Ireland or somewhere? The trade?" "I'm afraid not." Roper's voice dropped. "Talk about it another time." He had spotted Jed and Daniel sitting on a table on the patio, playing l'attaque. So he doesn't talk to her about it, thought Jonathan, encouraged. She's another child to him, not in front of the children. Jonathan is jogging. He says good morning to the self-expression wash and beauty salon, no bigger than a garden shed. He says good morning to Spokesman's Dock, where some weak rebellion had once been quelled, and Amos the blind Rasta now lives, in his tethered catamaran, with its miniature windmill to recharge his batteries. His collie, Bones, sleeps peacefully on deck. Good morning, Bones. Next comes the corrugated compound called Jam City Recorded and Vocal Music, full of chickens and yucca trees and broken perambulators. Good morning, chickens. He glances back at Crystal's cupola above the treetops. Good morning, Jed. Still climbing, he reaches the old slave houses where no one goes. Even when he comes to the last slave house, he does not slow down, but jogs straight through its smashed doorway to a rusted oil can that lies on its side in one corner. Then he stops, and listens, and waits for his breathing to settle, and flaps his hands to make his shoulders loose. From among the muck and old rags in the can, he extracts a small steel spade and starts to dig. The handset is in a metal box, cached here by Flynn and his night raiders to Rook's specification. As Jonathan presses the white button, then the black button, and listens to the birdsong of space-age electronics, a fat brown rat lollops across the floor, and like a little old lady on her way to church, lollops into the next-door house. "How are you?" Burr says. Good question, thinks Jonathan. How am I? I'm in fear. I'm obsessed by an equestrienne with an IQ of 55 when the sun's shining. I'm clinging on to life by my fingernails 24 hours a day, which is what I seem to remember you promised me. He recites his news. On Saturday, a big Italian called Rinaldo flew in by Lear and left 3 hours later. Age 45. Height 6'1". 2 bodyguards and 1 blonde woman. Did you get the markings on his plane? The close observer has written them nowhere, but knows them by heart. "Rinaldo owns a palace in the Bay of Naples," he says. "The blonde is called Jutta and lives in Milan. Jutta, Rinaldo, and Roper ate salad and talked in the summer-house, while the bodyguards drank beer and sunbathed out of earshot lower down the hill." Burr has follow-up questions concerning last Friday's visitation of city bankers, identified only by their Christian names. Was Tom fat and bald and pompous? Did Angus smoke a pipe? Did Wally have a Scottish accent? Yes to all three. And did Jonathan have the impression they had done business in Nassau and come to Crystal afterwards? Or did they simply fly London to Nassau, then Nassau-Crystal in the Roper jet? They did business in Nassau first. Nassau's where they do the respectable deals. Crystal's where they go off the record, Jonathan replies. Only when Jonathan has completed his report on Crystal's visitors does Burr move to welfare matters. "Corcoran Gumshoe's after me all the time," says Jonathan. "Can't seem to leave me alone. He's a has-been, and he's jealous. Just don't press your luck. Not in any direction. Hear me?" He is referring to the office behind Roper's bedroom. By some feat of intuition, he knows it is still Jonathan's goal. Jonathan returns the handset to its box, and the box to its grave. He treads the earth, scrapes dust over it, kicks bits of leaf, pine kernels, dried berries over the dust. He jogs down the hill to Carnation Beach. "Heidi, Miss Thomas, the Magnificent. How do you do today, sir, in your soul?" It is Amos the Rasta with his Samsonite briefcase. Nobody buys from Amos, but that never bothers him. Nobody much comes to the beach. All day long he will sit upright on the sand, smoking ganja and staring at the horizon. Sometimes he unpacks his Samsonite and sets out his offerings, shell necklaces and fluorescent scarves, and twists of ganja rolled up in orange tissue paper. Sometimes he dances, rolling his head and grinning at the sky, while Bones, his dog, howls at him. Amos has been blind since birth. "You been out running up there already, high on Miss Mabel Mountain, Miss Thomas? You been communing with voodoo spirits today, Miss Thomas, while you was up there doing your running. You been sending messages to those voodoo spirits, Miss Thomas, high up on Mabel Mountain." Miss Mabel Mountain being 70 feet at best. Jonathan keeps smiling. But what is the point of smiling to a blind man? "Oh, sure, high as a kite." "Oh, sure, oh boy." Amos executes an elaborate jig. "I don't tell nothing to nobody, Miss Thomas. A blind beggar, he don't see no evil. And he don't hear no evil, Miss Thomas. And he don't sing no evil, no, sir. He sells scarves to gentlemen for 25 sweet dollar bills and go his way. You like to buy a fine handmade silk foulard, Mr. Thomas, for your lady love, sir, in exquisite taste." "Amos," says Jonathan, laying a hand on his arm for good fellowship, "if I smoked as much ganja as you do, I'd be sending messages to Father Christmas." But when he reaches the cricket ground, he doubles back up the hill and recaches the magic box in the colony of discarded beehives before taking the tunnel to Crystal. "Concentrate on the guests," Burr had said. "We must have the guests," Rook had said. "Everyone who sets foot on the island, we must have his name and number." "Roper knows the worst people in the world," Sophie had said. They came in all sizes and durations, weekend guests, lunch guests, guests who dined and stayed and left next morning, guests who did not take so much as a glass of water, but strolled with Roper on the beach, while their protection trailed them at a distance, then quickly flew away again like guests with work to do. Guests with planes, guests with yachts, guests with neither, who had to be fetched by Roper jet, or if they lived on a neighbouring island, Roper chopper, with the crystal insignia and the iron brand colours of blue and grey. Roper invited them, Jed welcomed them and did her duty by them, though it appeared to be a matter of real pride to her that she knew not the first thing about their business. "I mean, why should I, Thomas?" she protested, in a gulpy stage voice, after the departure of a particularly awful pair of Germans. One of us worrying is quite enough in any household. I'd far rather be like Roper's investors and say, here you are, here's my money and my life, and mind you bloody well look after them. I mean, don't you think it's the only way, Corks? And never sleep otherwise. Well, would I? Dead right, old heart. Go with the flow, my advice, said Corcoran. You stupid little equestrienne, Jonathan raged at her, while he piously agreed with her sentiments. You've put yourself in size 12 blinkers, and now you're asking for my approval. For his memorizing, he filed the guests by category, and dubbed each category with a piece of Roper speak. First came the keen young Danbys and MacArthurs, alias the McDanbys, who manned the Iron Brand offices in Nassau, and went to the same tailor, and trailed the same classless accents, and came when Roper beckoned, and mixed when Roper told them to mix, and left in a flurry, or they'd never make it to their desks on time next day. Roper had no patience with them, neither had Jonathan. The McDanbys were not Roper's allies, not his friends. They were his cover, forever twittering about land deals in Florida and price shifts on the Tokyo Exchange, and providing Roper with the boring outer shell of his respectability. And after the McDanbys came Roper's frequent flyers, and no crystal party was complete without a smattering of the frequent flyers, such as the perennial Lord Langbourne, whose luckless wife minded the children, while he danced groin to groin with the nanny, such as the sweet young titled polo player, Angus to his friends, and his darling wife Julia, whose shared purpose in life, apart from croquet at Sally's and tennis at John and Brian's, and reading housemaids' novels by the pool, was to sit out their time in Nassau until it was safe for them to claim the house in Pelham Crescent, and the castle in Tuscany, and the 5,000-acre estate in Wiltshire with its fabled art collection, and the island off the coast of Queensland, all of which were presently the property of some fiscal offshore no-man's land, together with a couple of $100 million to oil the wheels. And frequent flyers are in honour bound to bring their house guests. Jed's, over here. You remember Arno and Georgina, chums of Julia's. Dinner with us in Rome, February. Fish place behind the Byron. Come on, Jed's. Jed frowns the dearest frown. Jed opens first her eyes in incredulous recognition, then her mouth, but holds a beat before she is able to overcome her joyful astonishment. Gosh, Arno! But, darling, you've lost pounds. Georgina, darling, how are you? Super. Gosh, hello! And the obligatory embrace for each of them, followed by a reflective, as if she were enjoying it a little more than she ought. And Jonathan, in his fury, actually goes, in imitation of her under his breath, swearing that next time he catches her pretending like this, he will leap up and shout, Cut! One more time, please, Jed, darling, this time for real. And after the frequent flyers came the royal and ancients, the sub-county English debutantes, escorted by brain-dead offshoots of the royal brat pack, and policemen in attendance, Arab smilers in pale suits and snow-white shirts, and polished toe-caps, minor British politicians and ex-diplomats, terminally deformed by self-importance, Malaysian tycoons with their own cooks, Iraqi Jews with Greek palaces and companies in Taiwan, Germans with euro bellies moaning about Aussies, hayseed lawyers from Wyoming wanting to do the best by my clients and myself, retired, vastly rich investors gleaned from their dewed plantations and $20 million bungalows, wrecked old Texans on blue-veined legs of straw, in parrot shirts and jokey sun hats, sniffing oxygen from small inhalers, their women with chiselled faces they never had when they were young, and tucked stomachs and tucked bottoms and artificial brightness in their unpouched eyes. But no surgery on earth could spare them the manacled slowness of old age as they lowered themselves into the kids' end of the crystal pool, clutching the ladder lest they split again and become what they feared to be before they took the plunge at Dr. Marty's clinic. "My goodness, Thomas," Jed whispers, in a strangled aside to Jonathan, as a blue-haired Austrian countess dog-paddles herself breathlessly to safety. "However old do you suppose she is?" Depends which bit you're thinking of, says Jonathan. Averaged out, probably around 17. And Jed's lovely laugh, the real one, her bucking, born-free laugh, while she once again touches him with her eyes. After the royal and ancients came Burr's pet hates, and probably Roper's too, for he called them the necessary evils, and these were the shiny-cheeked merchant bankers from London, with 80s striped blue shirts and white collars, and double-barreled names, and double chins, and double-breasted suits, who said years when they meant yes, and heis when they meant house, and school when they meant Eton, and in their train the bully boy accountants, the bean counters Roper called them, looking as if they'd come to extract a voluntary confession, with take-away curry breath and wet armpits, and voices like formal cautions that from here on everything you say will be taken down and faked in evidence against you. And after them again their non-British counterparts, Mulder, the tubby notary from Curaçao, with his twinkling smile and knowing waddle, Schreiber of Stuttgart, constantly apologizing for his ostentatiously good English, Thierry from Marseille, with his pinched lips and toy-boy secretary, the bond sellers from Wall Street, who never came in less than fours, as if there really were security in numbers, and Apostol, the striving little Greek-American, with his toupee like a black bear's paw, gold chains and gold crosses, and unhappy Venezuelan mistress, toppling uncomfortably behind him, on her $1,000 shoes, as they head hungrily for the buffet. Catching Apostol's glance, Jonathan turns away, but it is too late. "Sir, we have met, sir. I never forget a face," Apostol declares, whipping off his dark glasses and holding up everybody behind him. "My name is Apostol. I am a legionary of God, sir." "Of course you've met him, Apo," Roper cuts in deftly. "We've all met him. Thomas, you remember Thomas, Apo? Used to be the night chap at Meister's. Came west to seek his fortune. Chum of ours from way back. Isaac, give the doc some more shampoo." "I am honored, sir. Forgive me. You are English?" "I have many British connections, sir. My grandmother was related to the Duke of Westminster, and my uncle on my mother's side designed the Albert Hall." "My goodness, that's wonderful," says Jonathan politely. They shake hands. Apostol's is cool as snakeskin. Their eyes meet. Apostol's are haunted and a little mad. But who is not a little mad at Crystal on a perfect starlit night, with the Dom flowing like the music? "You are in Mr. Roper's employ, sir," Apostol persists. "You have joined one of his great enterprises. Mr. Roper is a man of rare power." "I'm enjoying the hospitality of the house," Jonathan replies. "You could do no better, sir. You are a friend of Major Corcoran's, perhaps? I think I saw you two exchanging pleasantries some minutes back. Corky and I are old pals." But as the group moves on, Roper takes Apostol quietly aside, and Jonathan hears the words, "Mama Lowe's," spoken with discretion. "Basically, you see, Jed," says an evil by the name of Wilfred as they lounge at white tables under a hot moon, "what we at Harville Maverick are offering Dickie here is the same service as the crooks are offering, but without the crooks." "Oh, Wilfred, how terribly boring. Wherever will poor Roper get his kicks from?" And she catches Jonathan's eye again, causing serious mayhem. How does this happen? Who looks first? For this is not affectation. This is not just playing games with somebody her own age. This is looking, and looking away, and looking again. Roper, where are you now we need you? End of Side 9. Side 10. Nights with evils are endless. Sometimes the talk is got up as bridge or backgammon in the study. Drinks are self-serve. The ushers are told to hop it. The study door is guarded by the protection. The servants know to stay away from that side of the house. Only Corcoran is admitted. These days not always Corcoran. "Corky's fallen from grace a bit," Jed confides to Jonathan. then bites her lip and says no more. For Jed, too, has her loyalty. She is no easy frontier crosser, and Jonathan has warned himself accordingly. "Chaps come to me, you see," Roper explains. The two men are enjoying another of their strolls. This time it is evening. They have played fierce tennis, but neither has won. Roper doesn't bother with scoring unless he is playing for money, and Jonathan has no money. Perhaps for this reason their conversation flows without constraint. Roper walks close, letting his shoulder ride unconsciously against Jonathan's, as it did at Meister's. He possesses an athlete's carelessness of touch. Tabby and Gus are following at a distance. Gus is the new crusher, recently added to the strength. Roper has a special voice for chaps who come to him. "Mr. Roper, give us state-of-art toys." He graciously pauses to allow Jonathan to laugh at his mimicry. So I ask him, "State of what, art, old boy? Compared to what?" No answer. Some parts of the world, if you gave them a Boer War cannon, they'd move straight to the top of the heap. An impatient gesture of the hand moves them there, and Jonathan feels Roper's elbow in his ribs. Other countries, pots of money, mad for high-tech. Nothing else will do. Got to be the fellow next door. Not like him. Better than. Miles better. They want the smart bomb that gets into the lift, goes to the third floor, turns left, clears its throat, blows up the master of the house, but doesn't hurt the television set. The same elbow nudges against Jonathan's upper arm. The thing they never realize is, you want to play smart. You've got to have the smart backup, and the chaps to work it. No good buying the latest fridge and shoving it in your mud hut if you haven't got electricity to plug it into, is it? Well, is it? What? Of course not, says Jonathan. Roper plunges his hands into the pockets of his tennis shorts and gives a lazy smile. You used to enjoy supplying guerrillas when I was your age. Ideals before money. Cause of human liberty. Didn't last long, thank God. Today's guerrillas are tomorrow's fat cats. Good luck to 'em. Real enemies were the big power governments. Everywhere you looked, big governments were there ahead of you, flogging anything to anybody, breaking their own rules, cutting each other's throats, backing the wrong side, making it up to the right side. Mayhem. Us independent chaps got squeezed into the corner every time. Only thing to do, get in ahead of 'em. Beat 'em to the draw. Balls and foresight. All we had left to rely on. Pushing the envelope all the time. No wonder some chaps went off the reservation. Only place to do business. Young Daniel sailed today. All the way round Mabel's Island. I didn't touch the rudder once. Well done. Cooking another carrot cake soon? Whenever you say. As they climb the steps to the gardens, the close observer notices Sandy Langbourne entering the guest-house, and a moment after him, the Langbourne nanny. She is a demure little creature, about 19, but at that instant she has the casual larceny of a girl about to rob a bank. There are the days when Roper is in residence, and there are the days when Roper is away selling farms. Roper does not announce his departures, but Jonathan has only to approach the front entrance to know which kind of day it is. Is Isaac hovering in the great domed hall in his white gloves? Are the McDanbys milling in the marble anteroom, smoothing their brides' head hairstyles and checking their zips and ties? They are. Is the protection manning the porter's chair beside the tall bronze doors? It is. Slipping past the open windows on his way to the back of the house, Jonathan hears the great man at his dictating. No, damn it, Kate. Scratch that last paragraph and tell him he's got a deal. Jackie, do a letter to Pedro. Dear Pedro, we spoke a couple of weeks ago, blah, blah. Then drop him down a hole. Too little, too late, too many bees round the honey pot. That one, okay? Tell you what, Kate, add this. But instead of adding this, Roper interrupts himself to telephone the Iron Pasha's skipper in Fort Lauderdale about the new paintwork on the hull, or Claude the stablemaster about his fodder bills, or Talbot the boatmaster about the bloody awful state of the jetty on Carnation Bay, or his antique dealer in London to discuss that decent-looking pair of Chinese dogs that are coming up at Bonham's next week. Could be just right for the two seaward corners of the new conservatory, provided they're not too bilious green. "Oh, Thomas, super! How are you? No headaches or anything ghastly? Oh, good." Jed is in the butler's pantry, seated at her pretty Sheraton desk, talking menus with Miss Sue the housekeeper and Esmeralda the cook, while she poses for the imaginary photographer from House and Garden. She has only to see Jonathan enter to make him indispensable. "Now, Thomas, honestly, what do you think? Listen, langoustines, salad, lamb. Or salad, langoustines, lamb." "Oh, I'm so glad. Well, that's exactly what we thought, isn't it?" Esmeralda. "Oh, Thomas, can we possibly pick your brains about foie gras with sauterne? The chief adores it. I loathe it. And Esmeralda is saying, very sensibly, why not just let them carry on with champagne?" "Oh, Thomas," dropping her voice so that she can pretend to herself the servants can't hear, "Caro Langbourne is so upset. Sandy's being an absolute pig again. I wondered whether a sail might cheer her up, if you really got the energy. If she goes on at you, don't worry. Just sort of close your ears. Do you mind? Oh, Thomas, while you're about it, could you bear to ask Isaac where the hell he's hidden the trestle tables? And, Thomas, Daniel is absolutely determined to give Miss Malloy a surprise birthday party, if you can believe it, on the 18th. If you've got any ideas about it at all, I'd love you for absolutely ever." But when Roper is not in residence, menus are forgotten, workmen sing and laugh, and so in his soul does Jonathan, and happy conversations break out everywhere. The buzz of bandsaws vies with the thunder of the landscapers' bulldozers, the whine of drills with the chime of builders' hammers, as everyone tries to get everything done in time for the chief's return. And Jed, walking pensively with Caroline Langbourne in the Italian gardens, or sitting with her for hours on end in her bedroom in the guest-house, keeps herself at a careful distance, and does not promise to love Jonathan even for an afternoon, let alone for absolutely ever. For ugly things are stirring in the Langbourne nest. The Ibis, a sleek young sailing dinghy available for the pleasure of crystal guests, is becalmed. Caroline Langbourne sits in the prow, staring back to land as if never to return. Jonathan, not bothering with the tiller, is lounging in the stern with his eyes closed. "Well, we can row or we can whistle," he informs her languidly. "Or we can swim. I vote we whistle." He whistles. She does not. Fish plop, but no wind comes. Caroline Langbourne's soliloquy is addressed to the shimmering horizon. "It's a very odd thing to wake up one morning and realize," she says. Lady Langbourne, like Lady Thatcher, has a way of singling out the unlikeliest words for punishment. "That one has been living and sleeping and virtually wasting one's years, let alone one's private money, on somebody who not only doesn't give a damn about you, but behind all his legal flim-flam and hypocrisy is actually the most complete and utter crook. If I told anybody what I knew, and I've only told Jed a bit, because she's extremely young, well, they wouldn't believe the half of it. Not a tenth. They couldn't. Not if they're decent people." The close observer keeps his eyes tight shut, and his ears wide open as Caroline Langbourne charges on. "And sometimes," Burr had said, "just when you're thinking God's handed in his notice, he'll turn round and slip you a bonus so big you'll not believe your luck." Back in Woody's house, Jonathan sleeps lightly, and is wide awake the moment he hears the shuffle of footsteps at his front door. Tying a sarong round his waist, he creeps downstairs, all prepared to commit murder. Langbourne and the nanny are peering through the glass. "Mind if we pinch a bed off you for the night?" Langbourne drawls. "Palace is in a bit of an uproar. Caro's blown her top, and now Jed's having a go at the chief. Jonathan sleeps fitfully on the sofa, while Langbourne and his paramour noisily do the best they can upstairs. Jonathan and Daniel lie face down, side by side, on the bank of a stream high on Miss Mabel Mountain. Jonathan is teaching Daniel to catch a trout with his bare hands. "Why is Roper in a bait with Jed?" Daniel whispers, so as not to alarm the trout. "Keep your eyes upriver," Jonathan murmurs in return. "He says she should stop listening to a lot of junk from a woman scorned," says Daniel. "What's a woman scorned?" "Are we going to catch this fish or not?" "Everybody knows Sandy screws the whole world and his sister, so what's the fuss?" Daniel asks, in near-perfect imitation of Roper's voice. Relief arrives in the form of a fat blue trout nosing its way dreamily along the bank. Jonathan and Daniel return to earth, bearing their trophy like heroes. But a pregnant silence hangs over Crystalside. Too many secret lives, too much unease. Roper and Langbourne have flown to Nassau, taking the nanny with them. "Thomas, that's totally unfair," Jed protests too brightly, having been summoned with huge shouts to admire Daniel's catch. The strain is telling in her face. Pinches of tension pucker her brow. It has not occurred to him till now that she is capable of serious distress. "Bare hands! However did you do it? Daniel won't sit still even to have his hair cut, will you, Dan's darling? Plus he absolutely loathes creepy-crawlies. Dan's that super. Bravo, terrific." But her forced good humour does not satisfy Daniel. He sadly replaces the trout on its plate. "Trouts aren't crawlies," he says. "Where's Roper?" "Selling farms, darling, he told you." "I'm sick of him selling farms. Why can't he buy them? What will he do when he hasn't got any left?" He opens his book on monsters. "I like it best when it's Thomas and us. It's more normal." "Dan's, that's very disloyal," says Jed, and, studiously avoiding Jonathan's eye, hastens away to offer more comfort to Caroline. "Jed's party! Thomas, let's cheer this bloody place up." Roper has been back since dawn. The chief always flies at first light. All day long the kitchen staff has been toiling, planes have been arriving, the guest house has been filling up with McDanby's frequent flyers and necessary evils. The illuminated swimming pool and gravel sweep are freshly groomed. Torches have been lit in the grounds, and the sound system on the patio belts out nostalgic melodies from Roper's celebrated collection of 78s. Girls in their flimsy nothings, Corcoran in his Panama hat, Langbourne in his white dinner jacket and jeans, form eightsomes, past partners, drawl and squeal. The barbecue crackles. The dom is flowing. Servants scurry and smile. The crystal spirit is restored. Even Caroline joins in the fun. Jed alone seems unable to kiss her sorrows goodbye. "Look at it this way," says Roper, never drunk, but the better for his own hospitality, to a blue-rinse English heiress, who gambled away everything one had at Vegas, darling. Such fun, but thank God one's houses were in trust, and thank God, too, for darling Dickie. If the world's a dung heap, and you build yourself a spot of paradise, and put a girl like this in it, Roper flings an arm round Jed's shoulders. "In my book, you've done the place a favour." "Oh, but, Dickie, darling, you've done us all a favour. You've put sparkle into our lives, hasn't he, Jed, darling? Your man's a perfect marvel, and you're a very lucky little girl, and never you forget it." "Dan's, come here." Roper's voice has a way of producing silence. Even the American bond salesman stopped talking. Daniel trots obediently to his father's side. Roper releases Jed and places a hand on each of his son's shoulders and offers him to the audience for their inspection. He is speaking on impulse. He is speaking, Jonathan immediately realizes, to Jed. He is clinching some running dispute between them that cannot be resolved without the backing of a sympathetic audience. "Tribes of Bonga land starving to death?" Roper demands of the smiling faces. "Crops failing, rivers dried up, no medicines, grain mountains all over Europe and America, milk lakes we don't use, nobody gives a toss. Who are the killers, then? It's not the chaps who make the guns. It's the chaps who don't open the larder doors. Applause. Then louder applause when they see that it matters to him. Bleeding hearts up in arms, colour supplements whinging about the uncaring world, tough titty. Because if your tribe hasn't got the guts to help itself, the sooner it's culled, the better. He gives Daniel a friendly shake. Look at this chap. Good human material. Know why? Keep still, Dans. Comes from a long line of survivors. Hundreds of years. Strongest kids survived. Weaklings went under. Families of 12. Survivors bred with the survivors and made him. Ask the Jews. Right, Kitty? Kitty's nodding. Survivors. That's what we're about. Best of the pack every time. He turns Daniel round and points him at the house. Off to bed, old boy. Thomas will come and read to you in a minute. For a moment, Jed is as uplifted as the rest of them. She may not join in the applause, but it is clear from her smile and the way she squeezes Roper's hand that, however briefly, his diatribe has granted her a lightening of the guilt, or doubt, or perplexity, or whatever it is these days that clouds her customary pleasure in a perfect world. But after a few minutes she slips silently upstairs, and does not come down again. Corcoran and Jonathan sat in the garden of Woody's house, drinking cold beer. A red halo of dusk was forming over Miss Mabel Island. The cloud rose in a last ferment, remaking the day before it died. Lad called Sammy, Corcoran said dreamily. That was his name, Sammy. What about him? Boat before the Pasha, the Paula, God help us. Sammy was one of the crew. Jonathan wondered whether he was about to receive Corcoran's confession of lost love. Sammy from Kentucky, Matlow, always shinning up and down the mast like someone out of Treasure Island. Why does he do that, I thought? Showing off, impress the girls, the boys, me, rum. Chief was into commodities in those days. Zinc, cocoa, rubber goods, tea, uranium, any bloody thing. Sit up all night sometimes, selling forwards, buying backwards, sideways, buying long, selling short, bulling, bearing. Insider stuff, of course. No point in taking risks. And this little bugger Sammy, nipping up and down the mast. Then I twigged. Hello, I thought. I know what you're up to, Sammyville, my son. You're doing what I'd do. You're spying. Waited till we were anchored for the evening, as usual. Sent the crew ashore, as usual. Then I fished out a ladder and potted up the mast myself. Nearly killed me, but I found it straight away. Tucked into an angle beside the aerial. Couldn't see it from the ground floor. Bug. Sammy'd been bugging the chief's satcom, shadowing him on the markets. Him and his buddies on shore. They'd pooled their savings. By the time we nabbed him, they'd turned $700 into 20 grand. What did you do to him? Corcoran shook his head, as if it were all a bit sad. My problem is, old love, he confessed, as if it were something Jonathan might solve for him. Every time I look into your pan eyes, all my chimes and whistles tell me it's young Sammy with his pretty arse shinning up the whatnot. It is 9 o'clock the next morning. Frisky has driven across to Townside and is sitting in the Toyota, trumpeting the horn for extra drama. "Hands off cocks and pull on socks, Tommy boy, you're on parade. Chief wants a quiet tit-our-tit, forthwith immediately, and get your finger out." Pavarotti was in full lament. Roper stood before the great fireplace, reading a legal document through his half-lenses. Langbourne was sprawled on the sofa, one hand draped over his knee. The bronze doors closed. The music stopped. "Present for you," said Roper, still reading. A brown envelope addressed to Mr. Derrick S. Thomas lay on the tortoiseshell desk. Feeling its weight, Jonathan had a disconcerting memory of Yvonne, pale-faced in her Pontiac beside the highway. "You'll need this," Roper said, interrupting himself to shove a silver paper knife towards him. "Don't hack it about. Too damned expensive." But Roper did not resume his reading. He went on watching Jonathan over his half-lenses. Langbourne was watching him too. Under their double gaze, Jonathan cut the flap and extracted a New Zealand passport with his own photograph inside it. The particulars in the name of Derrick Stephen Thomas, company executive. Born Marlborough, South Island, expiry 3 years off. At the sight and touch of it, he was for a moment ridiculously affected. His eyes blurred. A lump formed in his throat. Roper protects me. Roper is my friend. "Told them to put some visas in it," Roper was saying proudly. "Make it scruffy." He tossed aside the document he had been reading. "Never trust a new passport, my view. Go for the old uns. Same as third-world taxi drivers. Must be some reason why they've survived." "Thanks," Jonathan said. "Really, thanks. It's beautiful." "You're in the system," Roper said, thoroughly gratified by his own generosity. "Visas are real. So's the passport. Don't push your luck. Want to renew? Use one of their consulates abroad." Langbourne's drawl was in deliberate counterpoint to Roper's pleasure. "Better sign the fucking thing," he said. "Try out some signatures first." Watched by both men, Jonathan wrote Derrick S. Thomas, Derrick S. Thomas, on a sheet of paper until they were satisfied. He signed the passport. Langbourne took it, closed it, and handed it back to Roper. "Something wrong?" said Langbourne. "I thought it was mine. To keep," said Jonathan. "Who the hell gave you that idea?" said Langbourne. Roper's tone was more affectionate. "Got a job for you, remember? Do the job, then off you go." "What sort of job? You never told me." Langbourne was opening an attache case. "We'll need a witness," he told Roper. "Somebody who can't read." Roper picked up the phone and touched a couple of numbers. "Miss Molly, Chief here. Mind stepping down to the study a moment?" "What am I signing?" Jonathan said. "Jesus fuck, Pine," said Langbourne in a pent-up murmur. "For a murderer on the run, you're pretty bloody picky, I must say." "Giving you your own company to manage," said Roper. "Bit of travel, bit of excitement. Lot of keeping your mouth shut. Big piece of change at end of the day. All debts paid in full with interest." The bronze doors opened. Miss Molly was tall and powdery and 40. She had brought her own pen of marbled plastic, and it hung round her neck on a brass chain. The first document appeared to be a waiver, in which Jonathan renounced his rights to the income, profits, revenue, or assets of a Curaçao-registered company called Trade Paths Limited. He signed it. The second was a contract of employment with the same company, whereby Jonathan accepted all burdens, debts, obligations, and responsibilities accruing to him in his capacity as managing director. He signed it. The third bore the signature of Major Lance Montague Corcoran, Jonathan's predecessor in the post. There were paragraphs for Jonathan to initial, and a place for him to sign. "Yes, darling," said Roper. Jed had stepped into the room. She must have talked her way past Gus. "I've got the Del Oros on the line," she said. "Dine and stay and mahjong in Abaco. I tried to get through to you, but the switchboard says you're not taking calls." "Darling, you know I'm not." Jed's cool glance took in the group and stopped at Miss Malloy. "Anthea," she said, "whatever are they doing to you? They're not signing you up to marry Thomas, are they?" Miss Malloy turned scarlet. Roper gave an uncertain frown. Jonathan had never seen him at a loss before. "Thomas is coming aboard, Jeds. Told you. Setting him up with a bit of capital, giving him a break. Felt we owed him one. All he did for Dan's and so on. We talked about it, remember? Hell's going on, Jeds. This is business." "Oh, well, that's super. Congratulations, Thomas." She looked at him at last. Her smile was distancing, but no longer so theatrical. "Just be awfully careful you don't do anything you don't want, won't you? Roper's terribly persuasive. Darling, can I tell them yes? Maria's so madly in love with you, I'm sure it'll break her heart if I don't." "Anything else going on?" Burr asked, when he had listened in near silence to Jonathan's account of these events. Jonathan affected to search his memory. "The Langbournes are having a marital tiff, but I gather that's par for the course." "It's not unknown in this neck of the woods either," said Burr, but he still seemed to be waiting for more. "And Daniel's going back to England for Christmas," said Jonathan. "Nothing else?" "Not of any moment." Awkwardness, each man waiting for the other to speak. "Well then, tread water and act natural," said Burr grudgingly. "And no more wild talk about breaking into his holy of holies, right?" "Right." Yet another pause before they both rang off. "I live my life," Jonathan told himself with deliberation as he jogged down the hill. "I am not a puppet. I am nobody's servant." Chapter 18. Jonathan had planned his forbidden assault on the state apartments as soon as he learned that Roper had decided to sell some more farms, and that Langbourne would be accompanying him, and Corcoran would be stopping off in Nassau to attend to Ironbrand business. His resolve was confirmed when he heard from Claude, the stablemaster, that on the morning following the men's departure, Jed and Caroline proposed to take the children on a pony trek of the island's coast path, setting off at 6, and returning to Crystal in time for brunch and a swim before the midday heat. From that moment his dispositions became tactical. On a salt day -1, he took Daniel on his first difficult climb up Miss Mabel's north face, more truthfully up the face of a small quarry cut into the steepest part of the hillock, which required 3 pitons and a rope traverse before they arrived triumphant at the eastern end of the airstrip. At the peak he gathered a bunch of sweet-scented yellow freesias, which the natives called shipping flowers. "Who are they for?" Daniel asked, while he munched his chocolate. But Jonathan managed to dodge the question. Next day he rose at his usual early hour and jogged a stretch of the coastal path to make sure the trekking party had set out as planned. He came face to face with Jed and Caroline on a windy bend, with Claude and the children straggling behind. "Oh, Thomas, will you by any chance be going up to Crystal later?" Jed asked, leaning forward to pat her Arab's neck, as if she was starring in a cigarette advertisement. "Great! Then could you be frightfully kind and tell Esmeralda that Cairo can't eat anything with milk fat because of her diet?" Esmeralda was fully aware that Caroline could eat no milk fat, because Jed had told her so in Jonathan's hearing. But Jonathan was learning to expect the unexpected from Jed these days. Her smiles were distracted. Her behaviour was more contrived than ever, and small talk came hard to her. Jonathan continued jogging till he reached his hide. He did not uncache the handset, because his will was his own today. But he did help himself to his sub-miniature camera got up as a Zippo lighter, and to the camera he added the bunch of lockpicks, which were not disguised as anything, and, clutching them in his fist so that they didn't chime while he ran, he returned to Woody's house and changed, then walked through the tunnel to Crystal, feeling the tingling of pre-battle across his shoulders. "Fuck you doing with them shipping flowers, Miss Thomas?" the guard at the gate demanded of him good-humouredly. "You been up there robbing poor Miss Mabel? Why, shit. Hey, Dover, come over here and put your stupid face in these shipping flowers. You ever smell anything so beautiful? The shit you did. You never smelled nothing in your life except your young lady's cherry pie." Reaching the main house, Jonathan had the giddying sensation of having returned to Meister's. It was not Isaac, but Herr Kasper, who received him at the door. It was not Parker standing at the top of the aluminium ladder, changing light bulbs, but Bobby, the odd-job man. And it was Herr Kasper's nymphette niece, not Isaac's daughter, who was languidly squirting insecticide into the potpourri. The illusion passed, and he was restored to crystal. In the kitchen, Esmeralda was conducting a seminar on world affairs with Talbot the boatman and Queenie from the laundry. "Esmeralda, would you please find me a vase for these? Surprise present for Dan. Oh, and Miss Jedd says to remind you that Lady Langbourne can't eat any milk products at all." He was so arch about saying this that his audience burst into fits of uncontrollable laughter, which followed Jonathan up the marble staircase as, vase in hand, he headed for the first floor, apparently on his way to Daniel's quarters. Reaching the door to the state apartments, he paused. The flow of cheerful chatter from downstairs ran on. The door was ajar. He pushed it and stepped into a mirrored hallway. The door at the end of it was closed. He turned the handle, thinking Ireland and booby traps. He stepped inside. Nothing blew up. He closed the door and looked round him, ashamed of his exhilaration. The sunlight, filtered by net curtains, lay like ground mist on the white carpet. Roper's side of the enormous bed was not slept in. Roper's pillows were still puffed up. On his bedside table lay current copies of Fortune, Forbes, The Economist, and back numbers of catalogues from auction houses round the world. Memo pads, pencils, a pocket recorder. Shifting his gaze to the other side of the bed, Jonathan observed the imprint of her body, the pillows crushed as if by restlessness, the tissue of black silk that was her nightdress, her utopian magazines, the pile of coffee-table books on furniture, great houses, gardens, great horses, more horses, books on Arab bloodstock and English recipes, and how to learn Italian in 8 days. The smells were of infancy, baby powder, bubble bath. A luxurious trail of yesterday's clothes was spread haphazard over the chaise longue, and through the open doorway to the bathroom he saw yesterday's swimsuit hanging in triangles from the shower rail. His eye quickening, he began reading the whole page at once, her dressing table, cluttered with mementos of nightclubs, people, restaurants, horses, photographs of laughing people arm in arm, of Roper in bikini shorts, his maleness much in evidence. Roper at the wheel of a Ferrari, of a racing boat. Roper in white peaked cap and ducks standing on the bridge of the Iron Pasha. The Pasha herself dressed over all, berthed majestically in New York harbor, the outline of Manhattan soaring behind her, book matches, girlfriends' handwritten letters spilling from an open drawer, a child's address book with a photograph of soulful bloodhounds on the cover, notes to herself scribbled on bits of yellow paper and stuck to the edges of her mirror, diving watch for Dan's birthday, phone Marie re Sarah's hock, S.J. Phillips re R's cufflinks. The room felt airless. I'm a tomb robber, but she's alive. I'm in Herr Meister's cellar with the lights on. Bolt before they wall me in. But escape was not what he had come for. He had come for involvement, with both of them. He wanted Roper's secrets, but he wanted hers more. He wanted the mystery of what joined her to Roper, if it did, of her ludicrous affectations, and why you touch me with your eyes. Setting the flower vase on a sofa table, he picked up one of her pillows, held it to his face, and smelled the wood smoke from singing Aunt Annie's hearth. Of course! That's what you did last night. You sat up with Caroline in front of the fire and talked while the children slept. So much talk, so much listening. What do you say? What do you hear? And the shadow on your face. You're a close observer yourself these days, eyes staying on everything too long, including me. You're a child again, seeing everything for the first time. Nothing is familiar to you any more. Nothing is safe for you to depend on. He pushed the mirrored door to Roper's dressing room, and entered not her childhood, but his own. Did my father own a military chest like this, with brass handles to lug it through the olive groves of Cyprus? This folding campaign table stained with ink and sundowners? This pair of crossed scimitars hanging in their scabbards from the wall? Or these dress slippers with their braided monograms like regimental crests? Even the rows of handmade suits and dinner jackets, wine red to black to white, the handmade shoes braced by wooden trees, white buckskins, patent evening pumps, had an unmistakable air of uniforms waiting for the signal to advance. A soldier again, Jonathan checked for hostile signs, suspicious wires, contacts, sensors, some tempting trap to consign him to kingdom come. Nothing. Just the framed school groups from 30 years ago, snapshots of Daniel, a heap of small change in half a dozen currencies, a list of fine wines from Berry Brothers and Rudd, the annual accounts of his London club. "Does Mr. Roper go to England much?" Jonathan had asked Jed at Meister's while they waited for the luggage to be loaded into the limousine. "Good Lord, no," Jed replied. "Roper says we're terribly nice, but absolute wood from here up. Anyway, he can't." "Why not?" Jonathan asked. "Oh, I don't know," said Jed, too carelessly. "Tax or something. Why don't you ask him?" The door to the inner office stood before him. The inmost room, he thought. The last secret is yourself. But which self? His or mine or hers? The door was of solid cypress, set in a steel frame. He listened. Distant chatter, vacuum cleaners, floor polishers. "Take your time," the close observer reminded himself. "Time is care. Time is innocence. Nobody is coming upstairs to find you. Bedding at Crystal is changed at midday, after the clean sheets have had a chance to air in the sun. Chief's orders, diligently executed by Jed. We are obedient people, Jed and I. Our monasteries and convents were not in vain." He tried the door. Locked. One conventional lock. Pipe stem. The room's seclusion is its own security. Anyone found near it will be shot on sight. He reached for his picks and heard Rook's voice in his ear. "Never pick a lock if you can find the key. First rule of burglary." He swung away from the door and ran his hand along a couple of shelves. He lifted the corner of a rug, then a pot plant, then patted the pockets of the nearest suits, then the pockets of a dressing gown. Then he lifted a few of the nearer shoes and turned them upside down. Nothing. To hell with it. He fanned out the picks and selected the one he thought likeliest to fit. It was too fat. He selected a second, and about to insert it, had a schoolboy terror of scratching the polished brass escutcheon. "Vandal! Who dragged you up?" He dropped his hands to his sides, breathed slowly a few times to reassemble his operational calm, and began again. Gently in, pause, gently back a fraction. In again. Stroke her, don't force her, as we say in the army. Listen to her, feel her pressures. Hold your breath. Turn. Gently. Back another fraction. Now turn harder, and a little harder still. You're about to break the pick. You're about to break the pick and leave it in the lock. Now! The lock yielded. Nothing broke. No one emptied his heckler in Jonathan's face. He removed the pick intact, returned it to his wallet and the wallet to his jeans pocket, and heard the squeak of the Toyota's brakes as it pulled up in the stable yard. Go cold. Now. The close observer stole to the window. Mr. Onslow Roper has returned unexpectedly from Nassau. Players from across the border are coming to collect their weapons. But it was only the day's bread arriving from Townside. But nice listening, he told himself. Calm, attentive, panic-free listening. Well done, you're your father's boy. He was in Roper's den. And if you step out of line, you'll wish you'd never been born, says Roper. No, says Burr. And Rob says no, too. His Holy of Holies is out of bounds, and that's an order. Plain, a soldier's plainness. Every man's decent moderation. No embroidered throne, no tortoiseshell desk, no 9-foot bamboo sofas with cushions that send you straight to sleep, no silver goblets, no Sotheby's catalogues. Just a plain, boring little office for making deals and money. A plain Rexine-topped office desk with filing trays on a collapsing stand. Pull it, and they all take one pace forward. Jonathan pulled, and that was what they did. One steel tubular chair. One round dormer window, staring like a dead eye at its own blank piece of sky. 2 swallow-tail butterflies. How the hell did they get in here? 1 blue bottle, very noisy. 1 letter lying on top of other letters. The address, Hampden Hall, Newbury. The signature, Tony. The topic, the writer's straitened circumstances. The tone, both begging and threatening. Don't read it. Photograph it. Calmly extracting the remaining papers from the tray, he laid them out like playing cards face up on the desk, removed the base of the Zippo lighter, armed the camera inside, and peered through the tiny eyepiece. Spread the fingers of both hands for range and thumb your nose, Rook had said. He thumbed his nose. The lens was fish-eye. All the pages were in shot. Aim up, aim down, shoot. Change the papers. Keep my sweat away from the desk. Thumb my nose again to check the range. Calmly. Now just as calmly, freeze. He stood at the window, frozen. Observe, but not too closely. The Toyota is driving off, Gus at the wheel. Go back to work. Slowly. He completed the first tray, replaced the papers, took the papers from the second. 6 closely written pages of neat Roper script. The crown jewels? Or a long letter to his ex-wife about Daniel. He laid them out in order, left to right. No, not a letter to Paula. These are names and numbers, lots of both, written on graph paper in ballpoint pen, the names on the left, the numbers set beside them, each digit carefully entered in its square. Gambling debts? Household accounts? Birthday list? Stop thinking. Spy now, think later. He took a step back, wiped the sweat from his face, and breathed out. As he did so, he saw it. 1 hair, 1 long, soft, straight, beautiful chestnut strand of hair that should have been in a locket or a love letter, or lying on a pillow and smelling of wood smoke. For a moment he was furious. The way explorers are furious when they reach some hellish end point, only to find the hated rival's cookpot there ahead of them. You lied to me. You do know what he does. You're hand in glove with him on the biggest dirty deal of his career. The next moment it pleased him to think that Jed had been making the same journey as himself, without benefit of Rook or Burr or Sophie's murder. After that he was terrified, not for himself, for her frailty, for her clumsiness, for her life. You bloody fool, he told her, leaving your handwriting all over the job. Have you never seen a beautiful woman with her face punched off? A small dog ripped from stem to stern? Curling the telltale hair round the tip of his little finger, Jonathan poked it into the sweat-soaked pocket of his shirt, returned the second file to its tray, and was spreading out the papers from the third as he heard the scuffle of horses' hoofs from the direction of the stable yard, accompanied by children's voices raised in protest and rebuke. Methodically, he restored the papers to their rightful home and walked to the window. As he did so, he heard from within the house the sounds of fast-running feet, then Daniel howling for his mother as he came storming through the kitchens to the hall, then Jed's voice yelling after him, and in the stable yard he saw Caroline Langbourne and her 3 children, and Claude, the stable-master, holding Jed's Arab, Sarah, by the bridle, and Donegal, the groom, holding Daniel's pony, Smoky, who stood with his head hung in dudgeon, as if he were disgusted by the whole display. Battle bright, battle calm. His father's son. Bury him in uniform. Jonathan slid the camera into the pocket of his jeans and checked the desk for careless traces. With his handkerchief he wiped the desk top, then the sides of the filing trays. Daniel was yelling louder than Jed, but Jonathan couldn't hear what either of them was saying. In the stable yard, one of the Langbourne children had decided it was time to join the chorus of complaint. Esmeralda had come out of her kitchen, and was telling Daniel not to be a silly boy now. What would his papa say? Jonathan stepped into the dressing-room, closed the steel-lined door to the den, and relocked it with a pick, which took a little longer than it should have done, because of his anxiety about violating the escutcheon. By the time he reached the bedroom, he could hear Jed stomping up the stairs in her riding boots, declaring to anyone who cared to hear that she would never, never take Daniel riding again in her bloody life. He thought of retreating to the bathroom, or returning to Roper's dressing-room, but hiding didn't seem to solve anything. A luxurious inertia was descending over him, a desire to embrace delay that reminded him of making love. So that by the time Jed appeared in the doorway in her riding gear, minus her crop and hard hat, but flushed with heat and anger, Jonathan had placed himself before the sofa table, and was arranging the shipping flowers, because they had lost something of their perfection on the journey upstairs. At first she was too angry with Daniel to be surprised by anything, and it impressed him that her anger made her real. "Thomas, honestly, if you've got any influence over Daniel at all, I wish you'd teach him not to be so bloody wet when he hurts himself. One silly little fall, no damage to anything except his pride, and he makes an absolute... Actually, Thomas, what the fuck are you doing in this room?" "I brought you some shipping flowers, from our climb yesterday. Why couldn't you have given them to Miss Sue?" "I wanted to arrange them myself." "You could have arranged them and given them to Miss Sue downstairs." She glared at the unmade bed, at her yesterday's clothes flung over the chaise longue, at the open bathroom door. Daniel was still yelling. "Shut up, Daniel!" Her eyes returned to Jonathan. "Thomas, actually, flowers or no flowers, I think you've got a fucking cheek." It's the same anger. You simply switched it from Daniel to me, he thought, while he went on tinkering distractedly with the flowers. He suddenly felt deeply protective of her. The lock picks were lying like a ton weight against his thigh. The Zippo camera was practically falling out of his shirt pocket. His story about the shipping flowers, dreamed up for Esmeralda's benefit, was wearing pretty thin. But it was Jed's appalling vulnerability that he was thinking of, not his own. Daniel's howling had stopped while he listened for the effect. "Why don't you call up the bully boys, then?" Jonathan suggested. Not to her so much as to the flowers. "Personal attack button right there beside you on the wall. Or pick up the house phone if you prefer. Dial 9 and I'll pay for my fucking cheek in the approved manner. Daniel isn't making a scene because he's hurt himself. He doesn't want to go back to London, and he doesn't like sharing you with Caroline and her kids. He wanted you for himself." "Get out," she said. But the calm was on him, and so was his concern for her, and between them they gave him the supremacy. The rehearsing and blank shots were over. It was live ammunition time. "Close the door," he ordered her, keeping his voice low. "It's not a good moment to talk, but there's something I have to say to you, and I don't want Daniel hearing it. He gets enough through your bedroom wall as it is." She stared at him, and he could see the uncertainty working in her face. She closed the door. "I'm obsessed by you. I can't get you out of my head. I don't mean I'm in love with you. I sleep with you, I wake up with you. I can't clean my teeth without cleaning yours as well. And most of the time I'm quarrelling with you. There's no logic to it. There's no pleasure to it. I haven't heard you express a single thought worth a damn, and most of what you say is affected bilge. Yet every time I think of something funny, I need you to laugh at it. And when I'm low, it's you I need to cheer me up. I don't know who you are, if you're anyone at all, or whether you're here for the beer, or because you're wildly in love with Roper. And I'm sure you don't know either. I think you're a total mess, but that doesn't put me off, not at all. It makes me indignant. It makes me a fool. It makes me want to wring your neck. But that's just part of the package. They were his own words. He was speaking for himself and nobody else. Nevertheless, the ruthless orphan in him could not resist shifting a little of the blame onto her shoulders. Perhaps you shouldn't have nursed me so nicely, lifting me up, sitting on my bed. Let's say it's Daniel's fault for getting himself kidnapped. No, let's say it's mine for getting myself beaten up, and yours for making those spaniel eyes at me. She shut her offending eyes and seemed to go to sleep for a moment. She opened them and lifted her hand to her face, and he was afraid that he had hit her too hard and invaded the tender ground that each of them guarded against the other. That's the most fucking impertinent thing anyone has said to me ever, she said uncertainly, after quite a pause. He let her dangle. Thomas, she said, as if appealing for his help. But he still did not come to her aid. Jesus, Thomas. Oh, fuck. Thomas, this is Roper's house. It's Roper's house and you're Roper's girl, for as long as you can take it. My senses tell me you won't be able to take it much longer. Roper's a crook, as Caroline Lambourne has no doubt been telling you. He's not a buccaneer, or a Mississippi gambler, or a romantic adventurer, or however you decided to cast him when you picked each other up. He's an arms crook, and at least a bit of a murderer. He took an outrageous step. He broke all Burr's rules and Rook's in a single sentence. That's why people like you and me end up spying on him, he said, leaving traces an inch deep all over his office. Jed was here, Jed Marshall, her mark, her hair stuck in his papers. He'd kill you for that. That's what he does. Kills. He paused to observe the effect of his backhanded confession on her, but she had frozen. I'd better go and talk to Daniel, he said. What's he supposed to have done to himself, anyway? God knows. She did a strange thing as he left. She was still at the door, and as he approached her, she took a step back to let him pass, which might have been normal courtesy. Then, on some impulse that she could probably not have explained, she reached in front of him, turned the door handle and gave the door a shove, as if his hands were laden and he needed help. Daniel was lying on his bed, reading his book on monsters. Jed just overreacted, he explained. All I did was get into a bait, but Jed went berserk. Chapter 19. It was evening of the same day, and Jonathan was still alive. The sky was still in its place. No security guerrillas fell on him out of the trees as he made his way back through the tunnel to Woody's house. The cicadas ticked and sobbed to the same rhythm. The sun disappeared behind Miss Mabel's mountain. Dusk fell. He had played tennis with Daniel and the Langbourne children. He had swum with them and sailed with them. He had listened to Isaac on the subject of Tottenham Hotspur, and Esmeralda on evil spirits, and Caroline Lambourne on men, marriage, and her husband. It isn't the unfaithfulness I mind, Thomas. It's the lying. I don't know why I'm telling you this, except you're straight. I don't care what he says about you. We all of us have our problems. But I know straightness when I see it. If he'd only say to me, I'm having an affair with Annabel, or whoever he's having an affair with at the time, and what's more, I'm going to go on having an affair with her,
Well, I'd say, all right, if that's the way we're playing it, so be it. Just don't expect me to be faithful while you're not. I can live with that, Thomas. We have to if we're women. I just feel so furious I've let him have all my money, and practically kept him for years, and let Daddy pay for the children's education, only to find out that he's been lashing out on any little trollop he happens to meet, leaving us, well, not penniless, but certainly not flush. During the rest of the day he had spotted Jed twice, once in the summer house, wearing a yellow caftan and writing a letter, once walking with Daniel in the surf, her skirts pulled to her waist while she held his hand. And as Jonathan left the house, passing deliberately beneath her bedroom balcony, he heard her talking on the telephone to Roper. "No, darling, he didn't hurt himself at all. It was just fuss. And he got over it very quickly and did me an absolutely super painting of Sarah, doing her airs above the ground, right on top of the stable roof. You'll absolutely adore it." And he thought, "Now you tell him." That was the good news, darling. But guess who I found skulking in our bedroom when I got upstairs? It was only when he reached Woody's house that time refused to pass. He let himself in cautiously, reasoning that if the protection had been alerted, their most likely course of action would be to go to his house ahead of him. So he entered by the back door and patrolled both floors before he felt able to extract the tiny steel cassette of film from his camera, and with a sharp knife from the kitchen, make a bed for it inside the pages of his paperback copy of Tess of the d'Urbervilles. After that, things happened very much one by one. He had a bath and thought, "About now you'll be having your shower, and nobody will be there to hand you your towel." He made himself a chicken soup from leftovers that Esmeralda had given him, and he thought, "About now you and Caroline will be sitting on the patio eating Esmeralda's grouper with lemon sauce, and you'll be listening to another chapter of Caroline's life while her children are doing crisps and Coke and ice cream and watching Young Frankenstein in Daniel's playroom, and Daniel lies reading in his bedroom with the door shut, hating the pack of them." Then he went to bed, because it seemed a good place to think about her, and remained in bed until 12:30, at which time the naked, close observer slid soundlessly to the floor and picked up the steel poker that he kept beneath it, because he had heard a furtive footfall on his doorstep. "They've come for me," he thought. "She's blown the whistle to Roper, and they're going to do a Woody on me." But another voice in him spoke differently, and it was the voice he had been listening to ever since Jed had discovered him in her bedroom, so that by the time she tapped on his front door, he had put away the poker and knotted a sarong round his waist. She too had dressed for the part, in a long dark skirt and a dark cape, and it would not have surprised him if she had turned up the Father Christmas hood, but she hadn't. It hung becomingly behind her. She was carrying a flashlight, and while he rechained the door, she set it down and drew the cape more tightly round her. Then she stood facing him, with her hands crossed dramatically at her throat. "You shouldn't have come," he said, quickly drawing the curtains. "Who saw you? Caroline, Daniel, the night staff?" "No one." "Of course they did. What about the boys at the lodge?" "I tiptoed. No one heard me." He stared at her in disbelief, not because he thought she was lying, but because of the sheer foolhardiness of her behaviour. "So, what can I get you?" he said in a tone that implied, "Since you've come." "Coffee. Coffee, please. Don't make it specially." "Coffee, please. Egyptian," he remembered. "They were watching television," she said. "The boys in the lodge. I could see them through the window." "Sure." He put on a kettle, then lit the pine logs in the grate, and for a while she shivered and frowned at the sputtering logs. Then she looked round the room, getting the idea of the place, and of him, taking in the books he had managed to assemble, and the spruceness of everything, the flowers, the watercolour of Carnation Bay propped on the chimney-piece, beside Daniel's painting of a pterodactyl. "Dan's did a painting of Sarah for me," she said, "to make amends." "I know. I was passing your room when you were telling Roper." "What else did you tell him?" "Nothing." "Are you sure?" She flared. "What do you expect me to tell him? Thomas thinks I'm a cheap little trollop without a thought in my head." "I didn't say that. You said worse. You said I was a mess and he was a murderer." He handed her a mug of coffee. Black, no sugar. She drank some, both hands round the mug. "How the fuck did I get into this?" she asked. "Not you. Him. This place. Crystal. The whole shit." "Corky said he bought you at a horse sale." "I was shacked up in Paris." "What were you doing in Paris?" "Fucking these two men. Story of my life. I fuck all the wrong people and miss out the right ones." She took another pull of coffee. "They had a flat on the Rue de Rivoli. They scared the hell out of me. Drugs, boys, booze, girls, me, the whole bit. One morning I woke up and there was this flat full of bodies. Everyone had passed out." She nodded to herself as if to say, yes, that was it. That was the crunch. "Okay, Jemima. You don't collect 200 quid. You just go." I didn't even pack. I stepped over the bodies and went to this bloodstock auction in Maison Lafitte that I'd read about in the Trib. I wanted to see horses. I was still half stoned, and that was all I could think of. Horses. That's all we ever did till my father had to sell up. Ride and pray. "We're Shropshire Catholics," she explained, gloomily, as if confessing the family curse. I must have been smiling, because this dishy, middle-aged man said, "Which one would you like?" And I said, "That big one in the window." I was feeling light, free. I was in a movie. That feeling. I was being funny. So he bought her, Sarah. The bidding was so quick I didn't really follow it. He had some Pakistani with him and they were sort of bidding together. Then he just turned to me and said, "She's yours. Where do you want her sent?" I was scared stiff, but it was a dare, so I thought I'd see it through. He took me to a shop in the Elysee, and we were the only people. He'd had the riff-raff cleared out before we got there. We were the only customers. He bought me 10,000 quid's worth of tat and took me to the opera. He took me to dinner and told me about an island called Crystal. Then he took me to his hotel and fucked me. And I thought, with one leap she clears the pit. He's not a bad man, Thomas. He just does bad things. He's like Archie, the driver.
Who's Archie, the driver? She forgot him for a while, preferring to stare at the fire and sip her coffee. Her shivering had stopped. Once she winced and drew in her shoulders, but it was her memory, not the cold, that was troubling her. "Jesus," she whispered. "Thomas, what do I do?" "Who's Archie?" he repeated. "In our village. He drove an ambulance for the local hospital. Everyone loved Archie. He came to all the point-to-points and looked after people if they were hurt. He scraped up the bodies at the kids' gymkhanas, everything. Nice Archie. Then there was an ambulance strike, and Archie went and picketed the hospital gates and wouldn't let in the casualties because he said the drivers were all blacklegs. And Mrs. Luxon, who cleaned for the Priors, died because he wouldn't let her in." Another shudder passed over her. "Do you always have a fire? Seems silly, a fire in the tropics." "You have them at Crystal." "He really likes you, you know that?" "Yes." "You're his son or something. I kept telling him to get rid of you. I felt you coming closer and I couldn't stop you. You're such a creep. He doesn't seem to see it. Perhaps he doesn't want to. I suppose it's Dan. You've saved Dan. Still, that doesn't last forever, does it?" She drank. "Then you think, okay, fuck it. If he won't see what's happening under his nose, that's his tough luck. Corky's warned him. So Sandy. He doesn't listen to them." "Why have you been going through his papers?" "Cairo told me a whole lot of stuff about him. Dreadful things. It wasn't fair. I knew some of it already.
I tried not to, but you can't help it. Things people say at parties, things Dan picks up. Those dreadful bankers boasting. I can't judge people. Not me. I always think I'm in the hot seat, not them. The trouble is, we're so bloody straight. My father is. He'd rather starve than cheat the taxman. Always paid his bills the day they came in. That's why he went bust. Other people didn't pay him, of course, but he never noticed that. She glanced at him. Her glance became a look. Jesus, she whispered again. Did you find anything? She shook her head. I couldn't, could I? I didn't know what to look for. So I thought, fuck it, and I asked him. You what? I tackled him with it. One night after dinner, I said, is it true you're a crook? Tell me. A girl's got a right to know. Jonathan took a deep breath. Well, that was honest, at least, he said, with a careful smile. How did Roper take it? Did he make a full confession? Swear never to do wrong again? Blame it all on his cruel childhood? He went tight-faced, and said I should mind my bloody business. Echoes of Sophie's account of her conversation with Freddie Hamid at the cemetery in Cairo invaded Jonathan's concentration. And you said it was your business, he suggested. He said I wouldn't understand even if he told me. I should shut up and not talk about things I didn't understand. Then he said, this isn't crime, this is politics. I said, what isn't crime? What's politics? Tell me the worst, I said. Give me the bottom line so that I know what I'm sharing. And Roper? Jonathan asked. He says there isn't a bottom line. People like my father just think there is, which is why people like my father are suckers. He says he loves me, and that's good enough. So I get angry and say it may have been good enough for Eva Brown, but it isn't good enough for me. I thought he'd belt me, but he just took note. Nothing surprises him, do you know that? It's facts. One fact more, one fact less. Then you do the logical thing at the end of it. Which was what he did to Sophie, thought Jonathan. What about you? He asked. What about me? She wanted brandy. He hadn't any, so he gave her scotch. It's a lie, she said. What is? What I'm living. Someone tells me who I am, and I believe them and go with it. That's what I do. I believe people. I can't help it. Now you come along and tell me I'm a mess. But that's not what he tells me. He says I'm his virtue. Me and Daniel. We're what it's all for. He said it straight out one night in front of Corky. She took a gulp of scotch. Cairo says he's pushing drugs. Did you know that? Some huge shipment in exchange for arms and God knows what. We're not talking about sailing close to the wind, not cutting a few corners, or having a quiet joint at a party, she says. We're talking fully-fledged, organized mega-crime. She says I'm a gangster's moll. That's another version of me I'm trying to sort through. It's a thrill a minute, being me, these days. Her gaze was on him again, straight and unblinking. I'm in deep shit, she said. I walked into this with my eyes wide shut. I deserve everything I get. Just don't tell me I'm a mess. I can do the sermons for myself. Anyway, what the fuck are you up to? You're no paragon. What does Roper say I'm up to? You got into some heavy trouble, but you're a good chap. He's fixing you up. He's sick of Corky bitching about you. But then he didn't catch you prowling in our bedroom, did he? She said, flaring again. Let's hear it from you. He took a long time to answer. First he thought of Burr, then he thought of himself and all the rules against talking. I'm a volunteer, he said. She pulled a sour face. For the police? Sort of. How much of you is you? I'm waiting to find out.
What will they do to him?
Catch him, put him on trial, lock him up.
How can you volunteer for a job like that? Jesus!
No training covered this contingency. He gave himself time to think, and the silence, like the distance between them, seemed to join rather than divide them. It began with a girl, he said. He corrected himself. A woman. Roper and another man arranged to have her killed. I felt responsible. Shoulders hunched, the cape still gathered to her neck, she peered round the room, then back to him.
Did you love her? The girl? The woman?
Yes. He smiled. She was my virtue. She took this in, uncertain whether to give it her approval.
When you saved Daniel at Mamma's, was that all a lie, too?
Pretty much. He watched it all going through her head, the revulsion, the struggling to understand, the mixed moralities of her upbringing.
Dr. Marty said they nearly killed you, she said.
I nearly killed them. I lost my temper. It was a play that went wrong.
What was her name?
Sophie.
I need to hear about her.
She meant here, in this house, now. He took her up to the bedroom and lay alongside her without touching her while he told her about Sophie. And eventually she slept while he kept watch. She woke and wanted soda water, so he fetched some from the fridge. Then at 5 o'clock, before it was light, he put on his jogging gear and led her back along the tunnel to the gatehouse, not letting her use the flashlight, but making her walk a pace behind him on his left side, as if she were a raw recruit he was leading into battle. And at the gatehouse he put his head and shoulders right into the window for one of his chats with Marlowe, the night guard, while Jed flitted by, he hoped, unseen. His anxiety was not eased when he returned to find Amos, the Rasta, sitting on his doorstep, needing a cup of coffee.
"You have a fine, uplifting experience with your soul last night, Miss Thomas, sir?"
he inquired, pouring 4 heaped spoonfuls of sugar into his cup. It was an evening like any other, Amos. How about you?
"Miss Thomas, sir, I ain't smelt no fresh fire smoke at 1 a.m. of a townside morning, not since Mr. Woodman liked to entertain his lady friends to music and fine loving."
Mr. Woodman would have done a lot better, by all accounts, to read an improving book. Amos broke out in a wild chuckle.
"There's only one man except you on this island ever reads a book, Mr. Thomas, and he's ganja stupid and stone blind."
End of Side 10. Side 11.
That night, to his horror, she came to him again. She was not wearing her cape this time, but her riding gear, which she had evidently decided gave her some sort of immunity. He was appalled, but not particularly surprised, for by then he had recognized Sophie's resolution in her, and he knew he could no more send her away than stop Sophie from going back to Cairo to face Hamid. So a quiet came over him, and it became a quiet shared. She took his hand and led him upstairs, and she showed a distracted curiosity about his shirts and underclothes. Something was badly folded, so she folded it better. Something was lost, and she found a partner for it. She drew him to her and kissed him very exactly, as if she had decided in advance how much of herself she could afford to give him and how little. When they had kissed, she went downstairs again, stood him under the overhead light, and touched his face with her fingertips, verifying him, photographing him with her eyes, making pictures of him to take away with her. And in the incongruity of the moment, he remembered the old émigré couple dancing at Mamma Lowe's on the night of the kidnapping, how they had touched each other's faces in disbelief. She asked for a glass of wine, and they sat on the sofa drinking it and relishing the quiet they had discovered they could share. She drew him to his feet and kissed him once more, laying all her body along him, and spending a lot of time looking at his eyes, as if to check them for sincerity. Then she left him, because, as she put it, that was the most she could cope with until God pulled another trick. When she had gone, Jonathan went upstairs to watch her from his window. Then he put his copy of Tess in a brown envelope and addressed it in illiterate capitals to the Adult Shop, care of a box number in Nassau, given to him by Rook in the days of his youth. He dropped the envelope in the mailbox on the seafront for collection and shipment to Nassau by Roper jet next day. "Enjoy our aloneness, did we, old love?" Corcoran inquired. He was back in Jonathan's garden, drinking cold beer out of a can. "Very much, thank you," said Jonathan, politely. "So one hears. Frisky says you enjoyed it. Tabby says you enjoyed it. Boys on the gate say you enjoyed it. Most of Townside seems to think you enjoyed it." "Good." Corcoran drank. He was wearing his Etonian Panama hat and his disgraceful Nassau suit, and he was talking out to sea. "And the Langbourne brood didn't cramp our style at all?" "We managed a couple of expeditions. Caroline's a bit down in the mouth, so the kids were rather pleased to get away from her." "So kind we are," Corcoran reflected. "Such a sport. Such a proper pet. Just like Sammy. And I never even had the little sod." Pulling down the brim of his hat, he crooned, "Nice work if you can get it," as if he were a mournful Ella Fitzgerald. "Message from the chief for you, Mr. Pine. H-hour is upon us. Prepare to kiss Crystal and everybody else good-bye. Firing squad assembles at dawn." "Where am I going?" Jumping to his feet, Corcoran marched down the garden steps to the beach, as if he couldn't stand Jonathan's company any more. He picked up a stone, and, despite his bulk, skimmed it across the darkening water. "In my fucking place is where you're going," he shouted. "Thanks to some very classy footwork by some shitty little queens unfriendly to the cause, of whom I strongly suspect you to be the creature." "Corky, are you talking through your arse?" Corcoran pondered the question. "Don't know, old love. Wish I did. Could be anal. Could be spot on." Another stone. "Prophet in the wilderness, me. The chief, though he'd never admit it, is a fully paid-up, unredeemable romantic. Roper believes in the light at the end of the pier. The trouble is, so did the fucking moth." Yet another stone, accompanied by an angry grunt of exertion. "Whereas Corky here is a dyed-in-the-wool skeptic. And my personal and professional view of you is you're poison." Another stone, and another. "I tell him you're poison, and he won't believe me. He invented you. You plucked his baby from the flames, whereas Corky here, thanks to persons unnamed, friends of yours, I suspect, is used goods." He drained his beer can and tossed it onto the sand while he searched for another pebble, which Jonathan obligingly handed him. "Well, let's face it, Hart, one is going a tad to seed, isn't one?" "I think one is becoming a tad deranged, actually, Corky," said Jonathan. Corcoran brushed his hands together to get the sand off them. "Jesus, the effort of being criminal," he complained. "The people and the noise, the sleaze, the places one doesn't want to be. Don't you find the same?" "Of course you don't. You're above it. That's what I keep telling the chief. Does he listen? Does he, my Khyber Pass?" "I can't help you, Corky." "Oh, don't worry, I'll sort it out." He lit a cigarette and exhaled gratefully. "And now this," he said, waving a hand at Woody's house behind him. "2 nights running, my spies tell me. I'd like to peach to the chief, of course. Nothing would please me more. But I can't do it to Our Lady of Crystal. Can't speak for the others, though. Someone will bubble. Someone always does.
Miss Mabel Island became a black stencil against the moon.
Never could do evenings. Hate the fuckers. Never could do mornings either, for that matter. Nothing but bloody death bells. You get about 10 minutes in a good day, if you're cocky. One more for the Queen?
No, thanks. It was never going to be an easy departure. They assembled on Miss Mabel's airstrip in the early light, like so many refugees, Jed wearing dark glasses and deciding to see nobody. On the plane, still with her dark glasses, she sat hunched in a back row with Corcoran on one side of her and Daniel on the other, while Frisky and Tabby flanked Jonathan up front. When they landed at Nassau, MacArthur was hovering at the barrier. Corcoran handed him the passports, including Jonathan's, and everybody was waved through, no problems. "Jed's going to be sick," Daniel announced, as they climbed into the new rolls. Corcoran told him to shut up. The Roper mansion was stucco Tudor and creepery, and wore an unexpected air of neglect. In the afternoon, Corcoran took Jonathan on a grand shopping spree in Freetown. Corcoran was in erratic mood. Several times he paused to refresh himself at nasty little bars, while Jonathan drank Coke. Everyone seemed to know Corcoran. Some people a little too well. Frisky trailed them at a distance. They bought 3 very expensive Italian business suits.
"Trousers to be adjusted by yesterday, please, Clive, darling, or the chief will be furious."
Then 6 town shirts, socks and ties to match, shoes and belts, a lightweight navy raincoat, underclothes, linen handkerchiefs, pyjamas, and a fine leather sponge bag with an electric razor, and a pair of handsome hairbrushes with silver T's.
"My friend won't accept anything that isn't done to a T, will you, Hart?"
And when they got back to the Roper mansion, Corcoran completed his creation by producing a pigskin wallet full of mainline credit cards in the name of Thomas, a black hide attaché case, a gold wristwatch by Piaget, and a pair of gold cufflinks engraved with the initials DST. So that by the time everyone was assembled in the drawing-room for Dom, Jed and Roper glowing and relaxed, Jonathan was the very model of a modern young executive.
"What do you think of him, loves?"
Corcoran demanded, with a creator's pride. "Bloody good," said Roper, not much caring. "Super," said Jed. After Dom, they went to Enzo's restaurant on Paradise Island, which was where Jed ordered lobster salad. And that was all it was. 1 lobster salad. Jed had her arm round Roper's neck while she ordered it, and kept her arm there while Roper passed her order to the proprietor. They were side by side because it was their last night together, and as everybody knew, they were these terrific lovers.
"Darlings," said Corcoran, raising his wine to them. "Perfect pairing, so incredibly beautiful. Let no man put asunder."
And he swallowed a glassful at a gulp, while the proprietor, who was Italian and mortified, regretted there was no more lobster salad. "Veal, Jeds?" Roper suggested. "Penne's good. Polo, have a polo." "No, you won't. Full of garlic. Put you out of bounds. Fish. Bring her a fish, like a fish, Jeds. Sole, what fish you got?"
"Any fish,"
said Corcoran, "and should appreciate the sacrifice." Jed had fish instead of lobster. Jonathan also had fish and pronounced it sublime. Jed said hers was gorgeous. So did the McDanbys, commandeered at no notice to make up Roper's kind of numbers.
"Doesn't look gorgeous to me," said Corcoran.
"Oh, but Corks, it's far better than lobster. My absolute favourite."
"Lobster on the menu. Whole island stiff with lobster. Why the hell haven't they got it?"
Corcoran insisted. "They just goofed, Corks. We can't all be geniuses like you." Roper was preoccupied.
not in a hostile way. He just had things on his mind and his hand in Jed's lap. But Daniel, soon to go back to England, chose to challenge his father's detachment. "Roper's got the black monkey on his back," he announced, to an unfortunate silence. "He's got this mega deal coming off. It's going to put him beyond reach." "Dan's put a sock in it," said Jed smartly. "What's brown and sticky?" Daniel asked. No one knew. "A stick," he said. "Dan's, old chap, shut up," said Roper. But Corcoran was their destiny that night, and Corcoran had launched himself on a story about this investment consultant chum of his called Short War Wilkins, who at the outbreak of the Iran-Iraq thing had advised his clients that it would all be over in 6 weeks. "What happened to him?" Daniel demanded. "Gentleman of leisure, I'm afraid, Dan. Pooped most of the time. Bums money from his chums. Bit like me in a couple of years' time. Remember me, Thomas, when you drive by in your roller and chance to see a familiar face sweeping out the gutters. Toss us a sovereign for old time's sake, will you, heart? Good health, Thomas. Long life, sir. May all your lives be long. Cheers." "And to you too, Corky," said Jonathan. And MacDanby tried to tell his story about something or other, but Daniel again interrupted. "How do you save the world?" "You tell me, old heart," said Corcoran. "Dying to know." "Kill mankind." "Dan's, shut up," said Jed. "You're being horrid." "I only said kill mankind. That's a joke. Can't you even understand a joke?" Raising both arms, he fired an imaginary machine gun at everybody round the table. "Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba! There! Now the world's safe. No one in it." "Thomas, take Dan's for a walk," Roper ordered down the table. "Bring him back when he's sorted out his manners." But while Roper was saying this, without too much conviction, since Daniel on this evening of departure was deserving of indulgence, a lobster salad went by. Corcoran saw it, and Corcoran grabbed the wrist of the black waiter who was carrying it and wrenched him to his side. "Hey, man!" the startled waiter cried, then grinned sheepishly round the room, in the hope that he was part of some weird happening. The proprietor was hastening across the room. Frisky and Tabby, seated at the gunman's table in the corner, had risen to their feet, unbuttoning their blazers. Everybody froze. Corcoran was standing, and Corcoran, with unexpected power, was bearing down on the waiter's arm, and making the poor man twist against his inclination, so that the tray tipped alarmingly. Corcoran's face was brick red, his chin was up, and he was shouting at the proprietor. "Do you speak English, sir?" he demanded, loud enough for the whole restaurant to hear. "I do. Our lady here ordered lobster, sir. You said there was no more lobster. You are a liar, sir. And you have offended our lady and her consort, sir. There was more lobster. Was ordered in advance," the proprietor protested, with more spirit than Jonathan had credited him with. "Was a special order. 10 o'clock this morning. You want be sure of lobster, you order special. Let go this man." Nobody at the table had moved. Grand Opera has its own authority. Even Roper seemed momentarily unsure whether to intervene. "What is your name?" Corcoran asked the proprietor. "Enzo Fabrizi." "Leave it out, Corks," Roper ordered. "Don't be a bore. You're being a bore." "Corks, stop it," said Jed. "If there is a dish our lady wants, Mr. Fabrizi, whether it's lobster or liver or fish, or something very ordinary like steak or a piece of veal, you always give it to our lady. Because if you don't, Mr. Fabrizi, I shall buy this restaurant. I am vastly rich, sir, and you will sweep the streets, sir, while Mr. Thomas here purrs past in his Rolls-Royce." Jonathan, resplendent in his new suit at the further end of the table, has risen to his feet and is smiling his Meister's smile. "Time to break up the party, don't you think, Chief?" he says, awfully pleasantly, strolling to Roper's end of the table. Everyone a bit travel-weary. "Mr. Fabrizi, I don't remember when I had a better meal. All we really need now is a bill, if your people could kindly run one up." Jed stands to go, looking nowhere. Roper lays her wrap over her shoulders. Jonathan pulls back her chair, and she smiles her distant gratitude. And McDanby pays. There is a muffled cry as Corcoran lunges at Fabrizi with serious intent, but Frisky and Tabby are there to restrain him, which is fortunate, because by now several of the restaurant staff are spoiling to avenge their comrade. Somehow everybody makes it to the pavement as the Rolls pulls alongside. "I'm not going anywhere," she had said vehemently, as she held Jonathan's face and stared into his solitary eyes. "I faked it before. I can fake it again. I can fake it for as long as it takes." "He'll kill you," Jonathan had said. "He'll find out. He's certain to. Everybody's talking about us behind his back." But, like Sophie, she seemed to think she was immortal. Chapter 20. Quiet autumn rain is falling in the Whitehall streets as Rex Goodhue goes to war. Quietly, in the autumn of his career, in the mature certainty of his cause, without drama or trumpets or large statements. A quiet outing of his fighting self. A personal, but also an altruistic war against what he has come inevitably to refer to as the forces of Darker. A war to the death, he tells his wife without alarms. My head or theirs. A Whitehall knife fight. Let's stay close. "If you're sure, darling," she says. "I am." His every move carefully considered. Nothing hasty, nothing too young, too furtive. He is sending clear signals to his hidden enemies in pure intelligence. "Let them hear me. Let them see me," he says. "Let them tremble." Goodhue plays with open cards, more or less. It is not only Neil Marjoram's disgraceful proposition that has spurred Goodhue into action. A week ago he was nearly crushed to death cycling to his office. Selecting his favourite scenic route, first west across Hampstead Heath, respecting the permitted cycle paths, thence by way of St. John's Wood and Regent's Park to Whitehall, Goodhue found himself wedged between two high-sided vans, one a dirty white colour with flaking lettering, he couldn't read, and the other green and blank. If he braked, they braked also. If he pedalled harder, they accelerated. His perplexity turned to anger. Why did the drivers eye him so coldly in their wing mirrors, then eye each other as they edged ever closer, boxing him in? What was this third van doing behind him, blocking his escape? He shouted, "Look out! Move over!" But they ignored him. The van behind was riding tight against the rear bumpers of the other two. Its windscreen was grubby, obscuring the driver's face. The vans on either side had drawn so close that if he had turned the handlebar, it would have knocked against one or other of them. Rising in his saddle, Goodhue drove his gloved fist against the panel of the van to his left, then pushed himself away from it to recover his balance. The dead eyes in the wing mirror studied him without curiosity. He attacked the van to his right in the same way. It responded by inching nearer. Only a red traffic light saved him from being crushed. The van stopped, but Goodhue, for the first time in his life, rode over on red, narrowly escaping death as he skimmed across the polished nose of a Mercedes. The same afternoon, Rex Goodhue rewrites his will. Next day, using his in-house wiles, he circumnavigates the laborious machinery of his own ministry and his master's private office, and sequesters part of the top floor, a rambling set of attic rooms, already a museum piece, packed with electronic stay-behind equipment, installed against the day just around the corner when Britain will be overrun by Bolshevism. The likelihood is now past, but the grey men of Goodhue's administration section have yet to be advised of this. And when Goodhue requests the floor for secret purposes, they could not be more helpful. Overnight, millions of pounds worth of obsolete equipment is sent to rot in a lorry park in Aldershot. Next day, Burr's little team becomes the tenant of 12 musty attics, 2 malfunctioning lavatories the size of tennis courts, a denuded signals room, a private staircase with a marble balustrade and holes in the linoleum treads, and a steel door by Chubb with a turnkey's peephole. On the day after, Goodhue has the place electronically swept and removes all telephone lines susceptible to river house tampering. In the matter of extracting public money from his ministry, Goodhue's quarter-century before the Whitehall mast is not in vain. He becomes a bureaucratic Robin Hood, fiddling the government's accounts in order to ensnare its wayward servants. Burr needs 3 more staff and knows where he can find them. Hire them, Leonard. Hire them. An informant has a tale to tell but needs a couple of thousand up front. Pay him, Leonard. Give him whatever he needs. Rob Rook would like to take a brace of watchers with him to Curaçao. Is a brace enough, Rob? Wouldn't a foursome be a safer bet? Gone, as if they had never been, are Goodhue's niggling objections, the quips, the fey asides. He has only to pass through the steel door to Burr's new attic eyrie for the persiflage to fall from him, like the cloak it always was. Each evening at the close of the day's official play, he presents himself for what he modestly calls his night work, and Burr is pressed to match the energy with which he goes about his business. On Goodhue's insistence, the dingiest room has been set aside for him. It lies at the end of a deserted corridor. Its windows give onto a parapet, colonized by pigeons. Their billing and cooing would have driven a lesser man crazy, but Goodhue barely hears them. Determined not to trespass on Burr's operational territory, he emerges only to grab another handful of reports, or make himself a cup of rosehip tea, and exchange courteous pleasantries with the night staff. Then back to his desk, and his review of the enemy's latest dispositions. I intend to sink their Operation Flagship with all hands, Leonard, he tells Burr, with a twitch of his head that Burr has not seen him do before. Darker won't have a mariner left when I've done with him, and your dicky-blasted Roper will be safe behind bars, you mark my words. Burr marks them, but is uncertain of their truth. It is not that he doubts Goodhue's strength of purpose, nor does he have any problem believing that Darker's people deliberately set out to harass, scare, or even hospitalize their adversary. For months, Burr himself has been maintaining a careful watchfulness over his own movements. Whenever possible, he has driven his children to school in the mornings, and always arranged for their collection in the evenings. Burr's concern is that, even now, Goodhue is unaware of the scale of the octopus. 3 times in the last week alone, Burr has been denied access to papers which he knows to be in current circulation. 3 times in vain he has protested. On the last occasion, he presented himself in person to the Foreign Office Registrar in his lair. "I fear you are misinformed, Mr. Burr," said the registrar, who wore an undertaker's black tie and black protectors on the sleeves of his black jacket. "The file in question was cleared for destruction many months ago." "You mean it's flagship classified? Why don't you say so?" "It's what, sir? I don't think I follow you. Do you mind explaining yourself more clearly?" "Limpet is my case, Mr. Atkins. I personally opened the file that I am now requesting. It's one of half a dozen limpet-related files opened and cross-referred by my department. 2 subject, 2 organization, 2 personal. There's not one of them that's been in existence above 18 months. Who ever heard of a registrar authorizing the destruction of a file 18 months after it went into action?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Burr. Limpet may indeed be your case. I have no reason to disbelieve you, sir. But as we say in registry, just because you own the case, you don't always own the file." Nevertheless, the flow of information continues at an impressive rate. Both Burr and Strelsky have their sources. The deal is firming up. The Panama connection is online. 6 Panama-registered container ships on charter to Iron Band of Nassau are heading across the South Atlantic bound for Curaçao. Estimated date of arrival 4 to 8 days from now. Between them they carry close to 500 containers en route for the Panama Canal. The description of their freight varies from tractor parts to agricultural machinery, to mining equipment, to miscellaneous luxury goods. Hand-picked military trainers, including 4 French paras, 2 Israeli ex-colonels of special forces, and 6 ex-Soviet Spetsnaz, met in Amsterdam last week for a munificent farewell rice tafel in the city's best Indonesian restaurant. Afterwards they were flown to Panama. Tales of large orders of materiel by Roper's nominees have been circulating the arms bazaars for several months. But there has been a new gloss, which is to say that Palfrey's predictions of a switch in Roper's shopping list have found independent confirmation. Strelski's brother Michael, alias Apostol, has been talking to a fellow cartel lawyer named Moranti. The said Moranti operates out of Caracas and is held to be the mainstay of the shaky alliance between the cartels. "Your Mr. Roper is going patriotic," Strelski announces to Burr over the secure telephone. "He's buying American." Burr's heart sinks, but he plays unconcerned. "That's not patriotic, Joe. A Brit should be buying British." "He's selling a new message to the cartels," says Strelski, undeterred. "If their perceived enemy is Uncle Sam, they're best off using Uncle Sam's toys. That way they have direct access to spares. They have captured enemy weapons they can assimilate. They are familiar with the enemy's techniques. British Starstreak HVMs, shoulder-held. British frag grenades, British tech. That's part of the package, sure. But they're mainstream toys. They have to be a mirror image of the perceived enemy. Some Brit, the rest American." "So what do the cartels say?" Burr asks. "They love it. They're in love with American technology. British, too. They love Roper. They want the best." "Does anybody explain what brought on this change of heart?" Burr detects a concern comparable with his own below the surface of Strelski's voice. "No, Leonard. Nobody explains a fucking thing. Not to enforcement, not in Miami. Maybe not in London either." The story was confirmed a day later by a dealer of Burr's acquaintance in Belgrade. Sir Anthony Jayston Bradshaw, well known as Roper's signer in the shadier marketplaces, had the previous day switched a $3 million pilot order for Czech Kalashnikovs to a similar order for American Armalites, destined theoretically for Tunisia. The guns were to be lost in transit and rerouted as agricultural machinery to Gdansk, where storage and onward transportation on a Panama-bound container ship had been arranged. Jayston Bradshaw had also expressed interest in British-built ground-to-air rockets, but was allegedly demanding an inordinate side commission for himself. But while Burr grimly noted this development, Goodhue appeared unable to grasp its implications. "I don't care whether they're buying American guns or Chinese pea-shooters, Leonard. I don't care whether they're stripping the British makers bare. It's drugs for arms, whichever way you look at it, and there's not a court on earth will condone it." Burr noticed that as Goodhue said this, he flushed, and seemed to have difficulty keeping his temper. Still the information pours in. No location for the exchange of goods has so far been agreed. Only the 2 principals will know the final details in advance. The cartels have set aside the port of Buenaventura on the west coast of Colombia as the point of departure for their shipment, and past practice suggests that the same port will be used as the reception point for the incoming materiel. Well-armed, if incompetent, units of the Colombian army in the cartel's pay have been dispatched to the Buenaventura area to provide cover for the transaction. 100 empty army trucks are mustered in the dockside warehouses, but when Strelski requests a sight of the satellite photographs that could confirm or deny this information, so he tells Burr, he hits a brick wall. the espiocrats of Langley decree that he does not possess the necessary clearance. Leonard, will you please tell me something? What the fuck is flagship in all this? Burr's head reels. It is his understanding that in Whitehall, codename flagship is doubly restricted. Not only is it confined to those who are flagship cleared, it is graded guard, keep away from Americans. So what on earth is Strelski doing, an American being refused access to codename flagship by the barons of pure intelligence in Langley, Virginia? Flagship is nothing but a fence to keep us out, Burr fumes to Goodhue, minutes later. If Langley can know about it, why can't we? For flagship, read Darker and his friends across the pond. Goodhue is deaf to Burr's indignation. He pores over shipping maps, draws himself routes in coloured crayons, reads up on compass bearings, stopover times, and port formalities. He buries himself in works on maritime law, and beards a grand legal authority he was at school with. Now what do you know, Brian, if anything? Burr hears him piping down the bare corridor. About interdiction at sea. Certainly I'm not going to pay your ridiculous fees. I'm going to give you a very bad lunch at my club and steal 2 hours of your grossly inflated professional time in the interest of your country. How's your wife putting up with you now you're a lord? Well, give her my sympathy and meet me on Thursday prompt at 1. You're coming on too strong, Rex, thinks Burr. Slow down. We're still a long way from home. Names, Rook had said. Names and numbers. Jonathan is providing them by the score. To the uninitiated, his offerings might seem at first glance trivial. Nicknames culled from place cards at the dinner table. Fugitive conversations partly overheard. The glimpse of a letter lying on Roper's desk. Roper's jottings to himself about the who, the how much, the how and when. Taken singly, such snippets made poor fare beside Pat Flynn's clandestine photographs of Spetsnaz-turned mercenaries arriving at Bogota Airport, or Amato's hair-raising accounts of Corcoran's secret rampages in the Nassau fleshpots, or intercepted bank drafts from respectable financial houses, showing tens of millions of dollars homing on Roper-related offshore companies in Curaçao. Yet properly assembled, Jonathan's reports provided revelations that were as sensational as any great dramatic coup. After a night of them, Burr declared that he felt seasick. After 2, Goodhue remarked that he would not be surprised to read of his own High Street bank manager showing up in Crystal with a suitcase full of clients' cash. It was not so much the tentacles of the octopus as its ability to enter the most hallowed shrines that left them aghast. It was the involvement of institutions that even Burr had till now presumed inviolate, of names above reproach. For Goodhue, it was as if the very pageantry of England was dying before his eyes. Dragging himself homeward in the small hours, he would pause to stare feverishly at a parked police car, and wonder whether the daily stories of police violence and corruption were true after all, not the invention of journalists and malcontents. Entering his club, he would spot an eminent merchant banker or stockbroker of his acquaintance, and instead of flapping a hand at them in cheery greeting, as he would have done 3 months ago, would study them from under lowered brows across the dining room, asking them in his mind, "Are you another of them? Are you? Are you?" "I shall make a Dame Marsh," he declared at one of their late-night threesomes. "I've decided. I'll convene joint steering. I'll mobilize the Foreign Office for a start. They're always good for a fight against the Darkists. Merridew will stand up and be counted. I'm sure he will." "Why should he?" said Burr. "Why shouldn't he? Merridew's brother is top man in Jayston Warhol, if I remember rightly. Jayston's put in for 500 bearer bonds in the Curaçao Company at $500,000 a crack last week." "Dreadfully sorry about this, old boy," Palfrey whispered, from the shadows that seemed always to surround him. "About what, Harry?" said Goodhue kindly. Palfrey's haunted eyes glanced past him at the doorway. He was sitting in a North London pub of his own choosing, not far from Goodhue's house in Kentish Town. "Panicking. Ringing your office. Distress rocket. How did you get here so fast?" "Bike, of course. What's the matter, Harry? You look as though you've seen a ghost. They haven't been threatening your life, too, have they?" "Bike," Palfrey repeated, taking a pull of scotch and immediately wiping his mouth with a handkerchief as if to remove the guilty traces. "About the best thing anyone can do, bike. Fellows on the pavement can't keep up. Fellows in cars have to keep going round the block. Mind if we go next door? Noisier." They sat in the games room where there was a jukebox to drown their conversation. Two muscular-looking boys with crew cuts were playing bar billiards. Palfrey and Goodhue sat side by side on a wooden settle. Palfrey struck a match and had difficulty bringing the flame to his cigarette. "Things are hotting up," he murmured. "Burr's getting a bit warm. I warned them, but they wouldn't listen. Time to take the gloves off." "You warned them, Harry?" Goodhue said, mystified as ever by the complexity of Palfrey's systems of betrayal. "Warned whom?" "Not Darker." "You don't mean you warned Darker, do you?" "Got to play both sides of the net, old boy," said Palfrey, wrinkling his nose and casting another nervous glance around the bar. "Only way to survive. Got to keep up your credibility. Both ends." A frantic smile. "Tapping my phone," he explained, pointing at his ear. "Who is?" "Geoffrey. Geoffrey's people. Mariners. Flagship people." "How do you know?" "Oh, you don't. Can't tell. No one can. Not these days. Not unless it's sort of third world, or the police doing it with their feet. No way." He drank, shaking his head. "It's hitting the fan, Rex. Getting a bit big." He drank again, quick sips. He muttered cheers, forgetting he had said cheers already. "They tip me the word. Secretaries, old buddies from legal department. They don't say it, you see. Don't have to. Not, 'Excuse me, Harry, my boss is tapping your phone.' It's hints." Two men in motorcycle leathers had begun a game of shove-halfpenny. "I say, would you mind if we went somewhere else?" There was an empty trattoria opposite the cinema. The time was 6:30. The Italian waiter despised them. "The boys have done over my flat, too," Palfrey said, sniggering, as if he were relating a smutty joke. "Didn't pinch anything. My landlord told me. Two chums of mine said I'd given them the key." "Had you?" "No." "Have you given a key to anyone else?" "Well, you know, girls and things. Most of 'em give 'em back." "So they have been threatening you. I was right." Goodhue ordered 2 spaghettis and a bottle of Chianti. The waiter pulled a sour face and yelled through the kitchen door. Palfrey's fear was all over him. It was like a breeze, plucking at his knees and taking his breath away before he spoke. "Bit hard to unlock oneself, actually, Rex," Palfrey explained, apologetically. "Habits of a lifetime, I suppose. Can't get the toothpaste back in the tube once you've sat on it. Problem." He ducked his mouth to the brim of his glass to catch the wine before it spilt. "Need a helping hand, as it were. I'm sorry about that." As so often with Palfrey, Goodhue felt he was listening to a faulty broadcast of which the meaning came only in garbled bursts. "I can't promise you anything, Harry. You know that. There are no free dispensations in life. Everything has to be earned. I believe that. I think you do, too.
Yes, but you've got the guts,
Palfrey objected. And you've got the knowledge, said Goodhue. Palfrey's eyes popped wide in amazement. That's what Dacre said. Bang on. Too much knowledge. Dangerous knowledge. My bad luck. You're a marvel, Rex. Bloody clairvoyant. So you've been talking to Geoffrey Dacre. What about?
Well, him to me, really. I just listened.
When?
Yesterday. No, Friday. Came and saw me in my room, 10 to 1, just putting on my Mac. What are you doing for lunch? Thought he was going to invite me. Well, just a vague date at my club, I said. Nothing I can't cancel. So he said, good, cancel it. So I cancelled. Then we talked, in the lunch hour, in my office. Nobody around. Not even a glass of Perrier or a dry biscuit. Good tradecraft, though. Geoffrey always had good tradecraft. He grinned again. And he said, Goodhue prompted. He said, Palfrey took a huge breath, like somebody about to do a length under water. He said it was time for good men to come to the aid of the party. Said the cousins wanted a clear run on the limpet thing. They could take care of their enforcement people, all right, but they counted on us to take care of ours. Wanted to be sure I was aboard. And you said? I was, 100%. Well, I am, aren't I? He bridled. You're not suggesting I should have told him to stuff it, are you? Christ! Of course not, Harry. You must do what is best for you, I understand that. So you said you were aboard. What did he say? Palfrey relapsed into an aggressive sullenness. He wanted a legal reading of the River House's demarcation deal with the Burr Agency by Wednesday, 5 o'clock, the deal I drafted for you. I undertook to provide it. And? That's all there is. Wednesday, 5 p.m. is my deadline. The flagship team will be holding meeting the next morning. He'll need time to study my report first. I said, no problem. The abrupt halt on a high note, accompanied by a lifting of the brows, gave Goodhue pause. When his son made the same gesture, it meant that he was concealing something. Goodhue had a similar suspicion about Palfrey. Is that all? Why shouldn't it be? Was Dacre pleased with you? Very, as a matter of fact. Why? You'd only agreed to obey orders, Harry. Why should he be pleased with you? Did you agree to do something else for him? Goodhue had the strange sense that Palfrey was urging him to press harder. Did you tell him something, perhaps? He suggested, smiling in order to make confession more attractive. Palfrey gave an anguished grin. But, Harry, what could you possibly have told Dacre that he didn't know already? Palfrey was really trying. It was as if he was taking repeated runs at the same hurdle, determined to clear it sooner or later. Did you tell him about me? Goodhue suggested. You couldn't have done. It would have been suicide. Did you? Palfrey was shaking his head. Never, he whispered. Scout's honor, Rex. Wouldn't cross my mind. Then what? Just a theory, Rex. Presumption, that's all. Hypothesis. Law of probabilities. Not secrets, nothing bad. Theories, idle theories, chit-chat, past the time of day. Chap standing in my room, lunchtime, staring at me. Got to tell him something. Theories based on what? The submission I prepared for you,
About the sort of criminal case against Roper that would stick under English law. I worked on it in your office. You remember? Of course I remember. What was your theory? There was this American secret annex that got it all going, prepared by their enforcement people in Miami. The summary of evidence to date. Strelsky, isn't that the chap? Roper's original pitch to the cartels. The broad elements of the deal, all very shrouded, very top secret. Yours and Burr's eyes only. And your eyes, too, of course, Goodhue suggested, pulling back from him in a presentiment of disgust. I played this game, you see, the one you can't help playing when you read a report like that. Well, we all do, don't we? Can't help it. Natural curiosity. Can't stop your mind going. Spot the snitch. These long passages, with only 3 chaps in the room, 2 sometimes. Wherever they were, there was always this reliable source, peaching on them. Well, I know modern technology is the cat's whiskers, but this was ridiculous. So you spotted the snitch. Palfrey looked really proud, like a man who has finally put his courage together and done his duty for the day. And you told Darker whom you'd spotted, Goodhue suggested. The Greek chap, hand in glove with the cartels, and ratting on them to enforcement as soon as their backs were turned. Apostol. Lawyer, just like me. Informed by Goodhue that same night of Palfrey's indiscretion, Burr faced the dilemma every agent runner dreads most. His first response typically was from the heart. He drafted an urgent personal signal to Strelsky in Miami, saying he had reason to believe that unfriendly purists are now conscious of the identity of your brother Michael. He changed conscious to witting, out of deference to the American espiocrat's jargon, and sent it. He forbore from suggesting that the leak was British. Strelsky could work that out for himself. His duty by Strelsky done, the descendant of Yorkshire handloom weavers sat stoically in his attic room, staring through the skylight at the orange Whitehall sky. No longer was Burr eating out his heart for a sign, any sign of his agent. Now it was his duty to decide whether to pull his agent out, or swallow the risk and carry on. Still pondering, he ambled down the long corridor, and perched himself, hands in pockets, on the radiator in Goodhue's office, while the pigeons argued on the parapet. "Shall we do worst case?" Goodhue suggested. "Worst case is they put Apo under a bright light, and he tells them he had orders from us to discredit Corcoran as a signer," said Burr. "Then they target my boy as the new signer." "Who is they in this scenario, Leonard?" Burr shrugged. "Apo's clients? All the purists." "But good heavens, Leonard, pure intelligence is on our side. We have our differences, but they wouldn't endanger our source merely because of a turf war between—" "Oh, yes, they would, Rex," Burr said kindly. "That's who they are, you see. That's what they do." Once again Burr sat in his room, contemplating his choice alone. A gambler's green desk lamp, a weaver's skylight to the stars. Roper. 2 more weeks and I can have you. I'll know which ship, I'll know the names and numbers and the places. I'll have a case against you that not all your privilege and your smart insider friends, and not all the legal sophistry in the business can buy off. Jonathan. The best Joe I ever had. The only one whose code I never cracked. First I knew you as an inscrutable face. Now I know you as an inscrutable voice. Yes, fine, thanks, Leonard. Well, Corcoran does suspect me, but poor chap, he can't quite work out what he suspects me of. Jed? Well, she is still in favour, so far as one can judge. But she and Roper are such behaviourists. It's jolly hard to tell what goes on underneath. Behaviourist, thought Burr grimly. My God, if you're not a behaviourist, who is? What about your little spot of temperament at Mamma Lowe's? The cousins will do nothing, he decided in a spurt of optimism. An agent identified is an agent gained. Even if they succeed in identifying Jonathan, they'll sit on their thumbs and wait to see what he produces. The cousins are sure to act, he told himself, as the pendulum swung the other way. Apostol is their expendable asset. If the cousins want to deserve favour with the cartels, they'll make them a present of Apostol. If they think we're getting too close for comfort, they'll blow Apostol and deprive us of our sauce. Chin in hand, Burr gazed up at the skylight, watching the autumn dawn appear between the torn ridges of cloud. Abort, he decided. Spirit Jonathan to safety, change his face, give him yet another name, put up the shutters and go home. And spend your life wondering which of the 6 ships currently on charter to Ironbrand contains the arms haul of a lifetime, and where the exchange of merchandise took place, and how hundreds, perhaps thousands of millions of pounds worth of bearer bonds vanished without trace into the well-tailored pockets of their anonymous bearers, and how tens of tons of top-grade refined cocaine at airstrip prices went conveniently missing somewhere between the west coast of Colombia and the free zone of Colon, to resurface in sensibly controlled quantities, never too much at a time, on the joyless streets of Middle Europe. And Joe Strelsky and Pat Flynn and Amato and their team, all their miles in the saddle, for nothing, handed to pure intelligence on a plate. Not even to pure intelligence, but to some sinister brotherhood within it. The secure phone rang. Burr grabbed the receiver. It was Rook, reporting from Curaçao on his field handset. The man's jet landed here an hour ago, he announced, with his built-in reluctance to mention names. Our friend was of the party. How did he look? Burr asked eagerly. Fit. No scars that I could see. Nice suit, smart shoes. Had a crusher either side of him, but that didn't seem to cramp his style. Pink of condition, if you ask me. You said to ring you, Leonard. Burr stared round him at the maps and sea charts, at the aerial photographs of tracts of jungle ringed in red, at the heaps of files littering the old deal desk. He remembered all the months of labour, now hanging by a thread. We stay with the operation, he said. He flew to Miami next day. Chapter 21. The friendship between Jonathan and Roper, that, as Jonathan now realized, had been budding throughout the weeks at Crystal, burst into flower the moment the Roper jet cleared Nassau International Airport. You might have thought the 2 men had agreed to wait for this shared moment of release before they acknowledged their good feelings for each other. "Christ!" Roper shouted, gleefully unfastening his seat-belt. "Women, questions, kids. Thomas, good to have you aboard. Meggs, bring us a pot of coffee, darling. Too early for shampoo. Coffee, Thomas." "I'd love some," said the hotelier, and added winningly, "After Corky's performance last night, I could do with rather a lot of it." "Hell was all that stuff about you having a roller?" "I've no idea. I think he must have decided I was going to steal yours." "Ass. Sit over here. Don't lurk across the aisle. Croissant, Meggs. Red jelly?" Meg was the stewardess from Tennessee. "Mr. Roper, now when did I ever forget the croissant? Coffee, hot croissant, bread rolls, jelly all round. Get that feeling sometimes, Thomas. Free. No kids, animals, servants, investors, guests, inquisitive women. Got your world back. Free to move. Weight on your back, women are, if you let 'em. Happy bunny today, Meggs?" Sure am, Mr. Roper. Where's the juice? Forgotten the juice. Typical. Sacked, Meggs. Fired. Better leave now. Jump. Unperturbed, Meg set out their 2 breakfast trays, then brought the fresh orange juice and coffee and hot croissant and red jelly. She was a woman of about 40, with a trace of a hare lip, and a bruised but gallant sexuality. "Know something, Thomas?" she asked. "He always does this to me. It's like he has to psych himself up before he earns his next million. Do you know I have to make the red jelly? I sit home, I make red jelly for him. That's all I do when we're not flying. Mr. Roper won't eat anybody's red jelly but mine." Roper let out a raw laugh. "Next million? Hell are you talking about, woman? Million wouldn't pay for the soap on this plane. Best red jelly in the world. Only reason she's still here." He crushed a bread roll in his fist, using all his fingers at once. "Good living's a duty. Whole point of it all. Living well's the best revenge." "Who said that?" "Whoever he was, he got it absolutely right," said Jonathan loyally. "Set a high standard. Let chaps strive for it. Only way. Turn the money over, world goes round. You worked in smart hotels, you know the score. Jelly's off, Meggs, fizzy. Right, Thomas?" "To the contrary, it's to die for," Jonathan replied firmly, with a wink for Meg. Laughter all round. The chief is on a high, so is Jonathan. Suddenly they seem to have everything in common, including Jed. Gold lace lines the cloud banks. Sunlight streams into the plane. They could be on their way to heaven. Tabby is in the tail seat. Frisky has placed himself forward by the bulkhead, covering the pilot's door. 2 McDanbys sit in the middle of the plane, tapping their laptop computers. "Women ask too many questions. Right, Meggs?" "Not me, Mr. Roper. Never." "Remember that hooker I had, Meggs? Me 16, her 30, remember?" "I surely do, Mr. Roper. She gave you your first lesson in life." "Nervous, you see. Virgin." They were eating side by side, able to confide without the threat of eye contact. "Not her. Me." Another shout of laughter. "Didn't know the form, so I played the earnest student type. Decided she had to have a problem. Poor you. Where did it all go wrong?" Thought she was going to tell me her old dad had the big C, and her mum had run off with a plumber when she was 12. Looks at me. Not a friendly look at all. "What's your name?" she says. Little Staffordshire Terrier, broad-arsed, 5 foot nothing. "I'm Dickie," I said. "Now you listen to me, Dickie," she says. "You can fuck my body, and that'll cost you a £5, but you can't fuck my mind because that's private." Never forgot it, did I, Meggs? Marvellous woman. Should have married her. And not Meggs. The tart. His shoulder nudged up against Jonathan's again. "Want to know how it works? If it's not a state secret. Fig leaf operation. You're the fig leaf. Straw man, the Germans call it. Joke is, you're not even straw. You don't exist. All the better. Derek Thomas, merchant venturer, regular guy, quick on his feet, personable, wholesome. Decent record in commerce. No skeletons. Good crits. It's Dickie and Derek. Maybe we've done deals before. Nobody's business but ours. I go to the clowns, the brokers, the venture boys, flexible banks, and I say, got a very smart cookie here. Brilliant plan, quick profits, needs backing. Mum's the word. It's tractors, turbines, machine parts, minerals. It's land. It's what the hell. Introduce you to him later if you're good. He's young. He's got the connections. Don't ask where. Very resourceful. Politically hip. Good with the right people. Opportunity of a lifetime. Didn't want you missing out. Double your money in 4 months max. You'll be buying paper. If you don't want paper, don't waste my time. We're talking bearer bonds. No names, no pack drill. No connection with any other firm, including mine. It's another Trust Dickie deal. I'm in, but I'm not there. Companies formed in an area where no accounts need to be prepared or filed. No British connection, not our colony, somebody else's mess. When the deal's done, company ceases trading. Pull the plug on it, close the accounts, see you sometime. Very tight circle, few chaps as possible, no silly questions, take it or leave it. Want you to be one of the few. All right so far? Do they believe you? Roper laughed. Wrong question. Does the story play? Can they sell it to their punters? Do they like the cut of your jib? Are you a pretty face on the prospectus? Play our cards right. Answers yes every time. You mean there's a prospectus? Roper let out another rich laugh. Worse than a bloody woman, this chap, he told Meg contentedly as she poured more coffee. Why? How, when, where? I never do that, Mr. Roper, said Meg severely. You never do, Meggs. You're a good scout. Mr. Roper, you are patting my behind again. Oh, sorry, Meggs. Must have thought I was at home. Back to Jonathan. No, there's no prospectus. Figure of speech. By the time we've printed the prospectus, with any luck, we won't have a company. Roper resumed his briefing, and Jonathan heard him and replied to him from within the cocoon of his other meditations. He was thinking of Jed, and his images of her were so vivid it was a wonder that Roper, sitting a few inches from him, did not receive some telepathic inkling of them. He felt her hands on his face while she studied him, and he wondered what she saw. He remembered Burr and Rook in the training house in London, and as he listened to Roper describing the energetic young executive, Thomas, he realized that once again he was conniving in the manipulation of his character. He heard Roper say Langbourne had gone ahead to smooth the way, and wondered whether this might be the moment to warn him that Caroline was betraying the cause behind his back, and so earn further credit in Roper's estimation. Then he decided Roper knew this anyway. How else would Jed have been able to tax him with his sins? He pondered, as he pondered constantly, the intractable mystery of Roper's notions of right and wrong, and he remembered how, in Sophie's judgment, the worst man in the world was a moralist, who gained stature in his own eyes by disregarding his perceptions. He destroys. He makes a great fortune, so he considers himself divine, she had declared in angry mystification. Apo will recognize you, of course, Roper was saying. The bloke he met at Crystal used to work at Meister's, chum of Dickie's. No problem there that I can see. Anyway, Apo's the other side. Jonathan turned quickly to him, as if Roper had reminded him of something. I wanted to ask you, actually, who is the other side? I mean, it's great to be selling, but who's the buyer? Roper let out a false shout of pain. We've got one, Meggs. Doubts me. Can't leave a good thing alone. Now, I don't blame him one jot, Mr. Roper. You can be very mean when the mood is upon you. I've seen it before, you know I have. Mean and devious, and very, very charming. Roper dozed, so Jonathan obediently dozed too, listening to the chirrup of the McDanby's laptops over the roar of the engines. He woke. Meg brought shampoo and smoked salmon canapes. There was more talk, more laughter, more doze. He woke again to find the plane circling above a Dutch toy town, shrouded in a white heat haze. Through the haze he saw the slow bursts of artillery fire, as the flare stacks of Wilhelmstadt's oil refinery burned off their surplus gas. I'll be hanging on to your passport for you, if you don't mind, Tommy, Frisky said quietly, as they walked across the shimmering runway. Just pro tem, right? How are you off for cash at all? I haven't any, said Jonathan. Oh, right then, we needn't bother. All those credit cards old Corky gave you, they're more for show, you see, Tommy. You wouldn't get a lot of joy not using them. Know what I mean? Roper had already been spirited through customs and was shaking hands with people who respected him. Rook was sitting on an orange bench, reading the inside pages of the Financial Times through the horn-rimmed glasses he only wore for distance. A travelling team of girl missionaries was singing "Gee's You Joy of Man's Desiring" in baby sound, conducted by a man with one leg. The sight of Rook brought Jonathan halfway back to earth. Their hotel was a horseshoe of red-roofed houses at the edge of town, with 2 beaches and an outdoor restaurant that looked onto a choppy, wind-swept sea. In the centre house, the proudest of them, in a run of large rooms on the top floor, the Roper party made its village, with Roper in one corner suite and Derrick S. Thomas, executive, in the other. Jonathan's drawing-room had a balcony with a table and chairs, and his bedroom had a bed big enough for 4 and pillows that did not smell of wood smoke. He had a bottle of Herr Meister's complimentary champagne and a bunch of complimentary green grapes, which Frisky ate in handfuls while Jonathan settled in. And he had a telephone that was not buried 2 feet underground, and rang while he was still unpacking. Frisky watched him pick up the receiver. It was Rook, asking to speak to Thomas. "Thomas speaking," Jonathan said, in his best executive voice. "Message from Mandy. She's on her way up." "I don't know Mandy. Who is this?" Pause, while Rook on the other end of the line affects to do a double take. "Mr. Peter, Thomas." "No, I'm Derrick. Wrong Thomas." "Sorry about that. Must be the one in 22. Jonathan rang off and muttered, "Idiot." He showered, dressed, and returned to the drawing-room to find Frisky slouched in an armchair, combing the in-house magazine for erotic stimulus. He dialed room 22 and heard Rook's voice saying hello. "This is Mr. Thomas in 319. I've got some laundry to be collected, please. I'll leave it outside the door." "Right away," said Rook. He went to the bathroom, took a bunch of handwritten notes that he had wedged behind the cistern, wrapped them in a dirty shirt, put the shirt in the plastic laundry bag, added his socks, handkerchief, and underpants, scribbled a laundry list, put the list in the bag, and hung the bag on the outside door handle of his suite. Closing the door, he glimpsed Millie from Rook's training team in London, stomping down the corridor in a stern cotton dress, to which was pinned a name badge saying, "Mildred." "The chief says to kill time till further orders," Frisky said. So, to Jonathan's delight, they killed time, Frisky armed with a cell phone, and Tabby trailing sulkily behind for added killing power. But Jonathan, for all his fears, felt lighter of heart than at any time since he had set out from the Lanyon on his odyssey. The improbable prettiness of the old buildings filled him with a joyful nostalgia. The floating market and the floating bridge enchanted him exactly as they were supposed to. Like a man released from prison, he gazed dotingly on the boisterous throngs of sun-pink tourists, and listened in marvel to the native chatter of Papiamento, mingling with the startled accents of the Dutch. He was among real people again, people who laughed and stared and shopped and jostled and ate sugar buns in the street, and knew nothing, absolutely nothing of his business. Once he spotted Rook and Millie drinking coffee at a pavement restaurant, and in his new mood of irresponsibility, as near as nothing gave them a wink. Once he recognized a man called Jack, who had shown him how to use impregnated carbon to make secret writing at the training house in Lisson Grove. "Jack, how are you?" He glanced round, and it was not Frisky's head or Tabby's that was bobbing along beside him in his imagination, but Jed's chestnut hair fluttering in the breeze. "I don't get it, Thomas. Do you love somebody for what he does for a living? I'm not into that." "What if he robs banks?" "Everybody robs banks. Banks rob everybody." "What if he killed your sister?" "Oh, Thomas, for Christ's sake." "If you could just call me Jonathan," he said. "Why?" "It's my name. Jonathan Pine." "Jonathan," she said. "Jonathan. Oh, shit. It's like being sent back to the beginning at a gymkhana and made to start all over again. Jonathan. I don't even like it. Jonathan. Jonathan. Maybe it'll grow on you, he suggested. Returning to the hotel, they walked into Langbourne in the lobby, surrounded by a group of dark-suited money men. He was looking angry, the way he might look when his car was late or someone refused to sleep with him. Jonathan's good humour only added to his irritation. "Have you seen Apostol hanging around anywhere?" he demanded, without so much as a hello. "Bloody little man's gone missing." "Not a dicky bird," said Frisky. The furniture had been cleared from Jonathan's drawing-room. Bottles of Dom Perignon lay in a tray of ice on a trestle table. A couple of very slow waiters were unloading plates of canapes from a trolley. "You press the flesh," Roper had said. "You kiss the babies, look wholesome." What if they come at me with business talk? Clowns will be too busy counting the money before they get it. "Could you possibly bring some ashtrays?" Jonathan asked one of the waiters. "And open the windows, if you don't mind. Who's in charge?" "Me, sir," said the waiter, who wore the name Arthur. "Frisky, give Arthur $20, please." With ill grace, Frisky handed over the money. End of Side 11. Side 12. It was crystal without the amateurs. It was crystal without Jed's eye to catch across the room. It was crystal open to the public and swamped by high-powered necessary evils, except that tonight Derek Thomas was the star. Under Roper's benign eye, the polished former night manager shook hands, flashed smiles, remembered names, made witty small talk, worked the room. "Hello, Mr. Gupta. How's the tennis?" "Why, Sir Hector, how jolly nice to see you again." "Mrs. Deloro, how are you? How's that brilliant son of yours doing at Yale?" A buttery English banker from Rickmansworth took Jonathan aside to lecture him on the value of commerce to the emerging world. Two pumice-faced bond-sellers from New York listened impassively. "I'll tell you bluntly, I'm not ashamed of it. I've said it before to these gentlemen. I'll say it again now. With your third world today, what matters is how they spend the stuff, not how they make it. Plough it back. Only rule of the game. Improve your infrastructure. Raise your social standards. Beyond that, anything goes. I mean it. Brad here agrees with me. So does Sol." Brad spoke with his lips so close together that Jonathan at first didn't realize he was speaking at all. "You, have expertise at all, Derek? You, an engineer, sir? Surveyor? Something of that kind?" "Boats are my best thing, really," said Jonathan cheerfully. "Not Dicky's sort. Sailing boats. 60 foot's about as far as I like to go." "Boats, huh? I love 'em. He, likes boats." "Me too," says Sol. The party ended with an orgy of handshakes. "Derek, it's been an inspiration." "You bet." "Take care now, Derek." "You bet." "Derek, there's a job for you in Philly any time you say."
"Derek, next time you're in Detroit." "You bet."
Enraptured by his performance, Jonathan stood on the balcony, smiling at the stars, scenting the oil on the dark sea wind. What are you doing now? Supper with Corcoran and the Nassau set, Cynthia who breeds celiums, Stephanie who tells fortunes, discussing yet more menus for the winter cruise with barely affordable Delia, the Iron Pasha's coveted chef. Or are you lying with your head in the white silk cushion of your arm, whispering, "Jonathan, for Christ's sake, what's a girl to do?"
"Time for the noseback, Tommy. Can't keep the gentry waiting."
"I'm not hungry, actually, Frisky."
"I don't expect anybody is, Tommy. It's like church. Come on."
Dinner is in an ancient fort on a hilltop overlooking the harbour. Seen from here at night, little Wilhelmstadt is as big as San Francisco, and even the blue-grey cylinders of the refinery have a stately magic. The McDanbys have taken a table for 20, but only 14 can be raised. Jonathan is being recklessly amusing about the cocktail party. Meg and the English banker and his wife are laughing themselves sick. But Roper's attention is elsewhere. He is staring down into the harbour, where a great cruise ship decked with fairy lights is moving between anchored cargo vessels towards a distant bridge. Does Roper covet it? Sell the Pasha? Get something a decent size? "Substitute lawyers on his way, damn them," Langbourne announces, returning yet again from the telephone. "Swears he'll be here in time for the meeting." "Who are they sending?" says Roper. "Moranti from Caracas." "That thug. Hell's happened to Apo?" "They told me to ask Jesus. Joke of some sort." "Anyone else decided not to show?" Roper asks, his eyes still fixed upon the cruise ship. "Everyone else is on cue," Langbourne replies, tersely. Jonathan hears their conversation, and so does Rook, seated with Millie and Amato at their table next to the protection. The three of them are poring over a guidebook of the island, pretending to wonder where they'll go tomorrow. Jed was floating, which was what always happened to her when her life got out of sync. She floated, and she kept floating till the next man, or the next crazy house party, or the next family misfortune provided her with a change of direction, which she then variously described to herself as fate, or running for cover, or growing up, or having fun, or, less comfortably these days, doing her own thing. And part of floating was to do everything at once, rather like the whippet she had had when she was young, who believed that if you ran fast enough round a corner, you were sure to put up something you could chase. But then the whippet was content that life should be a succession of patternless episodes, whereas Jed had for too long been wondering where the episodes in her own life were leading. So in Nassau, from the moment Roper and Jonathan had left, Jed went straight to work, doing everything. She went to the hairdresser and the dressmaker. She invited simply everybody to the house. She entered herself for the Windermere Quay ladies' tennis competition, and accepted every invitation that came her way. She bought file covers to contain her household bump for the winter cruise. She telephoned the Pasha's chef and housekeeper, and drew up menus and placements, even though she knew that Roper was certain to countermand her instructions, because in the end he liked to do it all himself. But the time scarcely moved. She prepared Daniel for his return to England. She took him shopping and got in friends of his age, even though Daniel loathed them and said so. She organized a barbecue for them on the beach, all the time pretending that Corky was quite as much fun as Jonathan. "I mean, honestly, Dan, isn't he a scream?" And doing her absolute best to ignore the fact that ever since they had left Crystal, Corcoran had sulked and puffed and shot pompous scowls at her exactly like her elder brother William, who fucked every girl in sight, including all her friends, but thought his little sister should go virgin to the grave. But Corcoran was even worse than William. He had appointed himself her chaperone, her watchdog, and her jailer. He squinted at her letters almost before she had opened them. He earwigged her phone calls and tried to elbow his way into every bloody corner of her day. "Corks, darling, you are being a bore, you know. You're making me feel like Mary Queen of Scots. I know Roper wants you to look after me, but couldn't you possibly go and play on your own for some of the day?" But Corcoran stuck doggedly at her side, sitting in the drawing-room in his Panama hat and reading the newspaper while she telephoned, hanging around the kitchen while she and Daniel made fudge, writing out the labels for Daniel's home-bound luggage. Until finally, like Jonathan, Jed retreated deep inside herself. She gave up small talk. She gave up, except when she was with Daniel, her wearying efforts to appear on top of life. She gave up counting the hours, and allowed herself instead to roam the landscape of her inmost world. She thought of her father, and what she had always considered to be his useless and outdated sense of honor, and she decided it had actually meant more to her than all the bad things that had happened on account of it, such as the sale of the debt-ridden family house and the horses, and her parents' move to their present dreadful little bungalow on the old estate, and the perpetual rage of Uncle Henry and all the other trustees. She thought of Jonathan, and tried to fathom what it meant to her that he was working for Roper's ruin, She wrestled, as her father would have done, with the rights and wrongs of her dilemma. But all she could really come up with was that Roper represented a catastrophic wrong turning in her life, and that Jonathan had some brotherly claim upon her that was unlike any other claim she had ever felt, and that she even found it companionable when he saw through her, provided he was also confident of the good parts of her, because those were the parts she wanted to get out and dust and put back into service. For instance, she wanted her father back, and she wanted her Catholicism back, even if it woke the tearaway in her every time she thought about it. She wanted firm ground under her feet, but this time she was prepared to work for it. She would even listen sweetly to her bloody mother. Finally came Daniel's day of departure, which by then she seemed to have been waiting for all her life. So Jed and Corcoran together took Daniel and his luggage to the airport in the Rolls, and as soon as they arrived, Daniel needed to dawdle alone at the newsstand in order to buy sweets and reading material, and do whatever small boys do when they're going back to their bloody mothers. So Jed and Corcoran waited for him in the middle of the concourse, both suddenly miserable at the prospect of his departure, the more so since Daniel was on the verge of serious tears. And then, to her surprise, she heard Corcoran speaking to her in a conspiratorial whisper. "Got your passport, Hart?" "Corks, darling, it's Daniel who's leaving, not me. Remember?" "Have you got it or not? Quick." "I've always got it." "Then go with him, Hart," he begged, taking out his handkerchief and fussing his nose with it in order not to look as though he was talking. "Jump for it now. Corks never said a word. All your own work. Seats galore, I asked." But Jed didn't jump for it. It never crossed her mind, which was something she was at once extremely pleased about. In the past, she had tended to jump first and ask questions afterwards. But that morning, she discovered that she had answered the questions in her mind already, and she wasn't going to jump anywhere if it meant jumping further away from Jonathan. Jonathan was dreaming deliciously when the phone rang, and still dreaming as he lifted it. Nonetheless, the close observer was swift in his reaction, stifling the first ring, then switching on the light, then grabbing a notepad and pencil in anticipation of Rook's instructions. "Jonathan," she said, proudly. He pressed his eyes shut. He jammed the phone to his ear, trying to contain the sound of her voice. Every practical instinct in him told him to say, "Jonathan who? Wrong number," and ring off. "You stupid little fool," he wanted to scream at her. "I told you, don't ring, don't try to get in touch, just wait. So you ring, you get in touch, and you bubble my real Christian name straight into the listener's ears." "For Christ's sake," he whispered, "get off the line. Go to sleep." But the conviction in his voice was fading, and it was too late now to say wrong number. So he lay with the telephone at his ear, listening while she repeated his name. "Jonathan, Jonathan," practicing it, getting the hang of it in all its shades, so that nobody would send her back to the beginning of the course to start her round again. "They've come for me." It was an hour later, and Jonathan could hear footsteps trying to be silent outside his door. He sat up. He heard one step, and it was sticky on the ceramic tiles, and he knew it was a bare foot. He heard a second, and it was on the carpet that ran down the centre of the corridor. He saw the corridor light go on and off in his keyhole as a body slipped past, he thought, from left to right. Was Frisky sizing up to burst in on him? Had he gone to fetch Tabby so that they could do the job together? Was Millie returning his laundry? Was a barefoot boot boy collecting shoes to clean? The hotel does not clean shoes. He heard the click of a bedroom lock across the corridor, and knew it was a barefoot Meg coming back from Roper's suite. He felt nothing, no censure, no easing of his conscience or his soul. "I screw," Roper had said. So he screwed, and Jed led the pack. He watched the sky lighten in his window, imagining her head gently turning against his ear. He dialed room 22, let it ring 4 times, and dialed again, but didn't speak. "You're bang on course," Rook said quietly. "Now hear this." Jonathan, he thought, as he listened to Rook's instructions. Jonathan, Jonathan, Jonathan. When is all this going to blow up in your face? Chapter 22. Notary Mulder's office had rosewood furniture and plastic flowers, and grey Venetian blinds. The many happy faces of the Dutch royal family beamed down from the panelled walls, and Notary Mulder beamed with them. Langbourne and the substitute lawyer, Moranti, sat at a table. Langbourne his usual sullen self, leafing through a folder of papers. But Moranti, watchful as an old pointer dog, following Jonathan's every movement with his shaggy brown eyes. He was a broad-headed Latin in his 60s, white-haired and brown-skinned, with a pitted face. Even motionless, he brought something disturbing to the room, a whiff of popular justice, of peasant struggles for survival. Once he let out a furious grunt and smashed his big paw on the table, but it was only to pull the paper across the table to inspect it, then shove it back. Once he tilted back his head and peered into Jonathan's eyes, as if he were examining them for colonialist sentiments. "You are English, Mr. Thomas?" "New Zealander." "You are welcome to Curaçao." Mulder, by contrast, was plump and Pickwickian in a risible world. When he beamed, his cheeks twinkled like red apples, and when he stopped beaming, you wanted to hurry forward and ask him tenderly what you had done wrong. But his hand shook. Why it shook, who shook it, whether it shook from debauchery or disability or drink or fear, Jonathan could only guess. But it shook as if it were someone else's hand. It shook as it received Jonathan's passport from Langbourne, and as it painstakingly copied the false details onto a form. It shook as it returned the passport to Jonathan instead of Langbourne. It shook again as it set the papers on the table. Even his pudgy forefinger shook as it indicated to Jonathan the place where he should sign his life away, and the place where just initials would do the job. And when Mulder had made Jonathan sign every sort of document he had heard of, and many he had not, the shaking hand produced the bearer bonds themselves, in a tremulous bundle of weighty-looking blue documents, issued by Jonathan's very own Trade Path Limited, each numbered and embossed with a ducal seal, and engraved in copperplate like banknotes, which in theory they were, since their purpose was to enrich the bearer without revealing his identity. And Jonathan knew at once, he needed no confirmation from anybody, that the bonds were of Roper's own design, for gas, as he would say, to raise the ante, to impress the clowns. Then, on Mulder's cherubic nod, Jonathan signed the bonds too, as sole signatory to the company's bank account, and in the afterglow he signed a little typed love letter to Notary Mulder, reaffirming him in his appointment as Curaçaoan resident manager of Trade Path Limited, in accordance with the local law. And suddenly they were finished, and all that remained was for them to shake the hand that had performed so much hard work, which they duly did. Even Langbourne shook it. And Mulder, the rubicund schoolboy of 50, waved them down the steps with vertical motions of his chubby hand, practically promising to write to them each week. "I'll just have the passport back, Tommy, if you don't mind," said Tabby, with a wink. "But Derek and I have already met, I think, Dickie," the Dutch banker caroled to Roper, who was standing before the place where the marble fireplace would have been, if Curaçao banks had fireplaces. "Not only last night, I think. We are old friends from Crystal, I would say. Nettie, bring Mr. Thomas some tea, please." For a moment the close observer's mind refused to engage. Then he remembered a night at Crystal, and Jed seated at the end of the table in low blue satin and pearls against her skin, and this same oafish Dutch banker, who now stood before him, boring everybody with his connections with great statesmen of the day. "But of course, good to see you again, Pete," the smooth hotelier exclaimed, a little late, offering his signer's hand. And then, as if he had never set eyes on them before, Jonathan found himself shaking hands with Mulder and Moranti for the second time in 20 minutes. But Jonathan made nothing of this, and neither did they, because he was beginning to understand that in the theatre he had entered, one actor could play many parts in a single working day. They sat down, using all four sides of the table, Moranti watching and listening like an umpire, and the banker at the head doing the talking, because he apparently saw it as his first duty to acquaint Jonathan with a mountain of useless information. The share capital of a Curaçaoan offshore company could be denominated in any currency, said the Dutch banker. There was no limitation on foreign ownership of shares. Great, said Jonathan. Langbourne's lazy eyes lifted to him. Moranti's didn't flinch. Roper, who had his head back and was studying the old Dutch mouldings on the ceiling, pulled a private grin. The company was exempt from all capital gains, all withholding, gift or estate taxes, said the banker. Transfer of shares was unrestricted. There was no transfer tax and no ad valorem stamp duty. Well, that's a relief, said Jonathan, in the same enthusiastic tone as before. Mr. Derek Thomas was under no legal requirement to appoint external auditors, the banker said gravely, as if this elevated him to a higher monastic order. Mr. Thomas was at liberty at any time to move his company's seat to another jurisdiction, provided receptive legislation applied in the jurisdiction of his choice. I'll bear that in mind, said Jonathan. And this time, to his surprise, the impassive Moranti broke into a sunny smile and said, New Zealand, as if he had decided that the place had a good ring to it after all. A minimum of $6,000 was required as paid-up share capital. But the requirement in this case was met, the banker continued. All that remained was for our good friend Derek here to put his name to certain pro forma documents. The banker's smile stretched like an elastic band as he indicated a black desk pen that stood nose down on a teak stand. I'm sorry, Pete, said Jonathan, puzzled but still smiling. I didn't quite catch what you said back there. What requirement is met exactly? Your company is fortunate to be in an excellent state of liquidity, Derek, said the Dutch banker in his best informal manner. Oh, splendid. I didn't realize. Then perhaps you'll allow me to take a look at the accounts. The Dutch banker's eyes stayed on Jonathan. Only the slightest inclination of his head referred the question to Roper, who finally removed his gaze from the ceiling. Of course he can see the accounts, Pete. It's Derek's company, for heaven's sake. Derek's name on the paper, Derek's deal. Let him see his accounts if he wants to. Why not? The banker extracted a slim, unsealed orange envelope from a drawer of his desk and passed it across the table. Jonathan lifted the flap and drew out a monthly statement, declaring that the current account of Trade Path Limited of Curaçao stood at $100 million. Anyone else want to see it? Roper asked. Moranti's hand came out. Jonathan passed him the statement. Moranti examined it and passed it to Langbourne, who pulled a bored face and returned it unread to the banker. "Give him the bloody cheque and let's get this over," said Langbourne, tilting his blond head at Jonathan, but keeping his back to him. A girl who had been hovering in the background with a folder under her arm processed ceremoniously round the table till she reached Jonathan. The folder was of leather and smudgily embossed by local craftsmen. Inside it lay a cheque made out to the bank, drawn on the account of Trade Paths, in the sum of $25 million. "Go on, Derek, sign it," said Roper, amused by Jonathan's hesitation. "Won't bounce. Kind of money we leave under the plate, right, Pete?" Everyone laughed, except Langbourne. Jonathan signed the cheque. The girl put it back in the folder and closed the panels for decency. She was of mixed blood and very beautiful, with huge, puzzled eyes and a churchy demureness. Roper and Jonathan were sitting apart on a sofa in the window bay, while the Dutch banker and the three lawyers did business of their own. "Hotel all right?" Roper asked. Fine, thanks. Rather well run. It's hell staying in hotels when you know the trade. Meg's a good sport. Meg's terrific. Clear as mud, I should think, all this legal bollocks. I'm afraid it is. Jed sends love. Dan's won a pot at the kids' regatta yesterday. Chuffed him no end. Taking the replica back to his mother. Wanted you to know. That's marvellous. Thought you'd be pleased. I am. It's a triumph. Well, save your powder. Big night tonight. Another party? Could call it that. There was a last formality, and it required a tape recorder and a script. The girl operated the recorder. The Dutch banker coached Jonathan in the part. In your normal voice, please, Derek, just as you were speaking here today, I think, for our records. Would you be so awfully kind? Jonathan first read the two typed lines to himself, then read them aloud. This is your friend George speaking to you. Thank you for staying awake tonight. And again, please, Derek. Maybe you are a little bit nervous. Just relax, please. He read it again. Once more, please, Derek. You are somewhat tense, I think. Maybe those large sums have affected you. Jonathan smiled his most affable smile. He was their star, and stars are expected to show a little temperament. Actually, Pete, I think I've rather given it my best shot, thank you. Roper agreed. Pete, you're being an old woman. Switch the bloody thing off. Come on, Signor Morante. Time you had a decent meal. The handshaking again. Everyone to everyone in turn. Like dear friends at the changing of the year. So, what do you reckon? Roper asked, through his dolphin smile, as he lay sprawled in a plastic chair on the balcony of Jonathan's suite. Worked it out yet? Or still over your head? It was the nervous time. Time to be waiting in the truck with your face blacked, exchanging casual intimacies to keep the adrenaline at bay. Roper had propped his feet on the balustrade. Jonathan was arched forward over his glass, gazing at the darkening sea. There was no moon. A steady wind was flicking the waves. The first stars were pricking through the stacks of blue-black cloud. In the lighted drawing-room behind them, Frisky, Gus, and Tabby were making murmured conversation. Only Langbourne, draped on a sofa and reading Private Eye, seemed unaware of the tension. There's a Curaçaoan company called Trade Paths, and it owns $100 million US, less 25, Jonathan said. Except, Roper suggested, his smile widening, except it doesn't own a damn thing because Trade Paths is a wholly owned subsidiary of Ironbrand. No, it's not. Officially, Trade Paths is an independent company, no connection with any other firm. In reality, it's your creature and can't move a finger without you. Ironbrand can't be seen to be investing in Trade Paths, so Ironbrand lends the investors money to a tame bank, and the tame bank happens to invest the money in Trade Paths. The bank's the cutout. When the deal's done, Trade Paths pays off the investors with a handsome profit. Everybody goes away happy, and you keep the rest. Who gets hurt? I do, if it goes wrong. It won't. Anyone else? It occurred to Jonathan that Roper required his absolution. Somebody does, for sure. Put it another way. Who gets hurt who wouldn't get hurt anyway? We're selling guns, aren't we? And so? Well, presumably they're being sold to be used. And since it's a disguised deal, one might reasonably assume they're being sold to people who shouldn't have them. Roper shrugged. Who says? Who says who shoots who in the world? Who makes the bloody laws? The big powers? Jesus. Unusually animated, he flung a hand at the darkening seascape. You can't change the colour of the sky. Told Jed. Wouldn't listen. Can't blame her. She's young like you. Give her 10 years, she'll come round. Emboldened, Jonathan went over to the attack. "So who's buying?" he demanded, repeating the question he had put to Roper on the aeroplane. "Morante." "No, he's not. He hasn't paid you a cent. You've put up $100 million, or the investors have. What's Morante putting up? You're selling him guns. He's buying them. So where's his money? Or is he paying you in something that's better than money? Something you can sell for much, much more than $100 million. Roper's face was sculptured marble in the darkness, but it wore the long, bland smile. "Been there yourself, haven't you? You and the Aussie you killed. All right, you deny it. Didn't see it big enough, your trouble. See it big or don't see it at all, my view. You're a smart chap all the same. Pity we didn't meet earlier. Could have done with you in a few other places." A phone rang in the room behind them. Roper turned sharply, and Jonathan followed his gaze, in time to see Langbourne standing with the receiver to his ear, looking at his wristwatch while he talked. He replaced the receiver, shook his head at Roper, and returned to the sofa and private eye. Roper settled back into his plastic chair. "Remember the old China trade?" he asked, nostalgically. "I thought that was in the 1830s. You've read about it, though, haven't you? You read everything else, as far as I can see." "Yes." "Remember what those Hong Kong Brits were running up the river to Canton? Dodging the Chinese customs, funding the empire, building themselves fortunes?" "Opium," said Jonathan. "For tea. Opium for tea. Barter. Came home to England, captains of industry, knighthoods, honours, whole shebang. Hell's the difference. Go for it. That's all that matters. Americans know that. Why don't we? Tight-assed vicars braying from the pulpit every Sunday. Old Nellie's tea parties, seed cake. Poor Mrs. So-and-so's died of the what-nots. Screw it. Worse than bloody prison. "Know what Jed asked me?" "What?" "How bad are you? Tell me the worst." Christ. "What did you say?" "Not bloody well bad enough," I told her. "There's me and there's the jungle," I told her. "No policeman on the street corner. No justice handed down by chaps in wigs familiar with the law. Nothing. I thought that was what you liked." Shook her a bit. Serves her right. Langbourne was tapping on the glass. "So why are you present at the meetings?" Jonathan said. They were standing up. "Why keep a dog and bark yourself?" Roper laughed loudly and clapped a hand on Jonathan's back. "Don't trust the dog. That's why, old boy. Any of my dogs. You, Corky, Sandy, wouldn't trust any of you in an empty henhouse. Nothing personal. Way I am." Two cars were waiting among the lighted hibiscus of the hotel forecourt. The first was a Volvo driven by Gus. Langbourne took the front seat, Roper and Jonathan the back. Tabby and Frisky followed in a Toyota. Langbourne had a briefcase. They crossed a high bridge and saw the lights of the town below them, and the black Dutch waterways cutting through the lights. They descended a steep ramp. The old houses gave way to shanties. Suddenly the dark felt dangerous. They were driving on a flat road, water to their right, floodlit containers piled 4 high to their left, marked with names like Sealand, Nedloyd, and Tiphook. They turned left, and Jonathan saw a low white roof and blue posts, and guessed it was a customs house. The paving changed and made the wheels sing. "Stop at the gates and put your lights out," Langbourne ordered. "All of them." Gus stopped at the gates and doused the car's lights. Close behind them, Frisky in the Toyota did the same. A barred white gateway stood before them with warning notices in Dutch and English. Then the lights around the gate went out too, and with the darkness came silence. In the distance, Jonathan saw a surreal landscape of cranes and forklift trucks, cross-lit by arc lamps, and the pale outlines of big ships. "Let them see your hands. No one move," Langbourne ordered. His voice had acquired authority. This was his show, whatever the show was. He opened his door an inch and worked it, making the courtesy light wink twice inside the car. He closed the door, and again they sat in darkness. He lowered his window. Jonathan saw an outstretched hand reach in. It was white and male and powerful. It was attached to a bare forearm and the short sleeve of a white shirt. 1 hour, Langbourne said, upward into the darkness. That's too long, a gruff, accented voice objected. We agreed 1 hour. 1 hour or nothing.
Okay.
Only then did Langbourne pass an envelope through the open window. A pinlight torch went on. The contents were swiftly counted. The white gate swung back. Still without headlights they drove forward, closely followed by the Toyota. They passed an ancient anchor embedded in concrete, and entered an alley of many-coloured containers, each marked with a letter combination and 7 digits. "Left here," Langbourne said. They swung left, the Toyota after them. Jonathan ducked his head as the arm of an orange crane swooped down on them. "Now right. Here," said Langbourne. They swung right, and the black hull of a tanker rose out of the sea towards them. Right again, and they were skirting a row of half a dozen moored ships. 2 were grand and newly painted. The rest were scruffy feeder ships. Each had a lighted gangway to the waterfront. "Stop!" Langbourne ordered. They stopped, still in darkness, the Toyota on their tail. This time they waited only a few seconds before another pinlight appeared in the windscreen. First red, then white, then back to red again. "Open all windows," Langbourne told Gus. He was worried about hands again. "On the dash where they can see them. Chief, show 'em on the seat in front of you. You too, Thomas." With unaccustomed meekness, Roper did as he was told. The air was cool. The smell of oil mingled with the smells of sea and metal. Jonathan was in Ireland. He was in pugwash docks, stowed aboard the filthy freighter, waiting to steal ashore by darkness. 2 white flashlights appeared either side of the car. Their beams scanned the hands and faces, then the car floor. "Mr. Thomas and party," Langbourne announced. "Come to inspect some tractors. Pay the other half." "Which is Thomas?" said a man's voice. "Me." A pause. "Okay." "Everybody get out slowly," Langbourne ordered. "Thomas behind me, single file." Their guide was lank and tall and seemed too young to be carrying the heckler that swung at his right side. The gangway was short. Reaching the deck, Jonathan saw across the black water to the lights of the town again, and the flare stacks of the refinery. The ship was old and small. Jonathan guessed 40,000 tons at most, converted from other lives. A wooden door stood open in a raised hatch. Inside, a bulkhead lamp glowed over a spiral flight of steel stairs. The guide once more went first. The echo of their feet was like the tramp of a chain gang. By the poor light, Jonathan made out more of the man who was leading them. He wore jeans and sneakers. He had a blonde forelock that he flipped back with his left hand when it got in his way. The right hand still held the heckler, the forefinger crooked snugly round the trigger. The ship, too, was beginning to reveal herself. She was fitted for mixed cargo, capacity around 60 containers. She was a tub, a roll-on, roll-off workhorse at the end of her usefulness. She was a throwaway if things went wrong. The party had come to a halt. 3 men stood facing them, all white, all fair, all young. Behind them stood a steel door, closed. Jonathan guessed on no evidence that they were Swedes. Like the guide, they carried hecklers. It was apparent that the guide was their leader. Something about his ease, his choice of posture as he joined them, his hacked and dangerous smile. "How is the aristocracy these days, Sandy?" he called. Jonathan could still not place his accent. "Hello, Pepe," said Langbourne. "In the pink, thanks. How's yourself? You all students of agriculture. You like tractors, machine parts. You want to grow crops, feed all the poor people. Let's just get on with the fucking job, Langbourne said. Where's Moranti? Pepe grabbed the steel door and pulled it open at the same moment as Moranti appeared out of the shadows. My Lord Langbourne is a weapons freak, Burr had said. Played gentleman soldier in half a dozen dirty wars. Prides himself on his killing skills. In his spare time he dabbles as a collector, same as the Roper. It makes them feel better to think they're part of history. The hold comprised most of the belly of the ship. Pepe was playing host. Langbourne and Moranti walked beside him. Jonathan and Roper followed, then came the help. Frisky, Tabby, and the 3 ship's hands with their hecklers. 20 containers were chained to the deck. On the lashing straps, Jonathan read a medley of transfer points. Lisbon, the Azores, Antwerp, Gdansk. This one we are calling the Saudi box, Pepe announced proudly. They make it a side opening so Saudi customs can get inside and sniff around for booze. The customs seals were steel pins banged into each other. Pepe's men hacked them apart with cutters. Don't worry, we got spares, Pepe confided to Jonathan. Tomorrow morning, everything look fine again. Customs don't give a shit. The side of the container was slowly lowered. Guns have their own silence. It is the silence of the dead to come. Vulcans, Langbourne was saying, for the edification of Moranti. High-tech version of the Gatling. 6 20-millimeter barrels fire 3,000 rounds a minute. State-of-the-art. Ammo to match. More to follow. Each bullet's as big as your finger. One burst sounds like a horde of killer bees. Choppers and light aircraft don't stand a chance. Brand new. 10 of them. Okay? Moranti said nothing at all. Only the barest nod betrayed his satisfaction. They moved to the next container. It was end-loaded, which meant they could only view the contents from the front. But what they saw was already enough. Quad 50s, Langbourne announced. 4 coaxially mounted .50 caliber machine guns, designed to fire simultaneously at a single target. Shred any aircraft you like with a single burst. Trucks, troop transports, light armor, the quad'll take 'em out. Mount 'em on a 2.5-ton chassis, they're mobile and they hurt like hell. Also brand new. With Pepe leading, they crossed to the starboard side of the ship, where 2 men were gingerly extracting a cigar-shaped missile from a fiberglass cylinder. This time, Jonathan had no need of Langbourne's expertise. He had seen the demonstration films. He had heard the tales. "If the Micks ever get their hands on these, you're dead," the bomb-happy Sergeant Major had promised. "And they will," he added cheerfully. "They'll nick 'em off Yankee ammo dumps in Germany. They'll buy them for a bloody fortune off the Afghans, the Izzies, or the Pals, or whoever else the Yanks have seen fit to hand them out to. They're supersonic, man-packed. They're 3 to a carton. They're stingers by name, and they're stingers by nature." The tour continued. Light anti-tank guns, field radios, medical gear, uniforms, ammunition, meals ready to eat, British Star Streaks, boxes made in Birmingham, steel canisters made in Manchester. Not everything could be examined. There was too much stuff, too little time. "Likey?" Roper asked Jonathan quietly. Their faces were very close. The expression on Roper's was intense and strangely victorious, as if his point was somehow proved. "It's good stuff," Jonathan said, not knowing what else he was supposed to say. "Bit of everything in each shipment, that's the trick. Boat goes astray, you lose a bit of everything, not all of something. Common sense." "I suppose it is." Roper wasn't hearing him. He was in the presence of his own accomplishment. He was in a state of grace. "Thomas!" It was Langbourne, calling from the aft end of the hold. "Over here. Signing time." Roper went with him. On a military clipboard, Langbourne had a typed receipt for turbines, tractor parts and heavy machinery, as per attached schedule, inspected and certified to be in good order by Derek S. Thomas, Managing Director, for and on behalf of Trade Palace Limited. Jonathan signed the receipt, then initialed the schedule. He gave the clipboard to Roper, who showed it to Moranti, then passed it back to Langbourne, who handed it to Pepe. A cordless telephone lay on a shelf beside the door. Pepe picked it up and dialed a number from the piece of paper that Roper was holding out to him. Moranti stood a little distance from them with his hands curled to his sides and stomach out, like a Russian at a cenotaph. Pepe passed the phone to Roper. They heard the banker's voice saying hello. "Pete," said Roper, "friend of mine wants to give you an important message." Roper handed the phone to Jonathan, together with a second piece of paper from his pocket. Jonathan glanced at the paper, then read aloud. "This is your friend George speaking to you," he said. "Thank you for staying awake tonight." "Put Pepe on the line, please, Derek," said the banker's voice. "I would like to confirm some nice news for him." Jonathan handed the receiver to Pepe, who listened, laughed, rang off, and clapped a hand on Jonathan's shoulder. "You are a generous fellow!" His laughter stopped as Langbourne drew a typed sheet of paper from his briefcase. "Receipt," he said curtly. Pepe grabbed Jonathan's pen, and, watched by all of them, signed a receipt to Trade Palace Limited for the sum of $25 million, being the third and penultimate payment for the agreed consignment of turbines, tractor parts and heavy machinery, delivered to Curaçao as per contract for onward transit on the SS Lombardy. It was 4 in the morning when she rang. "We're leaving for the Pasha tomorrow," she said. "Me and Corky." Jonathan said nothing at all. "He says I'm to bolt. Forget the cruise. Bolt while there's still a chance." "He's right," Jonathan murmured. "It's no good bolting, Jonathan. It doesn't work. We both know that. You just meet yourself again in the next place. Just get out. Go anywhere. Please." They lay still again, side by side on their separate beds, listening to each other's breathing. "Jonathan," she whispered. "Jonathan." Chapter 23. Everything had been going swimmingly with Operation Limpet. Burr, from his grim grey desk in Miami, said so. So did Strelsky next door along from him. Goodhue, telephoning twice a day on the secure line from London, had no doubt of it. "The powers that be are coming round, Leonard. All we need now is the summation." "Which powers?" said Burr, suspicious as ever. "My master, for one." "Your master?" "He's turning, Leonard. He says so, and I have to give him the benefit of the doubt. How can I go over his head if he's offering me his full support? He took me to his heart yesterday. I'm glad to hear he's got one." But Goodhue these days was in no mood for such sallies. "He said we should stay in much closer touch. I agree with him. There are too many people about with vested interests. He said there was a whiff of something rotten in the air. I couldn't have put it better myself. He would like to go on record as one of those who wasn't afraid to track it down. I shall see he does. He didn't mention Flagship by name, neither did I. Sometimes it pays better to be reticent. But he was greatly taken by your list, Leonard. The list did the trick. It was bald, it was uncompromising, there was no getting round it. My list. The list, Leonard. The one our friend photographed. The backers, the investors, the runners and starters, you called it. There was an imploring note in Goodhue's voice that Burr wished he couldn't hear. The smoking gun, for heaven's sake. The thing that nobody ever finds, you said, except that our friend did. Leonard, you're being wilfully obtuse. But Goodhue had misread the cause of Burr's confusion. Burr had known immediately which list. What he couldn't understand was the use that Goodhue had made of it.
"You don't mean you've shown the list of backers to your minister, do you?"
"Good heavens, not the raw material. How could I? Just the names and numbers, properly recycled, naturally. They could have come from a telephone intercept, a microphone, anything. We could have filched it from the post." "Roper didn't dictate that list or read it over the phone, Rex. He didn't put it in a letterbox. He wrote it on a yellow legal pad, and there's only one of it in the world, and one man who took a photograph of it. Don't split hairs with me, Leonard. My master is appalled. That's my point. He recognizes that a summation is close, and heads must roll. He feels, so he tells me, and I shall believe him until I am proved wrong, he has his pride, Leonard, as we all do, our own ways of avoiding unpleasant truths until they are thrust upon us. He feels that the time has come for him to get off the fence and recount it." He attempted a valiant joke. "You know his way with metaphors. I'm surprised he didn't throw in some new brooms rising from the ashes." If Goodhue was expecting a peal of jolly laughter, Burr did not provide it. Goodhue became agitated. "Leonard, I had no alternative. I am a servant of the Crown. I serve a minister of the Crown. It is my duty to inform my master of the progress of your case. If my master tells me he has seen the light, I am not employed to tell him he's a liar. I have my loyalties, Leonard, to my principles as well as to him and to you. We're having lunch on Thursday, after his meeting with the Cabinet Secretary. I'm to expect important news. I'd hoped you'd be pleased, not sour. Who else has seen the list of backers, Rex?" "Other than my master, nobody. I drew his attention to its secrecy naturally. One can't go on telling people to keep their mouths shut. One can cry wolf too often. Obviously the substance of it will go before the Cabinet Secretary when they meet on Thursday. But we may be sure that's where it will stop." Burr's silence became too much for him. "Leonard, I fear you are forgetting first principles. All my efforts over the last months have been devoted to achieving greater openness in the new era. Secrecy is the curse of our British system. I shall not encourage my master or any other minister of the Crown to hide behind its skirts. They do quite enough of that as it is. I won't hear you, Leonard. I won't have you fall back into your old river-house ways." Burr took a deep breath. "Point taken, Rex. Understood. From now on I'll observe first principles." "I'm glad to hear it, Leonard." Burr rang off, then called Rook. "Rex Goodhue gets no more unrefined, limpet reports from us, Rob. That's with immediate effect. I'll confirm in writing by tomorrow's bag." Nevertheless, everything else had been going swimmingly, and if Burr continued to fret over Goodhue's lapse, neither he nor Strelski lived with any sense of impending doom. What Goodhue had called the summation was what Burr and Strelski called the hit, and the hit was what they now dreamed of. It was the moment when the drugs and arms and players would all be in the same place, and the money trail would be visible, and, assuming the joint team had the necessary rights and permissions, its warriors would fall out of the trees and shout, "Hands up!" and the bad guys would give their rueful smile and say, "It's a fair cop, officer," or, if they were American, "I'll get you for this, Strelski, you bastard." Or so they facetiously portrayed it to each other. "We'll let it ride as far as it can go," Strelski kept insisting, at meetings, on the telephone, over coffee, striding on the beach. "The further down the line they are, the fewer places they have to hide, the nearer we are to God." Burr agreed. "Catching crooks is no different from catching spies," he said. "All you need is a well-lit street corner, your cameras in position, one man in a trench coat with the plans, the other in a bowler with a suitcase full of used bills. Then, if you're very lucky, you've got a case. The problem with Operation Limpet was whose street, whose city, whose sea, whose jurisdiction. For one thing was already clear. Neither Richard Onslow Roper nor his Colombian trading partners had the slightest intention of completing their business on American soil. Another source of support and satisfaction was the new federal prosecutor who had been assigned to the case. His name was Prescott, and he was more exalted than the usual federal prosecutor. He was a deputy assistant attorney general, and everybody that Strelsky checked him out with said Ed Prescott was the best deputy assistant attorney general there was, just the best, Joe, take it from me. The Prescotts were old Yale people, of course, and a couple of them had agency connections. How could they not have? And there was even a rumor, which Ed had never specifically denied, that he was in some way related to old Prescott Bush, George Bush's father. But Ed had never bothered with that stuff, he wanted you to know. He was a serious Washington player with his own agenda, and when he went to work he left his parentage outside the door. "What happened to the fellow we had till last week?" Burr asked. "Guess he got tired of waiting," Strelsky replied. "Those guys don't hang around." Bemused as ever by the American pace of hiring and firing, Burr said no more. Only when it was too late did he realize that he and Strelsky were harboring the same reservations, but out of deference to each other, refusing to express them. Meanwhile, like everybody else, Burr and Strelsky flung themselves upon the impossible task of persuading Washington to sanction an act of interdiction on the high seas against the SS Lombardy, registered in Panama, sailing out of Curacao, and bound for the free zone of Colon, known to be carrying $50 million worth of sophisticated weaponry, described in the ship's manifest as turbines, tractor parts, and agricultural machinery. Here again, Burr afterwards blamed himself, as he blamed himself for pretty much everything, for spending too many hours succumbing to the tweedy charm and old boy manners of Ed Prescott in his grand offices downtown, and too few in the joint planning team's operations room, attending to his responsibilities as a case officer. Yet what else was he to do? The secret airwaves between Miami and Washington were busy day and night. A procession of legal and less legal experts had been mustered, and it was not long before familiar British faces started to appear among them. Darling Katie from the Washington Embassy, Manderson from Naval Liaison Staff, Hardacre from Signals Intelligence, and a young lawyer from Riverhouse who, according to rumor, was being groomed to replace Palfrey as legal advisor to the Procurement Studies Group. Some days Washington seemed to empty itself into Miami. On others, the prosecutor's office was reduced to 2 typists and a switchboard operator, while Deputy Assistant Attorney General Prescott and his staff decamped to do battle on the Hill. And Burr, determinedly ignorant of the niceties of American political infighting, drew comfort from the hectic activity, assuming, rather like Jed's Whippet, that where you have so much circumstance and movement, you must surely have progress too. So really there had been no heavy auguries, only the minor alarms that are part and parcel of a clandestine operation. For instance, the nagging reminders that vital data such as selected intercepts and reconnaissance photographs and area intelligence reports from Langley were somehow jamming in the pipeline on their way to Strelsky's desk. And the eerie feeling, known separately to Burr and Strelsky, but not yet shared, that Operation Limpet was being run in tandem with another operation whose presence they could feel, but not see. Otherwise, the only headache was, as usual, Apostol, who, not for the first time in his mercurial career as Flynn's supersnitch, had done a disappearing act. And this was all the more tiresome, because Flynn had flown to Curacao especially in order to be on hand for him, and was now sitting about in an expensive hotel, feeling like the girl who has been stood up at the ball. But even on this score, Burr felt no cause for alarm. Indeed, if Burr was honest, Apo had a case. His handlers had been pushing him hard, perhaps too hard. For weeks Apo had been voicing his resentment and threatening to down tools until his amnesty was signed and sealed. It was not surprising, as the heat gathered, if he preferred to keep his distance, rather than run the risk of attracting another 6 life sentences as an accessory before and after what looked like being the biggest drugs and arms haul in recent history.
"Pat just called Father Lucan," Strelsky reported to Burr. "Lucan hasn't had a peep out of him. Pat neither. Probably wants to teach him a lesson," Burr suggested.
The same evening the monitors turned in a bonus intercept, picked up on a random sweep of phone calls out of Curaçao. Lord Langbourne to the offices of Menez and Garcia, attorneys of Carre, Colombia, associates of Dr. Apostol, and identified front men for the Carre cartel. Dr. Juan Menez takes the incoming call. "Juanito, Sandy, what's happened to our friend the doctor? He hasn't shown." 18-second silence. "Ask Jesus." "What the hell does that mean?" "Our friend is a religious person, Sandy. Maybe he has taken a retreat." It is agreed that in view of the proximity of Caracas to Curaçao, Dr. Moranti will step in as a replacement. And once again, as both Burr and Strelsky admitted afterwards, they were shielding each other from their true thoughts. Other intercepts described the frantic efforts of Sir Anthony Jayston Bradshaw to call Roper from a succession of public telephones scattered round the Berkshire countryside. First he tried to use his AT&T card, but a recorded voice told him it was no longer operative. He demanded the supervisor, paraded his title, sounded drunk, and was courteously but firmly cut off. The Iron Brand offices in Nassau were scarcely more helpful. On the first run, the switchboard refused to accept his collect call. On the second, a McDanby accepted it, but only in order to freeze him off. Finally, he bullied his way to the skipper of the Iron Pasha, now berthed in Antigua.
"Well, where is he, then? I tried Crystal. He's not at Crystal. I tried Iron Brand, and some cheeky bugger told me he was selling farms. Now you tell me he's expected. I don't fucking care whether he's expected. I want him now. I'm Sir Anthony Jayston Bradshaw. It's an emergency. Do you know what an emergency is?"
The skipper suggested he try Corcoran's private number in Nassau. Bradshaw had already tried it without success. Nevertheless, somewhere, somehow, Bradshaw found his man and spoke to him without troubling the monitors, as later events abundantly revealed. The call from the duty officer came at dawn. It had the absolute calm of mission control when the rocket is threatening to blow itself to smithereens. "Mr. Burr, sir? Could you get down here right away, sir? Mr. Strelsky's on his way already. We have a problem." Strelsky made the journey alone. He would have preferred to take Flynn, but Flynn was still eating his heart out in Curaçao, and Amato was helping him. So Strelsky went along for both of them. Burr had offered to come, but Strelsky was having a certain difficulty with the British involvement in this thing. Not with Burr. Leonard was a pal, but being pals didn't cover the whole issue. Not just now. So Strelsky left Burr at headquarters with the flickering screens and the appalled night staff, and strict orders that nobody was to make a move of any sort in any direction, not to Pat Flynn or the prosecutor or anyone, until he had checked this thing out and called through with a yes or a no. "Right, Leonard. You hear me?" "I hear you." "Then good." His driver was waiting for him in the car park. Wilbur, his name was. Nice enough guy, but basically had reached his ceiling. And together they drove with flashing lights and sirens wailing through the empty centre of the town, which struck Strelsky as pretty damn stupid when, after all, what was the hurry, and why wake everybody up? But he didn't say anything to Wilbur, because deep down he knew that if he had been driving, he would have driven the same way. Sometimes you do these things out of respect. Sometimes they're the only things left to do. Besides, there was a hurry. When things start happening to key witnesses, you may safely say there is a hurry. When everything has been going a little too wrong for a little too long, when you have been living further and further out on the margin while everyone has been bending over backwards to convince you that you are right there at the center of influence. Christ, Joe, where would we be without you? When you have been overhearing just a little too much strange political theorizing in the corridors, talk of flagship, not just as a code name, but an operation. Talk of moving goalposts and getting a little order into our own backyard. When you have been treated to just 5 too many smiling faces, and 5 too many helpful intelligence reports, and none that is worth shit. When nothing is changing around you, except that the world you thought you were moving in is quietly easing away from you, leaving you feeling like one man on a raft in the middle of a slow-moving, crocodile-infested river going in the wrong direction. And, Joe, for Christ's sake, Joe, you are just the best officer enforcement has. Well, yes, you may safely say there is something of a hurry to find out who the fuck is doing what to whom.
End of Side 12. Side 13.
Sometimes you watch yourself lose, thought Strelsky. He loved tennis, and he loved it best when they gave you the TV close-ups of the guys drinking Coke between games, and you could see the face of the winner getting ready to win, and the face of the loser getting ready to lose. And the losers looked the way he felt just now. They were playing their shots and working their hearts out, but in the end the score's the score. And the score at the dawn of this new day was not very good at all. It looked like set and match to the princes of pure intelligence on both sides of the Atlantic. They passed the Grand Bay Hotel, Strelsky's favorite watering hole when he needed to believe that the world was elegant and calm. They turned up the hill, away from the waterfront and the marina and the park, and they drove through a pair of electrically controlled wrought iron gates into a place that Strelsky had never entered, a piss-elegant block called Sunglades, where the drug-rich cheat and fuck and have their being, with black security guards and black porters, and a white desk and white elevators, and a feeling, once you have passed through the gates, of having arrived somewhere more dangerous than the world the gates are trying to protect you from. Because being as rich as this, in a city like this, is so dangerous. It's amazing that everyone here hasn't woken up dead in their emperor-sized beds long ago. Except that on this dawn the forecourt was jammed with police cars and TV vans and ambulances, and all the apparatus of controlled hysteria that is supposed to quell a crisis, but actually celebrates it. The clamour and the lights added to the sense of dislocation that had been dogging Strelsky ever since the husky-voiced policeman had called through with the news, because, "We note you have an interest in this guy." "I'm not here," he thought. "I've dreamed this scene already." He recognized a couple of men from homicide. Curt greetings. "Hi, Glebe. Hi, Rockham. Good to see you." "Jesus, Joe, what kept you?" "Good question, Jeff. Maybe somebody just wanted it that way." He recognized people from his own agency. Mary Jo, whom he had once screwed, to their mutual surprise, after an office party, and a serious boy called Metzger, who looked as though he needed fresh air fast. But in Miami there isn't any. "Who's up there, Metzger?" "Sir, the police have about everyone they know up there. It's bad, sir. 5 days without AC right up there next the sun. It's truly disgusting. Why did they turn the AC off? I mean, that's just barbarous." "Who told you to come here, Metzger?" "Homicide, sir." "How long ago was that?" "Sir, 1 hour." "Why didn't you call me, Metzger?" "Sir, they said you were tied up in the ops room, but on your way." They, thought Strelsky. They, sending another signal. Joe Strelsky, fine officer, but getting a little too old for casework. Joe Strelsky, too slow to be taken aboard the flagship. The center elevator took him to the top floor without pausing on the way. It was the penthouse elevator. The architect's idea was this. You arrived in this starlit glass gallery. There was also a security chamber. And while you stood in the gallery wondering whether you would be fed to the pit bulls, or given a gourmet dinner and a nubile hooker to wash it down, you could admire the swimming pool and the jacuzzi and the roof garden and the solarium and the fornicatorium and the other essential furbishments of a modest dope lawyer's lifestyle. A young cop in a white mask needed to see Strelski's ID. Strelski showed it to him, rather than waste words. The young cop offered him a mask for himself, as if Strelski had just joined the club. After that there were photographic lights and people in overalls to be steered around, and there was the stench which was somehow more pungent through the mask, and there was saying "Hi" to Scranton from Pure Intelligence, and "Hi" to Rokovsky from the prosecutor's office, and there was wondering how the fuck Pure Intelligence got to arrive on the scene ahead of you. And there was saying "Hi" to anyone who looked as if he might block your path, until you somehow elbowed your way to the brightest lit part of the auction house, which was what the crowded apartment was like, except for the stench. Everyone looking at the objet d'art and making notes and calculating prices, and not a lot of attention being paid to anyone else. And when you had reached your destination, you could see not a likeness or a waxwork, but the authentic originals of Dr. Paul Apostol and his current or late mistress, both undressed, which was how Apo liked to spend his leisure hours, always on his knees, we used to say, and usually on his elbows. Both greatly discoloured, kneeling facing each other, their hands and heels tied and their throats cut, and their tongues pulled through the incision to make what is called a Colombian necktie. Burr had known, at the moment when Strelski took the message, long before he knew what the message said. Just the awful relaxation in Strelski's body as the message hit him was enough, and the way Strelski's eyes instinctively found Burr's and then dismissed them, preferring some other subject to fix on while he listened to the rest. The glance and the glance away said everything. They were accusing and valedictory, both at once. They said, "You did it to me, your people," and "From now on it's a nuisance we're sitting in the same room." While Strelski was listening, he jotted down a couple of notes. Then he asked who had made the identification, and absently scribbled something else. Then he tore off the piece of paper and shoved it in his pocket, and Burr supposed it was an address, and from Strelski's stony face as he stood up, that he was going there, and that it was a filthy death. Then Burr had to watch while Strelski strapped on his shoulder holster, and reflect how in the old days, in different circumstances, he would have asked Strelski why he needed a gun to visit a corpse, and Strelski would have found some supposedly Anglophobic answer, and they'd have got along. So, as Burr remembered the moment forever afterwards, he was actually being told of two deaths at once, Apostol's, and that of their own professional companionship. "Cops say a man's been found dead in Brother Michael's apartment up in Coconut Grove. Suspicious circumstances. I'm going to check it out." And then the warning, given to everyone except Burr, yet directed at Burr particularly. "Could be anyone. Could be his cook, his driver, his brother, who the fuck. Nobody moves till I say. Hear me?" They heard him, but like Burr, knew it wasn't his cook, his driver, or his brother. And now Strelski had called from the scene of the crime, and yes, it was Apostol. And Burr was doing the things he had prepared in his mind to do as soon as the confirmation came, in the order he had planned. His first call was to Rook, to tell him that the limpet operation must be considered compromised with immediate effect, and that accordingly Jonathan should be given the emergency signal for the first phase of the evacuation plan, which required him to escape from the company of Roper and his entourage, and go to ground, preferably in the nearest British consulate, but failing that a police station, where he should give himself up as the hunted criminal Pine as a prelude to fast lane repatriation. But the call was too late. By the time Burr tracked Rook down in the passenger seat of Amato's surveillance van, the two men were admiring the Roper jet lift into the rising sun as it took off for Panama. True to his known behavior pattern, the chief was flying at first light. "Which airport in Panama, Rob?" Burr asked, pencil in hand. Destination to the control tower was Panama, no details. Better ask air surveillance. Burr was already doing so on another line. After that, Burr called the British Embassy in Panama and spoke to the Economic Secretary, who happened also to represent Burr's agency and had a line to the Panamanian police. Lastly, he spoke to Goodhue, explaining that there was evidence on Apostol's body that he had been tortured before he was murdered, and that the possibility that Jonathan was blown must be regarded, for operation purposes, as a certainty. "Oh, yes. Well, I see," said Goodhue distractedly. Was he unmoved, or was he in shock? "It doesn't mean we can't go for Roper," Burr insisted, realizing that by breathing hope into Goodhue, he was trying to keep up his own courage. "I agree. You mustn't let go. Grip, that's the thing. You've plenty of it, I know." It always used to be we, thought Burr. Apo had it coming to him, Rex. He was a snitch. He was living on borrowed time. That's the name of the game. If the feds don't eat you, the crooks will. He knew that all along. Our job is to pull out our man. We can do that. It's not a problem, you'll see. It's just a lot happening at once. Rex? Yes, I'm still here. Wrestling with his own turmoil, Burr was filled with a feverish pity for Goodhue. Rex shouldn't be subjected to this stuff. He's got no armour. He takes it too much to heart. Burr remembered that in London it was afternoon. Goodhue had been lunching with his master. "How did it go, then? What was this important news?" Burr asked, still trying to beg an optimistic word out of him. "Is the Cabinet Secretary coming over to our side at last?" "Oh, yes, thank you. Yes, very pleasant," said Goodhue, terribly politely. "Club food, but that's what one joins clubs for." He's under anaesthetic, thought Burr. He's wondering. "There's a new department being set up, you'll be glad to hear. A Whitehall Watch Committee, the first of its kind, I'm told. It stands for everything we've been fighting for, and I shall be its head. It will report directly to the Cabinet Secretary, which is rather grand. Everyone's given it their blessing. Even the River House has pledged full support. I'm to make an in-depth study of all aspects of the secret overworld. Recruitment, streamlining, cost-effectiveness, load-sharing, accountability. Pretty well everything I thought I'd done already. But I'm to do it again, and better. I'm to start at once. Not a moment to be lost. It will mean giving up my present work, naturally. But he did rather imply there was a knighthood at the end of the rainbow, which would be nice for Hester. Air surveillance was back on the other line. The Roper jet had dropped below radar level as it approached Panama. The best guess was it had turned northwest, heading towards the Mosquito Coast. "So where the hell is it?" Burr shouted in his despair. "Mr. Burr, sir," said a boy called Hank. "It disappeared." Burr stood alone in the monitoring room in Miami. He had been standing there so long the monitors had ceased to notice him. They had their backs to him, and their control panels to play with, and their 100 other things to worry about. And Burr had the earphones on. And the thing about earphones is, there is no compromise, no sharing, no talking the material down. It's you and the sound, or the lack of it. "There's one for you, Mr. Burr," a woman monitor told him briskly, showing him the switches on the machine. "Looks like you've got yourself a problem there." That was the extent of her sympathy. Not that she was an unsympathetic woman, far from it, but she was a professional, and other matters needed her attention. He played the tape once, but he was so stressed and fuddled that he decided not to understand it at all. Even the label confused him. Marshall in Nassau to Thomas in Curaçao. Who the devil was Marshall when he was at home? And what on earth was he doing, calling my Joe in Curaçao in the middle of the night, just when the operation was beginning to spread its wings? For who would ever have supposed at first glance, with so much else to think of, that Marshall was a girl, and not only a girl, but a Jemima, alias Jed, alias Jeds, calling from the Ropers' Nassau residence. 14 times, between midnight and 4 a.m., 10 to 18 minutes between each call. The first 13 times politely asking the hotel switchboard for Mr. Thomas, please, and being told, after due attempts to connect her, that Mr. Thomas was not answering his telephone. But on the 14th shot, her industry is rewarded. At 3 minutes to 4 in the morning, to be precise, Marshall in Nassau is connected with Thomas in Curaçao. For 27 minutes of Roper telephone time. Jonathan at first furious, rightly, but then less furious. And finally, if Burr read the music right, not furious at all. So that by the end of their 27 minutes it's nothing but Jonathan, 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 and a lot of huffing and puffing while they get off listening to each other's breathing. 27 minutes of lovers' bloody vacuum between Roper's woman, Jed, and Jonathan, my Joe. Chapter 24. Fabergé, Roper said, when Jonathan asked him where they were going. Fabergé, Langbourne replied, out of the corner of his mouth. Fabergé, Thomas, Frisky said, with not a very nice smile, as they buckled themselves into their seats. You've heard of Fabergé, the famous jeweller, haven't you? Well, then, that's where we're going, isn't it, for a nice bit of R&R. So Jonathan had retreated into his own thoughts. He had long been aware that he was one of those people who are condemned to think concurrently rather than consecutively. For instance, he was comparing the greens of the jungle with the greens of Ireland, and reckoning that the jungle beat Ireland into a cocked hat. He was remembering how in army helicopters the ethic had been to sit on your steel helmet, in case the bad guys on the ground decided they would shoot your balls off, and how this time he had no helmet, just jeans and sneakers, and very unprotected balls, and how as soon as he had entered a helicopter in those days, he had felt the prickle of combat start to work in him as he sent a last goodbye to Isabel and hugged his rifle to his cheek. He was feeling the same prickle now, and how helicopters, because they scared him, had always been places of philosophical reflection of the corniest kind for him, such as, I am on my life's journey. I am in the womb, but heading for the grave. Such as, God, if you get me out of this alive, I'm yours for, well, life. Such as, peace is bondage, war is freedom, which was a notion that shamed him every time it took him over, and had him casting around for somebody to punish, such as Dickie Roper, his tempter. And he was thinking that whatever he had come for, he was now approaching it, and Jed would not be earned or worth earning, and Sophie would not be appeased till he had found it, because his search, as we old signers say, was for and on behalf of both of them. He stole a look at Langbourne, seated behind Roper, reading his way through a lengthy contract, and he was impressed, as he had been in Curaçao, by the way Langbourne sprang to life as soon as he caught the whiff of cordite. He would not say he liked Langbourne the better for it, but he was gratified to discover that there was something on earth apart from women that was capable of rousing him from his supine state, even if it was only the advanced techniques of human butchery. Now, Thomas, don't you let Mr. Roper fall into any bad company, Meg had warned from the steps of her plane, as the men humped their luggage to the helicopter. You know what they say about Panama? It's Casablanca without the heroes. Isn't that so, Mr. Roper? So don't you all go being heroes now. Nobody appreciates it. Enjoy your day, Lord Langbourne. Thomas, it's been a pleasure having you aboard. Mr. Roper, that was not a seemly embrace. They were climbing. As they climbed, the Sierra climbed with them until they entered Bumpy Cloud. The helicopter didn't like cloud, and it didn't like the altitude, and its engine was wheezing and braying like a bad-tempered old horse. Jonathan put on his plastic earmuffs, and was rewarded with a howl of a dentist's drill instead. The air in the cabin turned from ice-cold to intolerable, They lurched over a coxcomb of snowcaps and flipped downwards like a sycamore seed until they were flying over a pattern of small islands, each with its half-dozen shanties and red tracks. Then the sea again. Then another island, coming at them so fast and low that Jonathan was convinced that the clustered masts of the fishing boats were about to smash the helicopter to pieces, or send it cartwheeling down the beach on its rotaries. Now they are splitting the earth in two, sea one side, jungle the other. Above the jungle, the blue hills. Above the hills, white puffs of gun smoke, and underneath them roll the ordered ranks of slow white waves between tongues of dazzling green land. The helicopter banks tightly, as if dodging unfriendly fire. Square banana groves like paddy fields merge with the sodden moorland of Armagh. The pilot is following a sanded yellow road leading to the broken-down farmhouse, where the close observer blew two men's faces off and made himself the toast of his regiment. They enter a jungle valley. Green walls envelop them as Jonathan is overcome by a dreadful need of sleep. They are climbing up the hillside, shelf by shelf, over farms, horses, villages, living people. Turn back, this is high enough. But they don't. They continue until zero is upon them, and life below them untraceable. To crash here, even in a big plane, is to have the jungle close over you before you hit the ground. They seem to prefer the Pacific side, Rook had explained in Curaçao, 8 hours and a lifetime ago, speaking over the house telephone from room 22. Caribbean side's too easy for the radar boys to track, but once you're in the jungle it makes no difference anyway, because you won't exist. The head trainer calls himself Emmanuel. It isn't even a letter on the map, Rook had said. The place is called Cerro Fabrica, but Roper prefers to call it Fabergé. Roper had taken off his sleep mask and was looking at his watch as if checking the airline's punctuality. They were in freefall over zero. The red and white posts of a helicopter pad were sucking them downwards into the well of a dark forest. Armed men in battle gear were staring up at them. If they take you with them, it will be because they daren't trust you out of their sight, Rook had said prophetically. And so indeed had Roper explained before going aboard the Lombardy. He won't trust me in an empty henhouse until my signing hand has signed me off. The pilot cut his engines. A squat Hispanic man in jungle uniform trotted forward to receive them. Beyond him, Jonathan saw 6 well-camouflaged bunkers, guarded by men in pairs who must have had orders not to leave the shadow of the trees. "Hello, Manny!" Roper shouted as he hopped cheerfully onto the tarmac. "Starving! Remember Sandy? What's for lunch?" They processed cautiously down the jungle path, Roper leading and the stubby colonel chattering to him as they went, turning to him with all his thick body at once, lifting his cupped hands to grapple him each time he made a point. Close behind them walked Langbourne, who'd slipped into a low-kneed jungle march. Then came the training staff. Jonathan recognized the 2 loose-limbed Englishmen who had appeared at Meister's calling themselves Forbes and Lubbock, and known to Roper as the Brussels boys. Then came 2 look-alike Americans with gingery hair, deep in converse with a flaxen man called Olaf. After them came Frisky and 2 Frenchmen, whom Frisky evidently knew from other lives. And behind Frisky came Jonathan and Tabby, and a boy called Fernandez, with a scarred face and only 2 fingers on one hand. If we were in Ireland, I'd reckon you were bomb disposal, thought Jonathan. The scream of birds was deafening. The heat scalded them each time they entered sunlight. "We are in most steep country of Panama, please," said Fernandez, in a soft, enthusiastic voice. "Nobody can walk this place. We have 3,000 meter high, very steep hill, all jungle, no road, no path. Terebueno farmers come. They burn tree, grow plantain one time, go away. No terror." "Great," said Jonathan politely. A moment's confusion, which Tabby was for once quicker than Jonathan to solve. "Soil, Ferdy," he corrected him kindly. "Not terror. Soil. The soil is too thin." Terebueno farmers, very sad people, Mr. Thomas. Once they fight everybody. Now they must marry to tribe they do not like. Jonathan made sympathetic noises. We say we are prospector, Mr. Thomas. We say we look oil. We say we look gold. We say we look huaca, gold frog, gold eagle, gold tiger. We are peaceful people here, Mr. Thomas. Great laughter, in which Jonathan obligingly took part. From beyond the jungle wall, Jonathan heard a burst of machine-gun fire, followed by the dry smack of a grenade. Then a moment's silence before the babel of the jungle returned. That's how it used to be in Ireland, he remembered. After a bang, the old noises held their breath until it was safe to speak again. The vegetation closed over them, and he was in the tunnel at Crystal. Trumpet-shaped white flowers, dragonflies and yellow butterflies brushed against him. He remembered a morning when Jed wore a yellow blouse and touched him with her eyes. He was returned to time present by a detachment of troops jogging past him down the hill at light infantry speed, sweating under the weight of shoulder-held rocket launchers, rockets and machetes. Their leader was a boy with dead blue eyes and a bushwhacker's hat. But the eyes of his Spanish-Indian troops were fixed in angry pain on the way ahead, so that all Jonathan knew of them as they scurried past was the praying exhaustion of their camouflaged dappled faces, and the crosses round their necks, and the smell of sweat and mud-soaked uniforms. They entered Alpine Cool, and Jonathan was transferred to the forests above Muren, heading for the foot of the Lophorn for a one-day climb. He felt intensely happy. The jungle is another homecoming. The path led beside steaming rapids. The sky was overcast. As they crossed a dried riverbed, the veteran of many assault courses glimpsed ropes, tripwires, shell cases and netting, blackened pampas and blast marks on the tree trunks. They scrambled up a slope between grass and rock, reached a brow and looked down. The camp that lay below them was at first glance deserted. Fire smoke rose from the cookhouse chimney, to the sound of plaintive Spanish singing. All able-bodied men are in the jungle. Only the cooks, cadre, and off-sick have leave to stay behind. Under Noriega, many paramilitary was being trained here, Fernandez was saying in his methodical way, when Jonathan tuned back to him. Panama, Nicaragua, Guatemala, Americano, Colombia, Spanish people, Indian people, all was trained here very good, to fight Ortega, to fight Castro, to fight many bad people. It was not until they walked down the slope and entered the camp that Jonathan realized that Fabergé was a madhouse. A saluting base dominated the camp, and it was backed by a triangular white wall daubed with slogans. Below it stood a ring of cinder-block houses, each with its function painted in obscene figures on the wall. The cookhouse with a topless female cook, the bathhouse with its naked bathers, the clinic with its bloody bodies, the schoolhouse for technical instruction and political enlightenment, the tiger house, the snake house, the monkey house, the aviary, and, on a small rise, the chapel house, its walls illuminated with a bulbous Virgin and Child, watched over by jungle fighters with Kalashnikovs. Painted effigies stood waist-high among the houses, staring with truculent eyes down the concrete paths. A fat-bellied merchant in tricorn hat, blue tailcoat and ruff, a rouged fine lady of Madrid in her mantilla, an Indian peasant girl with bare breasts, her head turned in fear, eyes and mouth open, as she frantically works the handle of a mystic well. And protruding from the windows and fake chimneys of the houses, flesh-pink plaster arms, feet and frenzied faces, blood spattered like the severed limbs of victims cut down while trying to escape. But the maddest part of Fabergé was not the wall daubings or the voodoo statues, not the magic words of Indian dialect sprinkled between Spanish slogans, or the rush-roofed Crazy Horse Saloon with its bar stools and jukebox and naked girls cavorting on the walls. It was the living zoo. It was the demented mountain tiger, crammed beside a chunk of rotting meat in a cage barely its own size. It was the tethered bucks and crated jungle cats, It was the parakeets, eagles, cranes, kites, and vultures in their filthy aviary, beating their clipped wings and raging at the dying of the light. It was the despairing monkeys mute in their cages, and the rows of green ammunition boxes covered with wire mesh, each box containing a separate species of snake, so that jungle fighters could learn the difference between friend and foe. "Colonel Emmanuel love very much animal," Fernandez explained, as he showed his guests to their quarters. "To fight, we must be children of the jungle, Mr. Thomas." The windows of their hut were also barred. It is mess night at Fabergé, miniatures to be worn. The regimental guest of honour is Mr. Richard Onslow Roper, our patron, Colonel-in-Chief, our comrade in arms and love. All heads are turned to him, and to the no longer languid lordling seated at his side. They are 30 strong. They are eating chicken and rice, and drinking Coca-Cola. Candles in jars, not Paul de Lamourie candlesticks, light their faces down the table. It is as if the 20th century has emptied its dust cart of left-over warriors and vanished causes into a camp called Fabergé. American veterans, sickened first by war and then by peace. Russian Spetsnaz, trained to guard a country that disappeared while their backs were turned. Frenchmen, who still hated de Gaulle for giving away North Africa. The Israeli boy who had known nothing but war. And the Swiss boy who had known nothing but peace. The Englishmen in search of military nobility, because their generation somehow missed the fun. If only we could have had a British Vietnam. The huddle of introspective Germans, torn between the guilt of war and its allure. And Colonel Emmanuel, who, according to Tabby, had fought every dirty war, from Cuba to Salvador to Guatemala to Nicaragua, and points between, in order to please the hated Yankee. Well, now Emmanuel would balance the score a little. And Roper himself, who had summoned this ghostly legion to the feast, floating over it like some presiding genius, now commandant, now impresario, now skeptic, now fairy godfather. "The Mooj," Roper repeats amid laughter, picking up on something Langborn has said about the success of American Stinger missiles in Afghanistan. The Mujahideen, brave as lions, mad as hatters. When Roper talks about war, his voice is at its calmest, and the pronouns reappear. They'd pop out of the ground in front of Sov tanks, bang away with 10-year-old Armalites, and watch their bullets bounce off 'em like hailstones. Pea shooters against lasers. They didn't care. Americans took one look at 'em and said, "Mooj needs stingers." So Washington finagles stingers to 'em, and the Mooj go crazy. Take out the Sovs' tanks. Shoot down their combat helicopters. Now what? I'll tell you what. The Sovs have pulled out. No more Sovs. And the Mooj have got stingers and are raring to go. So everyone else wants stingers because the Mooj have got 'em. When we had bows and arrows, we were apes with bows and arrows. Now we're apes with multiple warheads. Know why Bush went to war against Saddam? The question is directed at his friend Manny, but an American veteran replies, "The oil, for Christ's sakes!" Roper is not satisfied. A Frenchman has a second try. "For the money, for the sovereignty of Kuwaiti gold." "For the experience," says Roper. Bush wanted the experience. He pointed a finger at the Russians. In Afghanistan, you boys had 80,000 battle-hardened officers fighting a flexible modern war. Pilots who'd bombed real targets. Troops who'd come under real fire. What had Bush got? War-horse generals from Vietnam, and boy heroes from the triumphant campaign against Grenada, population 3 men and a goat. So Bush went to war. Got his knees brown. Tried out his traps against the toys he'd flogged to Saddam, back in the days when the Iranians were the bad guys. Big hand clap from the electorate. "Right, Sandy." "Right, Chief." "Governments? Worse than we are. They do the deals, we take the fall. Seen it again and again. He pauses, and perhaps he thinks he has spoken enough, but nobody else does.
Tell him about Uganda, Chief. You were tops in Uganda. Nobody could touch you. Idi Amin used to eat out of your hand.
It is Frisky, calling from the far end of the table, where he sits among old friends. Like a musician doubtful whether to give an encore, Roper hesitates, then decides to oblige. Well, Idi was a wild boy, no question, but he liked a steadying hand. Anyone but me would have led Idi astray, flogged him everything he dreamed of, and a bit more. Not me. I fit the shoe to the foot. Idi would have gone nuclear to shoot his pheasants if he could have done. You were there too, Macpherson.
Idi was a one-off, Chief,
says a nearly wordless Scot at Frisky's other side.
We'd have been goners without you.
Tricky spot, Uganda. Right, Sandy?
Only place I ever saw a fellow eating a sandwich under a hanged man,
Lord Langbourne replies, to popular amusement. Roper does a Darkest Africa voice.
Come on, Dickie, let's watch them guns of yours doing their job.
I wouldn't go. Refused. Not me, Mr. President, thank you. You may do with me what you will. Good men like me are scarce. If I'd been one of his own chaps, he'd have wasted me on the spot. Goes all bubble-eyed, screams at me.
It's your duty to come with me, he says.
No, it's not, I say. If I was selling you cigarettes instead of toys, you wouldn't be taking me down to the hospital to sit at the bedsides of chaps dying of lung cancer, would you? Laughed like a drain, old Idi did. Not that I ever trusted his laughter. Laughter's lying, a lot of it. Deflection of the truth. I never trust a chap who makes a lot of jokes. I laugh, but I don't trust him. Mickey used to make jokes. Remember Mickey, Sands?
Oh, too bloody well, thank you,
Langbourne drawls, and once more earns the merriment of the house. These English lords, you've got to hand it to them. They're something else. Roper waits until the laughter fades. All those war jokes Mickey used to tell. Had 'em all in stitches. Mercenaries wearing strings of chaps' ears round their necks and stuff. Remember?
Didn't do him a lot of good, though, did it?
Says the Lord, further delighting his admirers. Roper turns back to Colonel Emmanuel. I told him, Mickey, I said, you're pushing your luck. Last time I saw him was in Damascus. The Syrians loved him too much. They thought he was their medicine man, get them anything they needed. If they wanted to take out the moon, Mickey would get them the hardware to do it. They'd given him this great luxury apartment downtown, draped it with velvet curtains. No daylight anywhere. Remember, Sandy?
Looked like a laying-out parlour for Moroccan fags,
says Langbourne, to the helpless mirth of all. And again Roper waits till all is quiet. You walked into that office from the sunny street. You were blind. Very serious heavies in the ante-room, 6 or 8 of them. He waves a hand round the table. Worse looking than some of these chaps, if you can believe it. Emmanuel laughs heartily. Langbourne, playing the dude for them, lifts an eyebrow. Roper resumes. And Mickey at his desk, 3 telephones, dictating to a stupid secretary. Mickey, don't fool yourself, I warned him. Today you're an honoured guest. Let 'em down. You're a dead honoured guest. Golden rule back in those days. Never have an office. Soon as you've got an office, you're a target. They bug you, read your papers, shake you out. And if they stop loving you, they know where to find you. Whole time we worked the markets, never had an office. Lived in lousy hotels, remember, Sands? Prague, Beirut, Tripoli, Havana, Saigon, Taipei, bloody Mogadishu. Remember, Wally?
Certainly do, Chief,
says a voice. Only time I could bear to read a book was when I was holed out in one of those places. Can't stand the passivity as a rule. 10 minutes of a book, I've got to be up and doing. But out there, killing time in rotten cities, waiting for a deal. Nothing else to do but culture. Somebody asked me the other day how I earned my first $1,000,000. You were there, Sands. You know what I mean. Sitting on my arse in Nowheresville, I told him. You're not paid for the deal. You're paid for wasting your time. So what happened to Mickey? Jonathan asks down the table. Roper glances at the ceiling as if to say, up there. It is left to Langbourne to supply the group solution. Well, I never saw a body like it, he says, with a kind of innocent mystification. They must have taken days over him. He'd been playing all ends against the middle, of course. A young lady in Tel Aviv he'd grown a bit too fond of. Some might say it served him right. Still, I thought they were a bit hard on him. Roper is standing up, stretching. Whole thing's a stag hunt, he announces contentedly. You trek, you wear yourself out. Things pull you down, trip you up. You press on. And one day you get a glimpse of what you're after. And if you're bloody lucky, you get a shot at it. The right place, the right woman, the right company. Other chaps lie, dither, cheat, fiddle their expenses, crawl around. We do. And to hell with it. Good night, gang. Thanks, cook. Where's the cook? Gone to bed. Wise chap. Shall I tell you something really, really funny, Tommy? Tabby inquired, as they bunked down for the night. Something you're going to really enjoy. Go ahead, said Jonathan, hospitably. Well, you know the Yanks have got these AWACS down at Howard Air Base outside Panama City for catching the drugs boys. Well, what they do is they go up very, very high and watch all the little planes buzzing round the coca plantations over in Colombia. So what the Colombians do is, being crafty, they keep this permanent little bloke drinking coffee in a cafe opposite the airfield. And every time a Yankee AWACS goes up, this bloke's on the blower to Colombia, tipping off the boys. I like that. It was another part of the jungle. They landed and the ground crew winched the helicopter into the trees, where a couple of old transport planes were parked under netting. The airstrip was cut alongside a stretch of river so slender that until the last moment Jonathan was sure they would belly flop into the rapids, but the metalled runway was long enough to take a jet. An army personnel carrier collected them. They passed a checkpoint and a notice saying, blasting in English, though who would ever read and understand it was a mystery. The early sunlight made a jewel of every leaf. They crossed a sapper's bridge and drove between boulders 60 feet high till they came to a natural amphitheatre filled with jungle echoes and the sound of tumbling water. The curve of the hillside made a grandstand. From it you looked down into a bowl of grassland, broken by patches of forest and a winding river, and embellished at the centre with a film set of block-built houses and seemingly brand-new cars parked along the curbside, a yellow Alfa, a green Mercedes, a white Cadillac. Flags flew from the flat rooftops, and as the breeze lifted them, Jonathan saw that they were the flags of nations formally committed to the repression of the cocaine industry, the American Stars and Stripes, the British Union Jack, the black, red and gold of Germany, and, rather quaintly, the white cross of Switzerland. Other flags had evidently been improvised for the occasion. Delta read one, DEA another, and on a small white tower all its own, U.S. Army HQ. Half a mile from the centre of this mock town, set amid pampas grass and close to the river's path, lay a mock military airfield with a crude runway, yellow windsock, and dapple-green control tower made of plywood. Carcasses of mothballed aircraft littered the runway. Jonathan recognized DC-3s, F-85s, and F-94s. And along the river bank stood the airfield's protection. Vintage tanks and ancient armoured personnel carriers painted olive drab and emblazoned with the American White Star. Shielding his eyes, Jonathan peered at the ridge overlooking the north side of the horseshoe. The control team was already assembling. Figures in white armbands and steel helmets were talking into handsets, peering through binoculars and studying maps. Among them, Jonathan made out Langbourne with his ponytail, wearing a flak jacket and jeans. An incoming light aircraft skimmed low over the ridge on its way to land. No markings. The quality was beginning to arrive. It's handover day, thought Jonathan. It's the troops' pass-out ceremony before Roper collects. "It's a turkey shoot, Tommy boy," Frisky had said, in the over-familiar manner that he had recently adopted. "It's a firepower demo," Tabby had said, "to show the Colombian boys what they're getting for their you-know-what." Even the handshakes had a finite quality. Standing at one end of the grandstand, Jonathan had a clear view of the ceremonials. A table of soft drinks had been set up, with ice in field containers, and as the VIPs arrived, Roper himself led them to the table. Then Emmanuel and Roper between them presented their honoured guest to the senior trainers, and, after more handshakes, escorted them to a row of folding khaki chairs set in the shade, where hosts and guests arranged themselves in a half-circle, talking self-consciously to each other in the way that statesmen exchange pleasantries at a photo opportunity. But it was the other men, the men who sat out of focus in the shadows, that commanded the close observer's attention. Their leader was a fat man with his knees apart and farmer's hands curled on his fat thighs. Beside him sat a wiry old bullfighter, as thin as his companion was fat, with one side of his face scarred white as if it had been gored. And in the second row sat the hungry boys, trying to look assured, in over-oiled hair and watered leather boots, and Gucci bomber jackets and silk shirts and too much gold, and too much bulk inside the bomber jackets, and too much killing in their fraught, half-Indian faces. But Jonathan is allowed no more time to scrutinize them. A twin-engine transport aircraft has appeared over the northern ridge. It is marked with a black cross, and Jonathan knows at once that today's black crosses are the good guys, and white stars the bad guys. Its side door opens, a stick of parachutists blossoms against the pale sky, and Jonathan is rolling and spinning with them as his mind becomes a pageant of army memories from childhood till here. He is at parachute camp in Abingdon, making his first balloon jump, and thinking that dying and getting divorced from Isabel don't have to be the same thing. He is on his first field patrol, crossing open country in Armagh, clutching his gun across his flak jacket and believing he is finally his father's son. Our paras land well. A second and a third stick join them. One team scurries from chute to chute, gathering up the equipment and supplies, while another team gives covering fire. For there is opposition. One of the tanks at the edge of the airfield is already shooting at the men, which is to say its barrel is belching flame, and buried charges are exploding around the paras as they hasten into the pampas grass for cover. Then suddenly the tank is firing no more, and will never fire again. The paras have taken it out. Its turret is askew. Black smoke oozes from its interior. One of its tracks has snapped like a watch strap. In quick succession the remaining tanks get the same treatment. And after the tanks, the parked aircraft are sent skidding and reeling across the runway, until, buckled and quite dead, they can move no more. Light anti-tank weapons, Jonathan is thinking. 200 to 300 meters effective range. The favoured weapon for killer patrols. The valley splits again as defensive machine gun fire pours out of the buildings in a belated counter-strike. Simultaneously, the yellow Alpha lurches to life and, remotely guided, races down the road in a bid to escape. "Cowards! Chicken! Bastards! Why don't you stay and fight?" But the black crosses have their answer ready. From the pampas, firing on settings of 10 and 20 bursts, the Vulcan machine guns drive streams of heavy tracer into the enemy positions, cutting through the concrete blocks, plugging them with so many holes that they resemble giant cheese graters. Simultaneously, the quads, in bursts of 50, lift the Alpha clean off the road and hurl it into a coppice of dry trees, where it explodes, setting light to the trees also. But no sooner is this peril past than a new one besets our heroes. First the ground explodes, then the sky goes mad. But do not fear. Once more our men are prepared. Drones, aerial targets, are the villains. The Vulcan's 6 barrels can achieve an elevation of 80 degrees. They achieve it now. The Vulcan's radar rangefinder is co-mounted. Her ammunition load is 2,000 shells, and she is firing them in bursts of 100 at a time, so loudly that Jonathan has set his face in a grimace of pain as he presses his hands over his ears. Belching smoke, the drones disintegrate, and, like scraps of so much burning paper, tumble sedately into the jungle's depths. On the grandstand, it is time for beluga caviar served from iced tins, and chilled coconut juice, and Panamanian Reserva rum, and single malt scotch on the rocks. But no shampoo, not yet. The chief plays long. The truce is over. So is lunch. The town may finally be taken. From the pampas grass, a brave platoon advances frontally on the hated colonialist buildings, shooting and drawing fire. But elsewhere, covered by the distraction, less conspicuous assaults are being launched. Waterborne troops with blackened faces are advancing down the river on inflatable dinghies, barely visible among the reeds. Others in special combat gear are stealthily scaling the outside of the U.S. Army HQ. Suddenly, on a secret signal, both teams attack, tossing grenades through windows, leaping after them into the flames, emptying their automatic weapons. Seconds later, all remaining parked cars are immobilized or commandeered. On the rooftops, the hated flags of the oppressor are lowered and replaced by our own Black Cross. All is victory, all is triumph. Our troops are supermen. But wait, what is this? The battle is not yet won. Attracted by the growl of a plane, Jonathan again glances up at the ridge where the control team sits tensely over its maps and radios. A white jet aircraft, civilian, sparkling new, unmarked, twin-engined, 2 men clearly visible in the cockpit, skims over the hilltop, dives steeply and zooms low over the town. What is it doing here? Is it part of the show? Or is it the real drug enforcement agency come to watch the fun? Jonathan looks round for somebody to ask, but all eyes like his are fixed upon the plane, and everyone seems as mystified as he is. The jet departs. The town lies still. But on the ridge the controllers are still waiting. In the pampas grass, Jonathan spots 5 men huddled in a fire group, and recognizes the 2 look-alike American trainers among them. The white jet is returning. It sweeps over the ridge, but this time it ignores the town and begins instead a rather vague ascent. Then from the pampas grass comes a furious extended hiss, and the jet vanishes. It does not break up or shed a wing, or reel giddily into the jungle. There is the hiss, there is the explosion, there is the fireball, that is so quickly over that Jonathan wonders whether he has seen it at all. And after that, there are the tiny sparkling embers of the aircraft's skin, like golden raindrops, disappearing as they fall. The stinger has done its work. For a dreadful moment, Jonathan really does believe that the show has ended with a human sacrifice. In the grandstand, Roper and the distinguished guests are hugging and congratulating each other. Roper grabs a bottle of Dom and pops the cork. Colonel Emmanuel is assisting him. Swinging round to the ridge, Jonathan sees delighted members of the control team congratulating each other, wrestling hands, ruffling each other's hair and slapping each other on the back, Langbourne among them. Only when he looks higher does he see 2 white puffs of parachute, half a mile back in the jet's flight path. "Likey?" Roper inquired in his ear. Like a nervous impresario, Roper was moving among the spectators, collecting opinions and congratulations. "But who on earth were they?" Jonathan demanded, still reluctant to be mollified. "Those crazy pilots. What about the plane? That was millions of dollars of stuff." "Couple of clever Ruskies, hell-bent. slipped down to Cartagena airport, pinched a jet, put her on automatic pilot, second time round, and bailed out. Hope the poor owner doesn't want it back.
"That's outrageous,"
Jonathan declared, as his indignation gave way to laughter.
"That's the most disgraceful thing I ever heard."
He was still laughing when he found himself caught in the cross-gaze of the two American trainers, who had just arrived from the valley by jeep. Their similarity was eerie. The same freckled smile, the same gingery hair, and the same way of resting their hands on their hips while they studied him.
"You British, sir?"
asked one. "Not particularly," said Jonathan pleasantly.
"You're Thomas, aren't you, sir?"
said the second.
"That Thomas something, or something Thomas, sir?"
"Something like that," Jonathan agreed, more pleasantly still. But Tabby, close beside him, heard the undertow in his voice, and placed a restraining hand discreetly on his arm, which was unwise of Tabby, because in doing so he enabled the close observer to relieve him of a wad of American dollars, nestling in the side pocket of his bush jacket. Yet even at this gratifying moment, Jonathan cast an uneasy glance after the two Americans in Roper's train. Disenchanted veterans, settling a grudge with Uncle Sam. "And get yourselves a couple of disenchanted faces," he told them, "and stop looking as if you ride first class and charge the company for your time." Intercepted handwritten fax relayed to the Roper jet, marked most urgent, from Sir Anthony Jayston Bradshaw in London, England, to Dickie Roper, care of the SS Iron Pasha, Antigua, received 0920 hours and transmitted to the jet at 0928 hours by the Iron Pasha's skipper, with a covering note apologizing if he had taken the wrong step. Sir Anthony's handwriting, bulbous and illiterate, with misspellings, underlinings, and the occasional 18th-century flourish. The style telegraphic. "Dear Dickie, our conversation 2 days ago, have discussed matter with Thames Authority an hour ago, and have ascertained that offending information is documentary in your hand and irrefutable. Am also led to believe that the late Dr. Law was used by unfriendly elements to squeeze out previous signatory in favour present incumbent. Thames are taking evasive action, suggest you do the same. In view of this crucial assistance, trust you will send another immediate ex gratia care of usual bank to cover further essential expenses to your urgent interest. Best, Tony." This intercept, which had not been passed to enforcement, was surreptitiously obtained by Flynn from a source inside Pure Intelligence, sympathetic to his cause. In his chagrin following the death of Apostol, Flynn had difficulty in overcoming his native mistrust of the English. But after a half-bottle of 10-year-old Bushmill single malt, he felt strong enough to slip the document into his pocket, and, having driven pretty much by instinct to the operations centre, present it formally to Burr. It was months since Jed had flown on a commercial flight, and at first she found the experience liberating, like riding on the top of a London bus after all those dreary taxi rides. "I'm back in life," she thought. "I've stepped out of the glass coach." But when she made a joke of this to Corcoran, who sat beside her as they headed for Miami, he sneered at her condescension, which surprised as well as hurt her, because he had never been rude to her before. And at Miami airport he was equally unpleasant, insisting that he pocket her passport while he went in search of a luggage trolley, then turning his back on her while he addressed two flaxen-haired men hanging around the departure desk for the onward flight to Antigua. "Corky, who in heaven's name are they?" she asked him when he returned. "Friends of friends, my dear. They will be joining us on the Pasha." "Friends of whose friends?" "Of the chief's, actually." "Corky, they can't possibly be. They're absolute bruisers." "They're additional protection, if you wish to know. The chief has decided to raise the strength of the security to 5.
"Corky, why on earth?"
He's always been perfectly content with 3 before. Then she saw his eyes and was scared, because they were vindictive and triumphant. And she realized that this was a Corcoran she didn't know, a slighted courtier on his way back to favour, with long-held grievances to settle with interest. And on the plane he didn't drink. The new protection were flying in the back, but Jed and Corcoran were in first class, and he could have drunk himself into a stupor, which was what she expected him to do. But instead he ordered himself mineral water with ice and a slice of lemon, and slurped it while he admired his reflection in the window. Chapter 25. Jonathan was also a prisoner. Perhaps he had always been one, as Sophie had suggested. Or perhaps he had been one ever since he had been spirited to Crystal. But an illusion of freedom had always been conceded him. Till now. The first warning came at Fabergé, as Roper and his party were about to take their leave. The guests had left. Langbourne and Moranti had left with them. Colonel Emmanuel and Roper were exchanging last bear hugs as a young soldier came running up the track, calling and waving a piece of paper above his head. Emmanuel took the paper, glanced at it and handed it to Roper, who pulled on his spectacles, and took a pace away to read in greater privacy. And as Roper read, Jonathan saw him shed his customary lassitude and stiffen, then methodically fold the paper and put it in his pocket. "Frisky! Sir! A word!" Parade ground style, Frisky marched facetiously over the bumpy ground to his master and came to attention. But when Roper took him by the arm and murmured an order in his ear, Frisky must have wished he hadn't been so damn funny. They entered the plane. Frisky went purposefully ahead, and brusquely beckoned Jonathan to take the seat beside him. "I've got the runs, actually, Frisk," Jonathan said. "Jungle tummy." "Sit where you're fucking told," Tabby advised from behind him. And on the plane Jonathan sat between them, and whenever he went to the lavatory, Tabby stood outside. Roper, meanwhile, sat alone at the bulkhead, acknowledging nobody but Meg, who brought him fresh orange juice, and halfway into the journey, an incoming fax which Jonathan saw to be handwritten. Having read it, Roper folded it into an inside pocket. Then he put on his eye mask and appeared to sleep. At Cologne Airport, where Langbourne was waiting for them with 2 chauffeur-driven Volvos, Jonathan was again made unmistakably aware of his altered status. "Chief, I need to talk to you at once. Alone," Langbourne yelled up from the runway, almost before Meg had got the door open. So everyone waited aboard while Roper and Langbourne conferred at the foot of the gangway. "Second car," Roper ordered, when Meg had allowed the rest of the passengers to emerge. "All of you." "He's got jungle tummy," Frisky warned Langbourne aside. "Fuck his tummy," Langbourne retorted. "Tell him to contain himself." "Contain yourself," said Frisky. It was afternoon. The police box was empty. So was the control tower. So was the airfield, except for the white Colombian-registered private jets, parked in rows beside the wide runway. Langbourne and Roper got into the front car, and as they did so, Jonathan noticed a 4th man in a hat seated beside the driver. Frisky opened the back door of the second car. Jonathan got in. Frisky got in after him. Tabby sat the other side of him, leaving the passenger seat empty. No one spoke. On a huge billboard, a girl in frayed shorts spread her thighs round the latest brand of cigarette. On another, she teasingly licked the erect aerial of a transistor radio. They entered the town, and a stench of poverty filled the car. Jonathan remembered Cairo and sitting beside Sophie, while the wretched of the earth grovelled in the rubbish. In streets of former grandeur, between shanties built of planks and corrugated iron, stood old timbered houses crumbling with decay. Bright-coloured washing hung from the rotting balconies. Children played in the blackened arcades, and floated plastic cups in the open drains. From colonial porches, workless men, 20 at a time, stared expressionlessly at the passing traffic. From the windows of an abandoned factory, hundreds of immobile faces did the same. They had stopped for lights. Frisky's left hand, low behind the driver's seat, was drawing a bead with an imaginary revolver on 4 armed policemen who had stepped off the curb and were walking towards the car. Tabby read his gesture at once, and Jonathan felt him ease against the backrest and unfasten the middle buttons of his bush jacket. The policemen were huge. They wore pressed uniforms of light khaki, lanyards and medal ribbons, and Walter automatics in burnished leather holsters. Roper's car had parked 100 yards down the road. The traffic lights turned green, but 2 of the policemen were blocking the car's way, while a third talked to the driver and the 4th scowled into the car. One of the men at the front was inspecting the Volvo's tyres. The car rocked as another tested the suspension. "I think the gentleman would like a nice present, don't you, Pedro?" Frisky suggested to the driver. Tabby was patting the pockets of his bush jacket. The police wanted $20. Frisky gave the driver 10. The driver gave them to the policeman. "Some bugger nicked my cash off me at the camp," Tabby said, as they drove again. "Want to go back and find him?" Frisky asked. "I need a lavatory," said Jonathan. "You need a fucking cork, is what you need," said Tabby. Following close behind Roper's car, they entered a North American enclave of lawns, white churches, bowling centres, and army brides in curlers pushing prams. They emerged on a seafront lined with pink 1920s villas, with giant television aerials, razor-wire fences and high gates. The stranger in the front car was looking for house numbers. They rounded a corner and kept looking. They were in a grassy park. Out to sea, container ships, cruise ships and tankers waited to take their turn on the canal. The front car had pulled up before an old house set in trees. The driver was tapping the horn. The door of the house opened. A slender-shouldered man in a white jacket tripped down the path. Langbourne lowered his window and called to him to take the car behind. Frisky leaned forward and opened the passenger door. Jonathan glimpsed a studious Arab-looking young man in spectacles. He took his place without speaking. "How's the runs?" said Frisky. "Better," said Jonathan. "Well, keep them that way," said Tabby. They entered a stretch of straight road. Jonathan had been to an army school like this. A high stone wall festooned with cables ran along their right side. It was topped with a triple strand of barbed wire. He remembered Curaçao and the road to the dockyard. Hoardings appeared to their left. Toshiba, Citizen and Toyland. So this is where the Roper buys his toys, thought Jonathan, absurdly. But it wasn't. It was where he collected his reward for all the hard work and hard cash he had invested. The Arab student lit a cigarette. Frisky coughed ostentatiously. The front car swung through an archway and stopped. They stopped behind it. A policeman appeared at the driver's window. "Passports," the driver said. Frisky had Jonathan's and his own. The Arab student in the front raised his head far enough for the policeman to recognize him. The policeman waved them through. They had entered the free zone of Cologne. Sleek shop fronts for jewellery and furs recalled Herr Meister's lobby. The skyline was ablaze with trade names from across the world and the pure blue glass of banks. Shiny cars lined the streets. Lurid container lorries backed and shunted and belched exhaust fumes over the crowded sidewalks. Shops are forbidden to sell retail, but everyone was selling retail. Panamanians are forbidden to buy here, but the streets were thronged with them in all their different races, and most had come by taxi, because taxi drivers have the best arrangements at the gate. Every day, Corcoran had told Jonathan, the official workers arrive in the zone, bare-necked, bare-wristed, and bare-fingered. But when evening comes, they look as though they are going to a wedding in their shining bracelets, necklaces, and rings. From all over Central America, he said, shoppers fly in and out, unmolested by immigration or customs, some spending $1 million in a day, and depositing millions more for next time round. The front car entered a dark street of warehouses, and they followed it nose to tail. Spots of rain rolled like fat tears down the windscreen. The hatted stranger in the front car was studying names and numbers. Cahn's Comestibles, McDonald's Automotor, the Hoy Tin Food and Beverage Company, the Tel Aviv Goodwill Container Company, El Akbar's Fantasias, Hellas Agricultural, Le Baron of Paris, Taste of Colombia Limitada, Coffee and Comestibles. Then 100 yards of black wall and one sign saying Eagle, which was where they got out. "Are we going indoors?" "Maybe they've got one there," said Jonathan. "It's getting urgent again," he added, for Tabby's benefit. Tension now, as they stand in the unlit side street. A fast tropical dusk is gathering. The sky is aglow with coloured neons, but in this canyon of walls and dingy alleys, the dark is already real. Everyone's eyes are on the hatted man. Frisky and Tabby stand either side of Jonathan, and Frisky's hand is on Jonathan's upper arm, not grasping it exactly, Tommy, just making sure nobody gets lost. The Arab student has gone ahead to join the forward group. Jonathan sees the man in the hat enter the blackness of a doorway. Langbourne, Roper, and the student follow him. "Mush," Frisky murmurs. They walk forward. "If you could just find me a loo," Jonathan says. Frisky's hand tightens on his arm. Inside the doorway, reflected light glows at the end of a brick corridor lined with posters too dark to read. They reach a T-junction, turn left. The light brightens, leading them to a glazed door with plywood tacked over the upper panes of glass to hide the writing underneath. A smell of chandlery pervades the still air, rope and flour and tar and coffee and linseed oil. The door stands open. They enter a luxurious anteroom. Leather chairs, silk flowers, ashtrays like glass bricks. On a centre table, glossy trade magazines about Colombia, Venezuela, and Brazil. And in a corner, a discreet green door, with a bucolic lady and gentleman going for a walk on a ceramic tile. "Quick, then," says Frisky, shoving Jonathan forward. And Jonathan keeps his jailers waiting for 2.5 infuriating minutes by his watch, while he sits on the lavatory and scribbles swiftly on a piece of writing paper spread on his knees. They pass to the main office, and it is large and white and windowless, with pelmet lighting and a ceiling made of perforated tiles, and a conference table with empty chairs drawn up to it, and pens and blotters and drinking glasses laid like places for dinner. Roper and Langbourne and their guide stand one end. The guide, now that he can be seen, turns out to be Moranti. But something has happened to his body, some quickening of urgency or hate, and his face has the slashed grimness of a Halloween lantern. At the other end of the room, by a second door, stands the farmer, whom Jonathan remembers from this morning's military display, and at his arm the bullfighter, with one of the richly dressed boys in a leather bomber jacket beside him. The boy is scowling. And around the walls, 6 more boys, all wearing jeans and sneakers, all honed and fit after their extended stay at Fabergé, all pressing the smaller variety of Uzi submachine gun discreetly to their sides. End of Side 13. Side 14. The door behind them closes. The other opens, and it is the door to a real warehouse, not a steel-lined abyss like the hold of the Lombardy, but a place with some pretension to taste, with stone slab floors and iron pillars that fan into palm trees as they reach the ceiling, and dusty Art Deco lampshades hanging from the girders. On the side of the warehouse that borders the street, closed garage doors. Jonathan counts 10 of them, each with its own lock and number, and its own bay for a container and a crane. And at the centre, cardboard boxes by the thousand, piled in brown cubist mountains, with forklift trucks standing at their feet to trundle them the 60 metres to the containers on the street side. Only occasionally is a commodity displayed, a cluster of outsized pottery urns, for instance, waiting to be specially packed, a pyramid of video recorders, or bottles of Scotch whisky, which in a previous existence might have worn a less distinguished label. But the forklift trucks, like everything else about the place, are idle. No watchman, no dogs, no night shift toiling at the packing bays or scrubbing down the floor. Just the friendly smell of chandlery and the clip and squeak of their own feet on the flagstones. As on the Lombardy, protocol now dictated the order of progression. The farmer led with Moranti. The bullfighter and his son walked after them. Then came Roper and Langbourne and the Arab, and finally Frisky and Tabby, with Jonathan pressed between them. And there it stood, their prize, their rainbow's end, the biggest cubist mountain of them all, stacked roof-high in its own fenced enclosure, and guarded by a ring of fighters with submachine guns, each box numbered, each box bearing the same pretty-coloured label of a laughing Colombian boy juggling beans of coffee above his big straw hat, a third-world model of a happy child, with perfect teeth and a cheerful shining face, drug-free, loving life, juggling his way into the future. Jonathan took a quick reckoning, left to right, up and down. 2,000 boxes, 3,000. His arithmetic deserted him. Langbourne and Roper stepped forward together. As they did so, Roper's features came into the stiff arc of the overhead light, and Jonathan saw him as he'd seen him the very first time, stepping into the glow of the chandelier at Meister's, tall and at first glance noble, brushing the snow off his shoulders, waving at Fräulein Eberhard, and looking every inch the buccaneering deal-maker of the 80s, even if it was the 90s. "I'm Dickie Roper. My chap's booked some rooms here, rather a lot of them." What had changed? All this time and all these miles later, what had changed? The hair, a mite more grey? The dolphin smile, a fraction stiffer at the corners? Jonathan saw no change in him at all. At every point where he had learned to read the Roper signals, the occasional flicking of a hand, the smoothing of the horns of hair above the ears, the ruminative tilting of the head while the great man affected to consider, Jonathan saw no hint of transformation. "Faisal, table over there. Sandy, pick a box. Pick 20, different places. You chaps all right back there, Frisky? Sir? Hell's Moranti gone? There he is. Senor Moranti, let's get this thing on the road." The hosts had formed a group apart. The Arab student was seated with his back to the audience, and while he waited he unloaded things from the recesses of his jacket and set them out on the table. 4 of the fighting boys had taken the door. One held a cellular phone to his ear. The rest moved quickly towards the cubist mountain, passing between a ring of guards who remained facing outward like a shooting party, clutching their submachine guns across their chests. Langbourne pointed at a box in the middle of the heap. 2 boys tugged it out for him, dumped it on the ground beside the student, and pulled up the lid, which was not sealed. The student delved in the box and drew out a rectangular package bound in sackcloth and plastic, and adorned with the same happy Colombian child. Placing it on the table before him, masking it with his body, he bowed low over it. Time stopped. Jonathan was reminded of a priest at Holy Communion, helping himself to the host and the wine with his back turned, before bringing them to his communicants. The student bowed more deeply, entering a phase of particular devotion. He sat back and gave Roper a nod of approval. Langbourne selected another box from another part of the mountain. The boys tore it from its place. The mountain slipped and recovered. The ritual was repeated. And repeated. Perhaps 30 boxes were tested in this way. Nobody fidgeted his gun or spoke. The boys at the door were motionless. The only sound was the shuffle of the boxes. The student glanced at Roper and nodded. "Senor Moranti," said Roper. Moranti took a small step forward, but didn't speak. The hatred in his eyes was like a curse. Yet what did he hate? The white colonialists, who for so long had raped his continent? Or himself for stooping to this transaction? "Reckon we're getting there. Quality's no problem. Let's do quantity, shall we?" Under Langbourne's supervision, The fighters loaded 20 random boxes onto a forklift and drove them to a weighbridge. Langbourne read the weight from the illuminated dial, made a reckoning on his pocket calculator, and showed it to Roper, who appeared to agree it, for he again called something affirmative to Moranti, who turned on his heel and, with the farmer at his side, led the procession back to the conference room. But not before Jonathan had seen the forklift truck taking its load to the first of 2 containers, standing open-topped in the bays numbered 8 and 9. "It's coming on again," he told Tabby. "I'm going to kill you in a minute," said Tabby. "No, you're not. I am," said Frisky. There remained the paperwork, which, as everybody knew, was the sole responsibility of the plenipotentiary chairman of the House of Trade Paths Limited of Curaçao, assisted by his legal adviser. With Langbourne beside him and the contracting parties under the guidance of Moranti opposite him, Jonathan signed 3 documents, which, so far as he could make out, acknowledged receipt of 50 tons of first-quality pre-roasted Colombian coffee beans, certified the accuracy of waybills, bills of lading, and customs declarations in respect of the same cargo, freight on board the SS Horacio Enriquez, presently on charter to Trade Paths Limited, ex-Colon Free Zone, and bound for Gdansk, Poland, in container numbers 179 and 180, and instructed the master of the SS Lombardy, presently docked in Panama City, to accept a fresh Colombian crew and proceed without delay to the port of Buenaventura on the western coast of Colombia. When Jonathan had signed everything the requisite number of times, in the requisite places, he put down his pen with a small slap and glanced at Roper as if to say, "That's that." But Roper, until recently so forthcoming, seemed not to see him, and as they walked back to the cars he strode ahead of everyone, contriving to suggest that the real business lay ahead, which was by now Jonathan's view as well, for the close observer had entered a state of readiness that exceeded anything he had experienced. Seated between his captors, watching the lights slip by, he was gripped by a stealth of purpose that was like a new-found talent. He had Tabby's cash, and it amounted to $114. He had the 2 envelopes that he had prepared while he was sitting in the lavatory. In his head he had the numbers of the containers, the numbers of the waybills, and even the number of the Cubist Mountain, for a battered black plate had dangled over it like a cricket scoreboard at cadet school. Consignment number 54, in a warehouse underneath the Eagle sign. They had reached the waterfront. Their car pulled up for the Arab student to get out. He vanished into the darkness without a word. "We're reaching crunch time, I'm afraid," Jonathan announced calmly. "In about 30 seconds I shan't be responsible for the consequences." "For fuck's sake," Frisky breathed. The car in front was already accelerating. "It's due about now, Frisky. The choice is yours." "You filthy bugger," said Tabby. Making signs with his hands and yelling, "Pedro!" Frisky induced the driver to flash his headlights at the car ahead, which stopped again. Langbourne leaned his head out of the window to shout, "What the fuck's the matter now?" A lighted petrol station winked across the road. "Tommy here's got his tummy again," Frisky said. Langbourne turned back into the car to consult Roper, then reappeared. "Go with him, Frisky. Don't let him out of your sight. Move it." It was a new petrol station, but the plumbing was not up to the standard of the rest. One tiny, stinking unisex cubicle with no seat was the best it could offer. While Frisky waited outside the door, Jonathan made energetic noises of distress, and, once more using his bare knees as a rest, wrote his last message. The Wurlitzer bar at the Riandi Continental Hotel in Panama City is very small and pitch dark, and on Sunday nights it is presided over by a matronly, round-faced woman, who, when Rook was able to make her out in the gloom, bore an odd similarity to his wife. And when she saw he was not the kind who needed to talk, she filled a second saucer of nuts, and left him to sip his Perrier in peace, while she resumed her horoscope. In the lobby, American soldiers in fatigues dawdled in glum groups amid the colourful bustle of nocturnal Panama. A short staircase led to the door of the hotel casino, with its courteous notice forbidding the carrying of arms. Rook could make out ghostly figures playing baccarat and yanking at one-armed bandits. In the bar, not 6 feet from where he stood, reposed the magnificent white Wurlitzer organ itself, reminding him of cinemas in the days of his childhood, when an organist in a radiant jacket emerged from the dungeons on his white dreamboat, playing songs an audience could hum. Rook took little interest in these things, but a man who is waiting without hope must have something to distract him, or he becomes too morbid for his health. At first he had sat in his room, keeping close to the telephone, because he was afraid the clatter of the air-conditioner would drown its ring. Then he switched off the air-conditioner and tried opening the French windows to his balcony, but the din from the Via España was so frightful that he quickly closed them again and lay on the bed, and stewed for an hour without air from either the balcony or the conditioner. But he became so drowsy that he nearly nodded off. So he phoned the exchange and said he was going down to the poolside now, and they should hold any call that came for him till he got there. And as soon as he reached the poolside he gave the maitre d' $10 and asked him to alert the concierge and the telephone exchange and the doorman to the fact that Mr. Robinson of room 409 was dining at the poolside, table 6, should anyone inquire. Then he sat and stared at the illuminated blue water of the empty pool, and at the empty tables, and upwards at the windows of the surrounding high-rise buildings, and across to the house telephone on the poolside bar, and at the boys at the barbecue who were cooking his steak, and at the band that was playing rumbas just for him. And when his steak came, he washed it down with a bottle of Perrier water, because although he reckoned he had as good a head as the next man, he would as soon have gone to sleep on sentry duty as drink alcohol, while he was playing the 1,000-to-1 chance that a blown Joe would somehow get through the lines. Then around 10 o'clock, as the tables began to fill, he feared that the effect of his $10 might be wearing off. So, having called the exchange on the house line, he took himself to the bar, where he now sat. And that was where he was when the barmaid, who looked like his wife, put down the telephone and smiled sadly at him. "You, Mr. Robinson, 409? Rook was. "You got a visitor, darling. He very personal, very urgent. But he a man." He was a man. He was a Panamanian. He was small and Asian and silk-skinned, with heavy eyelids and a black suit, and an air of sanctity. His suit was polished to a regimental brightness, like the suits worn by office messengers and undertakers. His hair was waved, his dimpled white shirt was spotless, and his visiting card, which was made in the form of a sticky label to be fixed beside your telephone, announced him in Spanish and English as Sanchez Jesus Maria Romares Secundo, driver of limousines day and night. English spoken, but not, alas, as well as he would wish, senor. His English, he would say, was of the people, but not of the scholar, a deprecating smile to heaven, and had been acquired mostly from his American and British clients, though fortified, it was true, by his early attendances at school, though these, alas, had been fewer than he would have wished, for his father was not a rich man, senor, and neither was Sanchez. At which sad admission, Sanchez fixed his gaze dotingly on Rook and got down to business. "Senor Robinson, my friend, please, sir, forgive." Sanchez put a pudgy hand inside the breast of his black suit. "I have come to collect you $500. Thank you, sir." Rook by now was beginning to fear he was being set up as the victim of an elaborate tourist trap, of which the upshot would be that he was to purchase pre-Columbian artifacts, or a night with the wretched man's sister. But instead Sanchez handed him a thick envelope with the word "crystal" embossed on the flap over what appeared to be a diamond. And from it Rook drew a handwritten letter from Jonathan in Spanish, wishing the bearer joy of the enclosed $100, and promising him 500 more if he would personally deliver the enclosed envelope into the hands of Senor Robinson of the Hotel Riande Continental in Panama City. Rook held his breath. In his secret elation, a new fear had taken hold of him, namely that Sanchez had dreamed up some idiot plan to keep him on the hook in order to increase the reward. for instance by dumping the letter in a safe deposit for the night, or entrusting it to his Chiquita to keep it under her mattress in case the gringo attempted to wrest it from him by force. "So where's the second envelope?" he asked. The driver touched his heart. "Senor, it is right here in my pocket. I am an honest driver, sir, and when I saw the letter lying on the floor in the back of the Volvo, my first thought was to drive full speed onto the airfield, regardless of regulations, and restore it to whichever of my noble clients had been so careless as to leave it there, in the hope, but not necessarily the expectation of compensation, for the clients in my car were not of the quality of the clients of my colleague Dominguez in the car in front. My clients, if I may say so, sir, without disrespect to your good friend, were altogether of a humbler nature, one so insulting as to refer to me as a Pedro. But then, sir, as soon as I had read the inscription on the envelope, I recognized that my loyalties lay elsewhere." Sanchez Jesus Maria obligingly suspended his narrative, while Rook went to the concierge's desk and cashed $500 worth of traveller's checks. Chapter 26. At Heathrow it was 8 in the morning of a sodden English winter's day, and Burr was wearing his Miami clothes. Goodhue, prowling at the arrivals barrier, wore a raincoat and the flat cap he used for bicycling. His features were resolute, but his eyes were overbright. The right eye, Burr noticed, had developed a slight twitch. "Any news?" Burr demanded, when they had barely shaken hands. "What of? Who?" "They tell me nothing." "The jet, have they tracked it yet?" "They tell me nothing," Goodhue repeated. "If your man presented himself in shining armour at the British Embassy in Washington, I would hear nothing. Everything's handed down through channels, the Foreign Office, Defence, the River House, even Cabinet. Everyone's a halfway house to someone else." "That's twice they've lost that plane in 2 days," Burr said. He was heading for the cab rank, spurning trolleys, lugging his heavy suitcase on his arm. "Once is carelessness, twice is deliberate. It left Cologne at 9:20 at night. My boy was on it, so was Roper, so was Langbourne. They've got AWACS up there, radar on every atoll, you name it. How can they lose a 13-seater jet?" "I'm out of it, Leonard. I try to keep an ear to the ground, but they've taken the ground away. They keep me busy all day long. You know what they call me? The Controller of Intelligence. With a P. They thought I would appreciate the ancient spelling. I'm surprised to learn that Darker has a sense of humour." "They're throwing the book at Strelsky," Burr said. "Irresponsible handling of informants, exceeding his brief, being too nice to the Brits. They're practically accusing him of Apostol's murder." "Flagship," Goodhue muttered under his breath, like a rubric. "A different colouring," Burr noticed. High points of red on the cheeks, a mysterious whiteness round the eyes. "Where's Rook?" he asked. "Where's Rob? He should be back by now." "On his way, I hear. Everybody on his way. Oh, yes." They joined the taxi queue. A black cab pulled up. A policewoman told Goodhue to get a move on. 2 Lebanese tried to push ahead of him. Burr blocked their way and opened the cab door. Goodhue began reciting as soon as he had sat down. His tone was remote. He might have been reliving the traffic accident he had so narrowly missed. "Devolution is old hat, my master tells me over the smoked eel. Private armies are loose cannons on the deck, he tells me over the roast beef. The small agencies should keep their autonomy, but henceforth they must accept parental guidance from the River House. A new Whitehall concept has been born. Joint steering is dead. Long live parental guidance. Over the port we talk about how to streamline, and he congratulates me and tells me I'm to be put in charge of streamlining. I shall streamline, but I shall do it under parental guidance. That means to suit Darker's whim. Except... He leaned suddenly forward, then turned his head and stared at Burr full face. Except, Leonard, I am still Secretary of Joint Steering, and shall remain so until my master in his wisdom deems otherwise, or I resign. There are sound men there. I've been counting heads. We mustn't condemn the barrel because of a few bad apples. My master is persuadable. This is still England. We are good people. Things may go amiss from time to time, but sooner or later honour prevails, and the right forces win. I believe that. The weapons on the Lombardy were American, as forecast, Burr said. They're buying Best Western with a bit of British where it's any good, and training in it, and demonstrating it to their customers up at Fabergé. Goodhue turned stiffly back to the window. Somehow he had lost the freedom of his movements. Countries of origin provide no clue, he retorted, with the exaggerated conviction of someone defending a feeble theory. It's the peddlers who do the mischief. You know that perfectly well. There were 2 American trainers up at the camp, according to Jonathan's notes. He's only talking about officers. He suspects they've got American NCOs as well. High-powered identical twins they were, who had the bad manners to ask him his business. Strelski says they must be the Joch brothers from Langley. Used to work Miami, recruiting for the Sandinistas. Amato spotted them in Aruba 3 months back, drinking Dom Perignon with Roper, while he was supposed to be selling farms. Exactly 1 week later, Sir Anthony Jayston Bradshaw, our distinguished knight, starts buying American instead of East European and Russian with Roper's money. Roper never hired American trainers before. He wouldn't trust them. Why has he got them there? Who are they working for? Who are they reporting to? Why has American intelligence got so sloppy suddenly? All these radar windows appearing everywhere. Why didn't their satellites report all that military activity up on the Costa Rican border? Combat helicopters, war wagons, light tanks. Who's talking to the cartels? Who told them about Apostol? Who said the cartels could have fun with him and deprive enforcement of their super snitch while they're about it? Still staring out of the window, Goodhue was refusing to listen. "Take one crisis at a time, Leonard," he urged, in a clenched voice. "You've got a boat full of arms, never mind where they come from, headed for Colombia. You've got a boat full of drugs, headed for the European continent. You've got a villain to catch and an agent to save. Go for your objectives. Don't be distracted. That's why I went wrong. Darker, the list of backers, the city connections, the big banks, the big financial houses. Darker again, the purists. Don't be sidetracked by all that. You'll never get there. They'll never let you touch them. You'll go mad. Stick to the possible, the events, the facts, one crisis at a time. Haven't I seen that car before?" "It's the rush hour, Rex," said Burr gently. "You've seen them all." And then, just as gently, like a consolation to a beaten man, "My boy pulled it off, Rex. He stole the crown jewels, names and numbers of the ships and containers, location of the Colon warehouse, waybill numbers, even the boxes they've stored the dope in." He patted his breast pocket. "I didn't signal it through. I didn't tell a soul, not even Strelski. There's Rook and me and you and my boy. We're the only ones who know. This isn't flagship, Rex. This is still limpet." "They've taken my files," Goodhue said, not hearing again. "I kept them in the safe in my room. They've gone." Burr looked at his watch. "Shave at the office. No time to go home." Burr is calling in promises, on foot, working the golden triangle of London's secret overworld, Whitehall, Westminster, Victoria Street, in a blue raincoat borrowed from a janitor, and a paper-thin fawn suit that looks as though he has slept in it, which he has. Debbie Mullen is an old friend from Burr's Riverhouse days. They went to the same grammar school and triumphed in the same exams. Her office is down one flight of steps, behind a blue-painted steel door marked "No Entry." Through glass walls, Burr can watch clerks of both sexes, labouring at their screens and talking on telephones. "Well, look who's been on holiday," says Debbie, eyeing his suit. "What's up, Leonard? We heard they were taking down your brass plate and sending you back across the river."
"There's a container ship called the Horacio Enriquez, Debbie, registered Panama," says Burr, allowing his native Yorkshire accent to thicken, in order to emphasize the bond between them. 48 hours ago she was berthed in Cologne Free Zone, bound for Gdansk, Poland. My guess is she's already in international waters, headed for the Atlantic. We have information she's carrying a suspect load. I want her tracked and listened to, but I don't want you to put out a search request." He gave her his old smile. "It's owing to my source, you see, Deb. Very delicate, very top secret. It's got to be all off the record. Can you be a pal and do that for me?" Debbie Mullen has a pretty face and a way of laying the knuckle of her right forefinger against her teeth when she ponders. Perhaps she does this to conceal her feelings, but she cannot conceal her eyes. First they open too wide. Then they focus on the top button of Burr's disgraceful jacket. "The Enrico what, Leonard?" "Horacio Enriquez, Debbie. Whoever he is. Panama registered."
"That's what I thought you said." Removing her gaze from his jacket, she delves in a tray of red-striped folders till she comes to the one she is looking for, and hands it to him. It contains a single sheet of blue paper, embossed and crested, and of appropriate ministerial weight. It is headed the Horacio Enriquez, and consists of one paragraph of over-large type. "The above-named vessel, the subject of a highly sensitive operation, is likely to come to your notice while changing course without apparent reason, or performing other erratic manoeuvres at sea or in harbour. All information received by your section which relates to her activities, whether from overt or secret sources, will be passed solely and immediately to H. Procurement Studies, the River House." The document is stamped Top Secret, Flagship, Guard. Burr hands the folder back to Debbie Mullen and pulls a rueful smile.
"Looks as though we've crossed the wires a bit," he confesses. "Still, it all goes into the same pocket in the end. Have you got anything on Lombardy while I'm about it, Debbie, also hanging about in those waters, most likely at the other end of the canal?"
Her gaze is returned to his face and stayed there. "You a mariner, Leonard?"
"What would you do if I said yes?"
"I'd have to telephone Jeff Darker and find out whether you'd been telling porky pies, wouldn't I?" Burr is really stretching his charm.
"You know me, Debbie. Truth's my middle name. How about a floating gin palace called the Iron Pasha? Property of an English gentleman, 4 days out of Antigua, headed west. Anybody been listening to her at all?"
"I need it, Debbie. I'm desperate." "You said that to me once before, Leonard, and I was desperate too. So I gave it to you. It didn't do either of us any harm at the time, but it's different now. Either I'll ring Geoffrey, or you'll go. It's you to choose." Debbie is still smiling. So is Burr. He keeps his smile in place all the way down the lane of clerks until he reaches the street. Then the London damp hits him like a clumsy punch, and turns his self-control to outrage. 3 boats, all going in different bloody directions. My Joe, my guns, my dope, my case, and none of it my business. But by the time he reaches Denham's stately office, he is his outwardly dour self again, the way Denham would like him best. Denham was a lawyer, and Harry Palfrey's unlikely predecessor as legal adviser to the Procurement Studies Group in the days before it became Darker's manor. When Burr launched his bloody battle against the illegals, Denham had urged him forward, picked him up when he got hurt, and sent him back to try again. When Darker made his successful putsch and Palfrey padded after him, Denham put on his hat and quietly walked back across the river. But he had remained Burr's champion. If Burr ever felt confident of an ally among the Whitehall legal mandarins, Denham was his man. "Oh, hello, Leonard. Glad you rang. Aren't you freezing cold? We don't supply blankets, I'm afraid. Sometimes I rather think we should." Denham played the fop. He was lank and shadowy, with a schoolboy shock of hair turned grey. He wore broad-striped suits and outrageous waistcoats over two-toned shirts. Yet, deep down, like Goodhue, he was some sort of an abstainer. His room should have been splendid, for he had the rank. It was high, with pretty mouldings and decent furniture. But the atmosphere was of a classroom, and the carved fireplace was stuffed with red cellophane coated in a film of dust. A Christmas card 11 months old showed Norwich Cathedral in the snow. "We've met Guy Eccles," said a chunky man with a prominent jaw, who sat reading telegrams at the centre table. "We've met," Burr agreed, returning his nod. "Your signals, Eccles, and I never liked you. You play golf and drive a Jaguar. What the hell are you doing, muscling in on my appointment?" He sat down. Nobody had quite asked him to. Denham was trying to turn up the Crimean War radiator, but either the knob had stuck or else he was turning it the wrong way. "I've a bit of a load to get off my chest, Nicky, if it's all the same to you," said Burr, deliberately ignoring Eccles. "Time's running against me." "If it's about the limpet thing," said Denham, giving the knob a last wrench, "Guy might be rather good to have around." He perched himself on an armchair. He seemed reluctant to sit at his own desk. "Guy's been hopping back and forth to Panama for months," he explained. "Haven't you, Guy?" "What for?" said Burr. "Just visiting," said Eccles. "I want interdiction, Nicky. I want you to move heaven and earth. This is what we were in business for, remember? We sat up nights, talking about just this moment." Yes, we did," Denham agreed, as if Burr had made a valid point. Eccles was smiling at something he was reading in a telegram. He had 3 trays. He took the telegrams from one tray, and when he had read them, chucked them into one of the others. That seemed to be his job today. "It is about feasibility, however, isn't it?" Denham said. He was on the arm of the chair still, his long legs stretched straight before him, his long hands thrust into his pockets. "So's my paper. So's Goodhue's submission to Cabinet, if it ever gets there. Where there's a will, remember, Nicky? We won't hide behind the arguments. Remember? We'll get every country involved round a table, face them off, challenge them to say no. International hardball, that's what you used to call it. We both did." Denham loped to the wall behind his desk and plucked a cord from the folds of a heavy muslin curtain. A large-scale map of Central America appeared, covered by a transparent skin. "We have been thinking about you, Leonard," he said archly. "It's action I'm after, Nicky. I've been doing a lot of thinking of my own." A red boat was pinned off the port of Colon, abreast of half a dozen grey ones. At the southern end of the canal, projected routes to east and west of the Gulf of Panama were overlaid in different colours. "We haven't been idle while you've been so industrious, I assure you. So ship ahoy, the Lombardy. Her gunwales awash with arms. We hope, because if they're not, we're in the most frightful shit. But that's another story." "Is this the latest position anyone's got for her?" said Burr. "Oh, I think so," said Denham. "It's the latest we've got, that's for sure," said Eccles, dropping a green telegram into the centre tray. He had a lowland Scottish accent. Burr had forgotten about it. Now he remembered. If there was one regional accent that grated on his ear like fingernails on a blackboard, it was lowland Scots. "The cousin's wheels grind exceeding slow these days," Eccles remarked, after a small suck of the front teeth. "It's that Vanden woman, Barbara. Everything has to be in triplicate for her." He gave his teeth a second suck of disapproval. But Burr kept talking only to Denham, because he was anxious not to lose his temper. "There's 2 speeds, Nicky. Limpet's speed and the other one. American enforcement's being given the runaround by the cousins." Eccles did not look up from his reading as he spoke. "Central America is the cousin's bailiwick," he said, in his borderer's brogue. "The cousins watch and listen. We get the take. No point in setting two dogs after one hare. Not cost-effective, not at all. Not these days." He tossed a telegram into a tray. "Bloody waste of money, in fact." Denham was talking before Eccles had quite finished. He seemed concerned to hurry things along. "So let's assume she's where she is, when last reported," he proposed enthusiastically, poking at the Lombardy's stern with his twig-like forefinger. "She's got her Colombian crew, not yet confirmed, but we'll assume it. She's headed for the canal and Buenaventura. All exactly as your marvellous source reports. Bravo him, her, or it. If things happen in the ordinary way, and one assumes that she'll want to look as ordinary as poss, she'll hit the canal sometime today, right?" Nobody said right back. The canal's a one-way street. Down in the mornings, up in the afternoons. Or is it t'other way round? A tall girl with long brown hair walked in, and without a word to anybody swept her skirts under her, and sat herself primly before a computer screen, as if she were about to play the harpsichord. "It varies," Eccles said. "Nothing to stop her turning tail and pissing off to Caracas, I suppose," Denham continued, as his finger prodded the Lombardy into the canal. "Sorry, Priscilla. Or up the road to Costa Rica, or wherever. Or down this way and hit Colombia from the western side. Long as the cartels can guarantee a safe harbor. They can guarantee most things. But we're still thinking Buenaventura, because you told us to. Hence the lines on my nice map." "There's a fleet of army lorries lined up in Buenaventura to receive them," Burr said. "Not confirmed," said Eccles. "It bloody well is," said Burr, without lifting his voice in the least. "We had it from Strelski's late source, via Moranti. Plus there's independent corroboration from satellite photographs of lorries moving down the road." "Lorries move up and down that road all the time," said Eccles, and stretched both arms above his head, as if Burr's presence were draining him of energy. "Anyway, Strelski's late source is discredited. There's a serious school of thought says he was full of shit from the start. All these snitches fabricate. They think it'll earn them more remission." "Nicky," Burr said to Denham's back. Denham was pushing the Lombardy into the Gulf of Panama. "Leonard," he said. "Are we boarding her? Are we pulling her in?" "You mean, are the Americans?" "Whoever. Yes or no?" Shaking his head at Burr's obduracy, Eccles posted yet another telegram ostentatiously into a tray. The girl at the computer had tucked her hair behind her ears and was pressing keys. Burr could not see her screen. The tip of her tongue had appeared between her teeth. "Yes, well, that's the bugger, you see, Leonard," said Denham, all enthusiasm again. "Sorry, Priscilla. For the Americans, thank God. Not for us. If the Lombardy hugs the coast—" His striped arm made a bowler's arc, until it reached a route that followed the complex coastline between the Gulf of Panama and Buenaventura. "Then, so far as we can see, she's got the Americans by the proverbial short and curlies. The Lombardy will then be sailing straight from Panamanian national waters into Colombian national waters, you see. So the poor old Americans won't get a look in." "Why not arrest her in Panamanian waters? The Americans are all over Panama. They own the bloody place, or think they do." "Not so at all, I'm afraid. If they're going to pounce on the Lombardy with all guns blazing, they'll need to sail in behind the Panamanian Navy. Don't laugh." It was Eccles laughing, not me. "And in order to get the Panamanians to the starting line, they've got to prove that the Lombardy has committed a crime under Panamanian law. She hasn't. She's in transit from Curaçao and on her way to Colombia. But she's stuffed with illegal bloody guns." "So you say, or your source does, and of course one terribly hopes you're right. Or he, she, or it is, rather. But the Lombardy wishes the Pans no ill. and she also happens to be Pan-registered. And the Pans are frightfully reluctant to be seen providing flags of convenience, and then inviting the Americans to tear them down. Very hard, in fact, to persuade the Pans to do anything at the moment. Post-Noriega Tristis, I'm afraid. Sorry, Priscilla. Sullen hatred is more like it. Nursing some very wounded national pride. Burr was standing. Eccles was watching him dangerously, like a policeman who has spotted trouble. Denham must have heard him stand, but he had taken refuge in the map. The girl, Priscilla, had stopped pressing keys. "All right, hit her in Colombian waters," Burr almost shouted, jabbing a finger at the coastline north of Buenaventura. "Lean on the Colombian government. We're helping them to clean up their shop, aren't we? Rid themselves of the curse of the cocaine cartels, busting their dope laboratories for them." His voice slipped a little, or perhaps it had slipped a lot, and he only heard a little. "The Colombian government is not going to be exactly overjoyed to see weapons pouring into Buenaventura to equip the cartel's new army. I mean, have we forgotten everything we talked about, Nicky? Has yesterday been declared a top-secret area or something? Tell me there's some logic in this somewhere. If you think you can separate the Colombian government from the cartels, you're living in cloud cuckoo land," Denham retorted, with more steel than he seemed to possess. "If you think you can separate the cocaine economy from the economies of Latin America, you're barking." "Wanking," Eccles corrected him, with no apology to Priscilla. "A lot of people down that way regard the coca plant as a double blessing bestowed on them by God," Denham resumed, launching himself on a paean of self-exculpation. "Not only does Uncle Sam choose to poison himself with it, but he enriches the oppressed Latinos while he's about it. What could possibly be jollier? The Colombians will be frightfully willing to cooperate with Uncle Sam in a venture like this, of course, but they just may not quite get their act together in time to stop the shipment. Weeks of diplomacy necessary, one's afraid, and a lot of people on holiday, and they will want a guarantee of costs for when they pull her into port, all that unloading, the overtime, the unsociable hours." The sheer force of his harangue was producing calm. It is not easy to fulminate and listen at the same time. "And they'll want legal indemnification in case the Lombardy is clean, naturally. And, if she isn't, which I'm delighted to believe, there'll be unseemly haggling about whose guns they are once they're confiscated, and who gets to keep them and sell them back to the cartels when it's all over, and who goes to prison, where and how long for, and with how many hookers to keep him happy in the meantime, and how many thugs he's allowed to have look after him, and how many telephone lines to run his business, and order his assassinations, and talk to his 50 bank managers, and who gets paid off when he decides he's done enough time, which will be in about 6 weeks, and who gets disgraced, and who gets promoted, and who gets a medal for bravery when he escapes. Meanwhile, one way or another, your guns will be safely in the hands of the chaps who've been trained to use them. Welcome to Colombia." Burr mustered the last of his self-control. He was in London. He was in the land of make-believe power. He was standing in its hallowed headquarters. He had left the most obvious solution till last, perhaps because he knew that in the world where Denham lived, the obvious was the least likely course. "Okay, then." He rapped the centre of Panama with the back of his hand. "Let's grab the Lombardy when she goes up the canal. The Americans run the canal. They've built it. Or have we got another 10 good reasons for sitting on our asses?" Denham was enthusiastically appalled. "Oh, my dear man! We'd be infringing the most sacred article of the Canal Treaty. Nobody, not the Americans, not even the Pans, has a right of search. Not unless they can prove that the vessel they're after presents a physical danger to the canal. I suppose if it's full of bombs that could go off, you'd have a case. Old bombs, they'd have to be, not new ones. If you could prove they were going to go off, you'd have to be jolly sure. If they're properly packed, you're scuppered. Can you so prove? It's an all-American thing anyway. We're only observing, thank God. Leaning a bit where it's helpful. Staying out of their light when it's not. We'll probably make a démarche to the Pans if we're asked. In concert with the Americans, of course, just to give strength to their elbow. Might even make one to the Colombs, if state twists our arm. Nothing much to be lost, not at the moment. When? When what? When will you try and mobilize the Panamanians? Tomorrow, probably. Could be the next day. He glanced at his watch. What is today? It seemed important to him not to know. Depends how tied up the ambassadors are. When's Carnival, Priscilla? I forget. This is Priscilla. Sorry not to have done the honours. Tapping softly at her keyboard, Priscilla said, "Not for eons." Eccles had more telegrams. "But you went through all this, Nicky," Burr implored in one last appeal to the Denham he thought he had known. "What's changed? Joint steering held policy meetings galore. You had every bloody contingency cooked 3 ways. If Roper does this, we do this, or that, or that. Remember? I saw the minutes. You and Goodhue agreed it all with the Americans. Plan A, Plan B. What happened to all that work?" Denham was unperturbed. "Very hard to negotiate a hypothesis, Leonard, particularly with your Latin. You should try my desk for a few weeks. You've got to present him with facts. Your Latin won't budge until it's real." "Won't till it's not, either," murmured Eccles. "Mind you," said Denham encouragingly, "from all one hears, the cousins are absolutely busting a gut to make this one stick. The little we do isn't going to alter the price of fish 1 farthing. And of course darling Katie will be pulling out all the stops in Washington." "Katie's fantastic," Eccles agreed. Burr had one last, terribly mistaken shot. It came from the same locker as other rash acts that he occasionally committed, and as usual he regretted it as soon as he had spoken. "What about the Horacio Enriquez?" he demanded. "Only a small point, Nicky, but she's headed for Poland with enough cocaine on her to keep the whole of Eastern Europe stoned for 6 months." "Wrong hemisphere, I'm afraid," said Denham. "Try Northern Department, 1 floor down, or Customs." "How are you so sure she's your ship?" Eccles asked, smiling again. "My source. She's got 1,200 containers aboard. You going to look in all of them?" "I know the numbers," said Burr, not believing himself as he spoke. "You mean your source does?" "I mean I do." "Of the containers?" "Yes." "Bully for you." At the main door, while Burr was still raging against all creation, the janitor handed him a note. It was from another old friend, this time at the Ministry of Defence, regretting that, owing to an unforeseen crisis, he could not after all make their promised meeting at midday. Passing Rook's door, Burr smelled aftershave. Rook was sitting stiff-backed at his desk, changed and immaculate after his journey, a clean handkerchief in his sleeve, a copy of the day's Telegraph in his pending tray. He might never have left Tunbridge. "I telephoned Strelsky 5 minutes ago. The Roper jet's still missing," Rook said, before Burr had a chance to ask. "Air surveillance have produced some cockeyed story about a radar black hole. Bunkum, if you ask me." "Everything's happening as they planned it," Burr said. "The dope, the weapons, the money, all heading nicely for their destinations. It's the art of the impossible perfected, Rob. All the right things are illegal. All the lousy things are the only logical course. Long live Whitehall!" Rook signed off a paper. "Goodhue wants a summary of Limpet by close of play today. 3,000 words. No adjectives." "Where have they taken him, Rob?" "What are they doing to him at this minute, while we sit here worrying about adjectives?" Pen in hand, Rook continued studying the papers before him. "Your man Bradshaw's been cooking the books," he remarked, in the tone of one clubman censuring another. "Ripping off Roper while he does his shopping for him." Burr peered over Rook's shoulder. On the desk lay a summary of the illegal purchases of British and American weapons by Sir Anthony Jayston Bradshaw in his capacity as Roper's nominee, and beside it lay a full-plate photograph taken by Jonathan showing penciled figures from Roper's filing tray in the state apartments. The discrepancy amounted to an informal commission of several $100,000 in Bradshaw's favour. "Who's seen this?" Burr asked. "You and I." "Keep it that way." Burr summoned his secretary, and in an angry rush dictated a brilliant précis of the limpet case. No adjectives. Leaving orders that he was to be informed of every development, he went back to his wife, and they made love while the children bickered downstairs. Then he played with the children while his wife did her rounds. He returned to his office, and, having examined Rook's figures in the privacy of his room, called up a set of intercepted faxes and telephone conversations between Roper and Sir Anthony Jayston Bradshaw of Newbury, Berkshire. Then he drew Bradshaw's voluminous personal file, starting in the 60s, when he was just another new recruit to the illegal arms business, part-time croupier, consort of wealthy older women, and the unloved but zealous informant of British intelligence. For the rest of the night Burr remained at his desk before the mute telephones. 3 times Goodhue called for news. Twice Burr said, "Nothing." But the 3rd time he turned the tables. "Your man Palfrey seems to have gone off the air a bit, too, hasn't he, Rex?" "Leonard, that is not a subject we discuss." But for once Burr was not interested in the niceties of source protection. "Tell me something. Does Harry Palfrey still sign the River House warrants?" "Warrants? What warrants?" "You mean warrants to tap telephones, open mail, put in microphones? Warrants must be signed by a minister, Leonard. You know that very well." Burr swallowed his impatience. "I mean, he's still the legal waller there. He prepares their submissions, makes sure they fall within the guidelines. That is one of his tasks. And occasionally he does sign their warrants. When the Home Secretary's stuck in traffic, for instance, or the world's ending. In dire cases your Harry is empowered to use his own judgment and square it with the minister later, right? Or have things changed?" "Leonard, are you wandering?" "Probably." "Nothing has changed," Goodhue replied, in a voice of restrained despair. "Good," said Burr. "I'm glad, Rex. Thank you for telling me." And he returned to the lengthy record of Jayston Bradshaw's sins. Chapter 27. The crisis meeting of the full joint steering committee was set for 10:30 next day, but Goodhue arrived early to make sure everything in the basement conference room was as it should be, and set out agenda seats and the minutes of the previous meeting. Life had taught him that you delegated these things at your peril. Like a general before the decisive battle of his life, Goodhue had slept lightly, and the dawn had found him clear-minded in his purpose. His soldiers were many, he was convinced. He had counted them, he had lobbied them, and to sharpen their allegiance he had presented each of them with a copy of his original paper to the steering committee entitled A New Era, in which he had so famously demonstrated how the United Kingdom was more secretively governed, had more laws for the suppression of information, and more unaccountable methods of concealing the nation's business from its citizens than any other Western democracy. He had warned them, in a covering note to Burr's report, that the committee faced a classic testing of its powers. The first person to arrive in the conference room after Goodhue himself was his mawkish school friend Padstow, the one who had made a point of dancing with the plainest girls in order to give them confidence. "I say, Rex, you remember that personal top-secret and what-not letter you sent me to cover my rear end while your man Burr was staging his frolics in the West Country, for my very own file?" As usual, Padstow's lines could have been written by P.G. Wodehouse on a bad day. "Of course I do, Stanley. Well, you don't have a copy by any chance, do you? Only I can't quite lay the old hands on it. I could have absolutely sworn I put it in my safe. As I remember, the letter was handwritten, Goodhue replied. But you didn't sort of bung it under a copier before you sent it round? Their conversation was curtailed by the arrival of 2 assistant secretaries from the Cabinet Office. One gave Goodhue a reassuring smile. The other, Loaming, was too busy dusting his chair with his handkerchief. Loaming's one of them, Palfrey had said. He's got some theory about the need for a world underclass. People think he's joking. They were followed by the heads of the Armed Services Intelligence branches, then by 2 barons from Signals and Defence, respectively. After them again came Merridew of the Foreign Office Northern Department. His sidekick was a grave woman called Dawn. Word of Goodhue's new appointment had been thoroughly leaked. Some arrivals shook his hand. Others mumbled awkward encouragement. Merridew, who had played wing forward for Cambridge to Goodhue's fly half for Oxford, went so far as to pat his upper arm, at which Goodhue, in an exaggerated piece of histrionics, affected frightful pain and cried, "Oh, I think you've broken it, Tony." But the forced laughter was cut dead by the arrival of Geoffrey Darker and his reassuring deputy, Neil Marjoram. "They steal, Rex," Palfrey had said. "They lie, they conspire. England's too small for them. Europe's a Balkan Babel. Washington's their only Rome." The meeting begins. "Operation Limpet, Minister," Goodhue declares, as dully as he knows how. Goodhue, as usual, is secretary. His master is ex officio chairman. Several quite pressing issues to be resolved, I'm afraid. Action this day. The situation is set out in Burr's summary. Nothing has changed that we know of, as of an hour ago. There is also the competence of interested departments to be settled. His master appears to have lapsed into a mood of sullen resentment. "Where the hell is enforcement?" he grumbles. "Pretty odd, isn't it? An enforcement case? No one from enforcement here?" "Enforcement is still a co-opted agency, I regret to say, Minister, although some of us have been struggling to have it upgraded. Only chartered bodies and heads of department are represented at full steering sessions." "Well, I think we should have your man Burr here. Damn silly if he's been running the show, knows it inside out, and we haven't got him here to talk about it, isn't it?" "Well, isn't it?" Looking round. Goodhue has not expected such a golden opportunity. Burr, he knows, is sitting only 500 yards away. "If that is your view, Minister, will you allow me to summon Leonard Burr to this meeting? And will you allow me to record that a precedent has now been established whereby co-opted agencies engaged in matters central to your committee's deliberations may be regarded as chartered, pending their elevation to chartered status?" "Objection," Darker snaps. "Enforcement's the thin end of the wedge. If we let Burr in, we'll end up with every Mickey Mouse agency in Whitehall. Everybody knows these small outfits are up for grabs. They start trouble, then they haven't got the clout to end it. We've all seen Burr's background paper. Most of us know the case from other angles. The agenda says we're going to be talking command and control. The last thing we need is the subject of our discussions sitting here, listening in." "But, Geoffrey," says Goodhue lightly, "you are the constant subject of our discussions." The minister mutters something like, "Oh, all right, leave things as they are for the moment." And the first round is a draw, with both protagonists slightly blooded. A few minutes of English chamber music, while the heads of air and naval intelligence describe their respective successes in tracking the Horacio Enriquez. When they have completed their reports, they proudly circulate full-plate photographs. "Looks like a perfectly ordinary tanker to me," says the minister. Merridew, who detests espiocrats, agrees. "Probably is," he says. Somebody coughs. A chair creaks. Goodhue hears a kind of nasal bray from higher up the scale than he is ready for, and recognizes it as the familiar sound of a senior British politician, prefacing a point of argument. Why is this one ours, anyway, Rex? The minister wishes to know. Bound for Poland, Panamanian ship, Curaçao Company. Not our baby at all, as far as I can see. You're asking me to push it upstairs to number 10. I'm asking why we're sitting here talking about it at all. Ironbrand's a British company, Minister. No, it's not. It's Bahamian. Isn't it Bahamian? Business, while the Minister, with the mannerisms of a much older man, makes a show of rummaging through Burr's 3,000-word summary. Yes, it's Bahamian. Says so here. Its directors are British. The men committing the crime are British. The evidence against them was gathered by a British agency under the aegis of your ministry. Then give our evidence to the Poles and we can all go home, says the minister, very pleased with himself. Splendid plan, if you ask me. Darker smiles in icy admiration of the minister's wit, but prefers to take the unprecedented step of correcting Goodhue's English. Can we say testimony, please, Rex, rather than evidence, before we all get carried away? I am not carried away, Geoffrey, nor shall I be, unless it is feet first, Goodhue retorts, too loudly, to the discomfort of his supporters. As to passing our evidence to the Poles, enforcement will do that at its discretion, and not before a decision has been agreed on how to proceed against Roper and his accomplices. Responsibility for seizing the shipment of arms has already been ceded to the Americans. I do not propose to cede the rest of our responsibility to the Poles, unless those are my instructions from the minister. We are talking of a rich and well-organized crime syndicate in a very poor country. The perpetrators chose Gdansk because they think they can control it. If they're right, it will make no difference what we tell the Polish government. The cargo will be landed anyway, and we shall blow Burr's sauce for nothing except the pleasure of warning Onslow Roper that we are on his trail. Perhaps Burr's sauce is blown already, Darker suggests. Always a possibility, Geoffrey. Enforcement has many enemies, some across the river. For the first time, Jonathan's ghostly shadow has fallen across their table. Goodhue has no personal knowledge of Jonathan, but he has shared enough of Burr's travail to share it again now. And perhaps this awareness fuels his sense of outrage, for once more he undergoes a startling change of colour as he resumes his argument, his voice a little above its customary level. Under the agreed rules of joint steering, he says, every agency, however small, is sovereign in its sphere, and every agency, however large, is obliged to provide support in aid of every other agency, while respecting its rights and freedoms. In the Limpet case, he continues, this principle has come under repeated fire from the River House, who are demanding control of the operation on the grounds that such control is demanded by its counterpart in the United States. Darker has interrupted. It is Darker's strength to possess no middle gears. He has smouldering silence. He has, in extremis, the capacity to reverse his position when a battle looks irretrievably lost. And he has attack, which is what he uses now. What do you mean, demanded by its counterpart in the United States? He cuts in scathingly. Control of Limpet has been granted to the cousins. The cousins own the operation. The River House doesn't. Why not? It's like to like, Rex. Your own pedantic rule. You drafted it. Now you've got to live with it. If the cousins are running Limpet over there, so should the River House be over here. Having struck, he sits back, waiting for a chance to strike again. Marjoram waits with him. And although Goodhue behaves as if he has not heard, Darker's onslaught has stung him. He moistens his lips. He glances at Merridew, an old accomplice, hoping he will say something. Merridew is silent. Goodhue returns to the charge, but makes a fatal error. That is to say, he departs from the march route he has mapped for himself, and speaks extempore. But when we invite pure intelligence, Goodhue resumes, with too much ironic emphasis, to explain to us just why the Limpet case needs to be taken out of enforcement's hands, He looks angrily round him and sees his master affecting boredom, staring at the white brick wall. We are asked to share in a mystery. It is called flagship, an operation so secret and so wide-flung, apparently, that it permits of almost any act of vandalism in the civil service calendar. It is called geopolitics. It is called... He seems to wish he could escape the rhythms of his rhetoric, but he is launched and unable to pull back. How dare Dacre stare at him like this? That smirking Marjoram. Those crooks. It is called normalization. It is called chain reactions, too intricate to describe. Interests that cannot be divulged. He hears his voice shaking but cannot stop it. He remembers urging Burr not to go this very path, but he can't help himself. We are told of some larger picture that we cannot see because we are too lowly. In other words, pure intelligence must swallow up limpet and be damned. There is water in Goodhue's ears, and water in front of his eyes, and he has to wait a moment before his breathing settles down. "Okay, Rex," says his master. "Nice to hear you in form. Now let's talk turkey. Geoffrey, you sent me a minute. You say this whole limpet thing, as perceived by enforcement, is a load of baloney. Why?" Goodhue unwisely leaps in. "Why did I not see a copy of this minute?" "Flagship," Marjoram replies in the dead silence. "You're not flagship cleared, Rex." Dacre offers a more detailed explanation, not to ease Goodhue's pain, but to increase it. "Flagship is the code name for the American end of this, Rex. They gave us a very tight need to know as a condition of cutting us in. Sorry about that." Dacre has the floor. Marjoram hands him a file. Dacre opens it and licks a prim finger and turns a page. Dacre has timing, too. He knows when eyes are on him. He could have been a bad evangelist. He has the gloss, the stance, the curiously prominent rump. "Mind if I ask you a few questions, Rex? I believe it is a maxim of your service that only the answers are dangerous, Geoffrey." Goodhue counters. But levity is not his ally. He sounds ill-tempered and silly. "Did the same source who told Burr about the dope tell him about the arms shipment to Buenaventura?" "Yes." "Did the same source get this whole thing going in the first place? Iron brand, drugs for arms, a deal's being cooked up?" "That source is dead." "Really?" Dacre sounds interested rather than concerned. "So that all came from Apostol, did it? The dope lawyer who was playing all ends against the middle so that he could buy himself out of prison? I am not prepared to discuss sources by name in this manner. Oh, I think it's all right when they're dead, or bogus, or both." Another stage pause while Dacre considers Marjoram's file. The two men have a peculiar affinity with each other. "Is Burr's source the one that's been putting out all the hair-raising stuff about the alleged involvement of certain British finance houses in this whole deal, then?" Dacre inquires. "A single source provided that information, and has provided much else besides. I do not think it appropriate that we should discuss Burr's sources any further," says Goodhue. "Sources? Or single source?" "I refuse to be drawn. Is the single source live?" No comment. "Live, yes." "He or she?" "Pass. Minister, I must object." "So you're saying that one live source, he or she, fingered the deal to Burr, fingered the dope to Burr, fingered the weapons to Burr, the ships, the money laundering, and the participation of British finance, yes? You are missing the point, I suspect deliberately, that a great number of technical sources have supplied collateral at almost every turn, and all of it has substantiated the intelligence provided by Burr's live source. Unfortunately, much of the technical product has recently been denied to us. I intend to raise that matter formally in a moment. Us, meaning enforcement. In this case, yes. Always a problem, you see, when one's handling hot material to these little agencies you're so fond of, to know whether they're secure. I would have thought their smallness made them more secure than much larger agencies with questionable connections. Marjoram takes over. But it could easily have been Darker speaking still, for Darker's eyes remained fixed on Goodhue's, and Marjoram's voice, though silkier, has the same accusatory tone. Nevertheless, there have been times when there has been no collateral, Marjoram suggests, with a tremendously sympathetic smile round the table. Times when the source has, as you might say, spoken alone, has given you things that were, in effect, not checkable. Here you are, as it were. Take it or leave it. And Burr has taken it, and so have you. Yes? Since you deny us so much of the recent collateral, we have learned to make do without it. Minister, is it not in the nature of any source who produces original material that his product will not be provable in every particular? Bit academic, all this, actually, the minister complains. Can we get on to the gritty, Geoffrey? If I'm shoving this upstairs, I'll have to collar the cabinet secretary before question time. Marjoram smiles in assent, but does not change his tactic by a whit. Quite a source, I must say, Rex, and quite a lot of mischief if he's leading you by the nose. Or she is, sorry. Not sure I'd like to take a flyer on him if I was advising the PM, all the same. Not without knowing a bit more about him or her. Boundless faith in one's agents, all very fine in the field. Burr had a bit too much of it sometimes, back in the days when he worked for the River House. We had to keep him on a tight rein.
End of Side 14. Side 15.
The little I know of the source convinces me entirely, Goodhue retorts, digging himself deeper into the mire. The source is loyal and has made immense personal sacrifices for the sake of his or her country. I urge that the source be listened to and believed, and his intelligence acted upon today. Darker takes back the controls. He looks first at Goodhue's face, then at his hands where they rest on the table. And Goodhue, in his increasingly fraught state, has the disgusting notion that Darker is thinking it would be amusing to pull out his fingernails. Well, that's impartial enough for anyone, Darker says, with a glance at the minister, to make sure he has heard the witness condemning himself out of his own mouth. Haven't heard such a resounding declaration of blind love since... He turns to Marjoram. What's that man's name again, the escaped criminal? He's got so many names now I can't remember which is the right one. Pine, says Marjoram. Jonathan Pine. Don't think he's got a middle name. There's been an international warrant out for him for months. Darker again. You're not telling me Burr's been listening to this man Pine, are you, Rex? You can't be. No one falls for him. Might as well believe the whiner on your street corner when he tells you he's short of the fare home. For the first time, both Marjoram and Darker are smiling together, a little incredulously, at the thought that somebody as bright as dear old Rex Goodhue could have made such a monumental blunder. Goodhue has the sensation of being alone in a great empty hall, awaiting some kind of prolonged public execution. From far away he hears Darker trying to be helpful to him by explaining that it is pretty standard, in a case where action is to be contemplated at the highest level, for intelligence services to come clean about their sources. I mean, look at it their way, Rex. Wouldn't you want to know whether Burr has bought the crown jewels, or a fabricator's load of old bones? Not as if he was exactly flush with sources, is it? Probably paid the bloke his whole annual budget in one shot. He turns to the minister. Among his other skills, this man Pine forges passports. He came to us about 18 months ago with some story about a shipment of high-tech weaponry for the Iraqis. We checked it out, didn't like it, and showed him the door. We thought he might be a bit loco, to be frank. A few months ago he cropped up as some kind of factotum to Dickie Roper's household out in Nassau, part-time tutor to their difficult son. Tried to peddle anti-Roper stories round the intelligence bazaars in his spare time. He glances at the open file in order to make sure he is being as fair as possible. Got quite a record. Murder, multiple theft, dope running, and illegal possession of various passports. I hope to God he's not going to get into the witness box and say he did it all for British intelligence. Marjorie's index finger helpfully points out an entry lower down the page. Darker spots it and gives a nod to show that he is grateful to be reminded. Yes, that's an odd little story about him, too. While Pine was in Cairo, it seems he ran up against a man called Freddie Hamid, one of the Hamid brothers of evil fame. Pine worked in his hotel. Probably pushed his dope for him as well. Our man Ogilvy out there tells us there are quite strong pointers to suggest that Pine killed Hamid's mistress. Beat her to death, apparently. Took her to Luxor for a weekend, then killed her in a jealous rage. Darker shrugged and closed the file. We are talking of somebody who is seriously unstable, Minister. I don't think the PM should be asked to authorize drastic action based on Pine's fabrications. I don't think you should either. Everyone looks at Goodhue, but most look away again in order not to embarrass him. Marjorie particularly seems to feel for him. The Minister is talking, but Goodhue is tired. Perhaps that's what evil does to you, Goodhue thinks. It tires you. Rex, you have to fight your corner on this one, the Minister is complaining. Has Burr done a deal with this man or not? I hope he hasn't had anything to do with his crimes. What have you promised him? Rex, I insist you remain. There have been far too many cases recently of British intelligence employing criminals on terms. Don't you dare bring him back to this country, that's all. Did Burr tell him who he was working for? Probably gave him my phone number while he was about it. Rex, come back. The door seems an awfully long way off. Geoffrey says he's been some kind of special soldier in Ireland. About all we need. The Irish will be really grateful. For Christ's sake, Rex, we've hardly started on the agenda. Major decisions to take. Rex, this is very untidy. Not your scene at all. I'm nobody's man, Rex. Goodbye. The air in the outside stairwell is blessedly cool. Goodhue leans against the wall. Probably he is smiling. I expect you'll be looking forward to your weekend, sir, won't you? The janitor says, respectfully. Touched by the man's good face, Goodhue hunts for a kindly answer. Burr was working. His body clock was stuck in mid-Atlantic. His soul was with Jonathan in whatever hell he was enduring. But his intellect, his will, and his inventiveness were concentrated upon the work before him. Your man blew it, Merridew commented, when Burr called him to hear how the steering committee meeting had gone. Geoffrey walked all over him in hobnail boots. That's because Geoffrey Darker tells bloody lies, Burr explained carefully, in case Merridew needed educating. Then he went back to work. He was in Riverhouse mode. He was a spy again, unprincipled and uncontrite. The truth was what he could get away with. He sent his secretary on a Whitehall forage, and at 2 o'clock she returned, calm but slightly breathless, bearing the stationery samples he had instructed her to scrounge. "Let's go," he said, and she fetched her shorthand pad. Mostly the letters he dictated were addressed to himself. A few were addressed to Goodhue, a couple to Goodhue's master. His styles were various. Dear Burr, my dear Leonard, to the Director of Enforcement, Dear Minister. In the more elevated correspondence, he wrote Dear So-and-so by hand at the top, and scribbled whatever kiss-off occurred to him at the bottom. Yours ever. Yours I. My best to you. His handwriting also varied, both in its slope and characteristics.
So did the inks and writing instruments he awarded to the various correspondents. So did the quality of the official stationery, which became stiffer the higher he moved up the Whitehall ladder of beings. For ministerial letters he favoured pale blue, with the official crest die-stamped at the head. "How many typewriters have we got?" he asked his secretary. 5. "Use 1 for each correspondent. 1 for us," he ordered. "Keep it consistent." She had already made a note to do so. Alone again, he telephoned Harry Palfrey at the River House. His tone was cryptic. "But I must have a reason," Palfrey protested. "You can have it when you show up," Burr retorted. Then he rang Sir Anthony Jayston Bradshaw in Newbury. "Fuck should I take orders from you, Christ's sake?" Bradshaw demanded haughtily, in a quaint echo of Roper speak. "No executive powers? Lot of wankers on the touchline." "Just be there," Burr advised. Hester Goodhue telephoned in from Kentish Town to say that her husband would be staying home for a few days. Winter was never his best time, she said. After her, Goodhue himself came on the line, sounding like a hostage who has been rehearsed in his lines. "You've still got your budget till the end of the year, Leonard. Nobody can take that away from you." Then, rather horribly, his voice cracked. "That poor boy. What will they do to him? I think of him all the time." So did Burr, but he had work to do. The interviewing room at the Ministry of Defence is white and sparse and prison-lit and prison-scrubbed. It is a brick-lined box with a blacked-out window and an electric radiator that stinks of burnt dust whenever it is switched on. The absence of graffiti is alarming. Waiting, you wonder whether the last messages are painted out after the occupant is executed. Burr arrived late by design. When he entered, Palfrey attempted to look at him disdainfully over the top of his trembling newspaper, and smirked. "Well, I did come," he said truculently, and stood, and made a show of folding up his paper. Burr closed and carefully locked the door behind him, set down his briefcase, hung his coat on the hook, and slapped Palfrey very hard across the side of the face, but dispassionately, reluctantly almost, as he might have hit an epileptic to ward off a fit, or his own child to calm him in a crisis. Palfrey sat down again with a plop, on the same bench where he had been sitting earlier. He held his hand to the offended cheek. "Animal," he whispered. To a point, Palfrey was right, except that Burr's wildness was under iron control. Burr had the real black mood on him, and not his closest friends, not his wife, had seen him with the real black mood. Burr himself had seen it seldom. He didn't sit, but crouched fat-arsed and chapel-style at Palfrey's side, so that their heads could stay nice and close together. And to help Palfrey listen, he grabbed the poor fellow's drink-stained tie at the knot in both hands while he spoke, and it made a rather fearful noose. "I've been very, very kind to you, Harry Palfrey, up till now," he began, in a mainstream speech that benefited from not having been prepared. "I've not queered your pitch, I've not peached, I've looked on indulgently while you gumshoed back and forth across the river, into bed with Goodhue, selling him out to Darker, playing all the ends against the middle, just the way you always did. Still promising divorce to every girl you meet, are you? Of course you are. Then hurrying home to renew your marriage vows to your wife? Of course you are. Harry Palfrey and his Saturday night conscience." Burr tightened the hangman's knot of Palfrey's tie against the poor man's Adam's apple. "Oh, the things I have to do for England, Mildred," he protested, playing Palfrey's part. "The cost to my integrity, Mildred. If you but knew the 10th of it, you'd not sleep for the rest of your life, except with me, of course. I need you, Mildred. I need your warmth, your consolation. Mildred, I love you. Just don't tell my wife. She wouldn't understand."
A painful lunge of the knot. "You still peddling that crap, Harry? Back and forth across the border 6 times a bloody day, ratting, re-ratting, re-ratting, till your furry little head's sticking out of your puzzled little arse? Of course you are." But it was not easy for Palfrey to give a rational response to these questions, because of Burr's unyielding, double-handed, closing grip on his silk tie. It was a grey tie, silvery, which made the stains more prominent. Perhaps it had served Palfrey for one of his many marriages. It seemed incapable of breaking. Burr's voice became a mite regretful. "Ratting days are over, Harry. The ship's sunk. Just one more rat, and that's your lot." Without at all relaxing his grip on Palfrey's necktie, he put his mouth close to Palfrey's ear. "You know what this is, Harry?" He lifted the thick end of the tie. It's Dr. Paul Apostol's tongue, pulled through his throat, Colombian style, thanks to Harry Palfrey's ratting. You sold Apostol to Darker, remember? Ergo, you sold my agent Jonathan Pine to Darker also. He was tightening his grip on Palfrey's throat with every sold. You sold Geoffrey Darker to Goodhue, except you didn't really, did you? You pretended to. Then you doubled on yourself and sold Goodhue to Darker instead. What are you getting out of it, Harry? Survival? I wouldn't bet on it. In my book you're due about 120 pieces of silver out of the reptile fund, and after that it's the Judas tree. Because knowing what I know and you don't, but what you are about to know, you are finally, terminally, ratted out. He relinquished his grip and rose abruptly to his feet. Can you still read? Your eyes are looking poppy. Is that terror or penitence? He swung to the door and grasped the black briefcase. It was Goodhue's. It had scuff lines where it had ridden on the carrier of Goodhue's push-bike for a quarter of a century, and remnants of the official crest worn off. Or is it alcoholic myopia affecting our vision these days? Sit there. No, here! The light's better. And on the there and here, Burr flung Palfrey like a rag doll, using his armpits to lift him, and sitting him down very heavily each time. I'm feeling rough today, Harry, he explained apologetically. You'll just have to bear with me. I think it's the thought of young Pine sitting there being burned alive by Dickie Roper's beauties. I must be getting too old for the job. He slapped a file on the table. It was stamped Flagship in red. The purport of these papers that I wish you to peruse is, Harry, you are singly and collectively fucked. Rex Goodhue is not the buffoon you took him for, more under his flat hat than we ever knew. Now read on. Palfrey read on, but it cannot have been an easy read, which was what Burr had intended when he went to such lengths to rob him of his repose. And before Palfrey had quite finished reading, he started weeping, so copiously that some of his tears blotted the signatures and dear ministers and yours ever's that topped and tailed the faked correspondence. While Palfrey was still weeping, Burr produced a Home Office warrant, which so far bore nobody's signature at all. It was not a plenary warrant. It was merely a warrant of interference, authorizing the listeners to impose a technical fault on 3 telephone numbers, 2 in London and 1 in Suffolk. This simulated fault would have the effect of misrouting all calls made to the 3 numbers to yet a 4th number, of which the coordinates were given in the appropriate space. Palfrey stared at the warrant. Palfrey shook his head and tried to make noises of refusal through his clogged mouth. "Those are Darker's numbers," he objected. "Country, town, office. I can't sign that. He'd kill me." "But if you don't sign, Harry, I'll kill you. Because if you go through channels and take this warrant to the appropriate minister, the said minister will go running to his Uncle Geoffrey. So we're not doing that, Harry. You personally are going to sign the warrant on your own authority, which is what you're empowered to do in exceptional circumstances. And I personally am going to send the warrant to the listeners by very safe messenger. And you, personally, are going to spend a quiet social evening with my friend Rob Rook in his office, so that you personally don't run the temptation of ratting in the meantime out of habit. And if you do make any fuss, my good friend Rob will most likely chain you to a radiator until you repent yourself of your many sins, because he's a hulk. Here, use my pen. That's the way. In triplicate, please. You know what these civil servants are. Who do you talk to over at the Listeners these days? No one. Maisie Watts. Who's Maisie, Harry? I'm not in touch these days. Queen Bee. Maisie makes it happen. And if Maisie's out to lunch with her Uncle Geoffrey? Gates. Pearly, we call him. A weak grin. Pearly's a bit of a boy. Burr picked Palfrey up again and dropped him heavily before a green telephone. Call Maisie. Is that what you'd do in an emergency? Palfrey whistled a kind of yes. Say there's a very hot authorization on its way by special courier. She's to handle it herself, or Gates is. No secretaries, no lower decks, no answering back, no raised eyebrows. You want slavish, mute obedience. Say it's signed by you, and the highest ministerial confirmation in the land will follow soonest. Why are you shaking your head at me? He slapped him. I don't like you shaking your head at me. Don't do it. Palfrey managed a tearful smile, while he held a hand to his lip. I'd be jokier, Leonard, that's all. Especially if it's as big as this. Maisie likes a laugh. So does Pearly. Hey, Maise, wait till you get a load of this one. It'll blow your socks off. Clever gal, you see. Gets bored. Hates us all. Only interested in who's next up the guillotine steps. Then that's how you play it, isn't it? Said Burr, putting a friendly hand on Palfrey's shoulder. Just don't fox with me, Harry, or the next one up the steps is you. All eagerness to oblige, Palfrey lifted the receiver of the green Whitehall internal telephone, and, under Burr's gaze, dialed the 5 digits that every river rat learns at his mother's knee. Chapter 28. Deputy Assistant Attorney General Ed Prescott was a man's man, as Yale men of his generation tend to be, and when Joe Strelsky entered his big white office in downtown Miami after being kept waiting half an hour in the anteroom, Ed gave him the news as one man should to another, cutting out the bullshit, straight from the shoulder the way a man likes it, whether he's old New England stock like Ed, or plain Kentucky hillbilly like Strelsky. Because, frankly, Joe, those boys have fucked me over, too. Dragged me here from Washington to do this thing. Had me turn down some very attractive work at a time when everyone, and I mean everyone, even the guys right up there, needs the work. Joe, I have to say it to you. These people have not been square with us. So I want you to appreciate we're together in this. It's been a year of your life, but by the time I've put my house back in order, it will have been a year of my life, too. And at my age, Joe, well, hell, how many years do I have? I'm sorry for you, Ed, said Strelsky. And if Ed Prescott caught the undertone, he preferred to let it pass him by, in the interest of being two men together, solving a shared dilemma. Joe, just exactly how much did the Brits tell you about this undercover man they had? This Pine, this fellow with the names? Strelsky did not fail to notice the past tense. Not too much, said Strelsky. So how much? Said Prescott, man to man. He wasn't a professional. He was some kind of volunteer. A walk-in. I never trusted walk-ins, Joe. In the days when the agency paid me the compliment of consulting me from time to time, back in the Cold War, which seems like a century ago, I always counseled caution towards these would-be Soviet defectors, clamoring to make us a present of their wares. What else do they tell you about him, Joe? Or did they keep him wrapped in a flattering shroud of mystery? Strelsky's manner was deliberately deadpan. With men like Prescott, that was all you could do. Parry until you had worked out what he wanted you to say. Then either say it or plead the fifth, or tell him to shove it up his arse. They told me they had structured him in some way, he replied. They'd given him extra background to make him more attractive to the target. Who told you, Joe? Burr. Did Burr tell you the nature of this background at all, Joe? No. Did Burr indicate to you how much background was there already and how much came out of the make-up box? No. Memory is a whore, Joe. Think back. Did he tell you that the man was alleged to have committed a homicide, maybe more than one? No. Smuggled drugs in Cairo as well as Britain, maybe in Switzerland also. We're checking. He was not specific. He said they had fitted the guy out with this background, and that now he had this background, we could have Apostol badmouth one of Roper's lieutenants, and figure Roper would take to the new guy as a signer. Roper uses signers, so they gave him a signer. He likes his people flaky, so they gave him flaky. So the Brits were witting to Apostol. I don't think I knew that. Sure they were. We made a meeting with him, Burr, Agent Flynn, and myself. Was that wise, Joe? It was collaboration, said Strelsky, with a tightening of his voice. We were into collaboration, remember? It's come apart at the seams a little, but in those days we had joint planning. Time stopped while Ed Prescott took a tour around his very large office. Its darkened windows were of inch-deep armored glass, turning the morning sunlight into afternoon. The double doors, closed against intruders, were of reinforced steel. Miami was enduring a season of home invasions, Strelsky remembered. Teams of masked men held up everybody in the house, then helped themselves to whatever caught their eye. Strelsky wondered whether he would go to Apo's funeral this afternoon. The day is young. See what I decide. After that he wondered whether he would go back to his wife. When things got this lousy, that was what he always wondered. Sometimes being away from her was like being out on parole. It wasn't freedom, and sometimes you seriously wondered whether it was any better than the alternative. He thought of Pat Flynn, and wished he had Pat's composure. Pat took to being an outcast like other people take to fame and money. When they told Pat not to bother with coming into the office till this thing was cleared up, Pat thanked them, shook all their hands, had a bath, and drank a bottle of Bush Mills. This morning, still drunk, he had called Strelsky to warn him of a new form of AIDS that was afflicting Miami. "It was called hearing aids," Pat said, "and it came from listening to too many assholes from Washington." When Strelsky asked him whether he happened to have heard any news about the Lombardy, for instance whether anybody had seized it, sunk it, or married it, Flynn had given the best rendering of an East Coast Ivy League faggot that Strelsky could remember. "Oh, now, Joe, you bad boy. You know better than to ask a man a secret like that, with your clearance." Where the hell does Pat get all those voices from? He wondered. Maybe if I drank a bottle of Irish a day, I could do some too. Deputy Assistant Attorney General Prescott was trying to put more words into his mouth, so he supposed he'd better pay attention. Burr was evidently not as forthcoming about his Mr. Pine as you were about your Dr. Apostol, Joe, he was saying, with enough reproach in his voice to sting. Pine and Apostol were different types of sources. They were not comparable in any way, Strelsky retorted, pleased to hear himself loosening up. It must have been Flynn's joke about the hearing aids. Like to explain that a little, Joe? Apostol was a decadent creep. Pine was an honorable guy who took risks for the right side. Burr was very strong on that. Pine was an operative. He was a colleague. He was family. Nobody ever called Apo family, not even his daughter. Was this Pine the same man who practically dismembered your agent, Joe? He was under tension. It was a big piece of theater. Maybe he overreacted, took his instructions a little too much to heart. Is that what Burr told you? We try to work it out that way." "That was generous of you, Joe. An agent in your employ takes a beating to the tune of $20,000 worth of medication, plus 3 months' sick leave and a pending lawsuit. And you tell me his assailant maybe overreacted a little? Some of these Oxford-educated Englishmen can be very persuasive in their arguments. Did Leonard Burr ever strike you as a disingenuous person?" "Everyone is in the past," thought Strelsky, "including me." "I don't know what that means." He lied. "Lacking in candor, insincere, morally fraudulent in some way? No. Just no. Burr's a good operator and a good man." Prescott took another tour round the room. As a good man himself, he seemed to have difficulty wrestling with the harsher facts of life. "Joe, we have a couple of problems with the Brits right now. I'm speaking at the enforcement level. What your Mr. Burr and his confederates promised us here was a squeaky clean witness in the form of Mr. Pine, a sophisticated operation, some big heads on a charger. We went along with that. We had fine expectations of Mr. Burr and Mr. Pine. I have to tell you that at the enforcement level the British have not lived up to their promises. In their dealings with us they have shown a duplicity which some of us might not have expected of them. Others with longer memories, on the other hand, might." Strelsky supposed he should join Prescott in some general damnation of the British, but he didn't feel inclined. He liked Burr. Burr was the kind of fellow you could rustle horses with. He'd learned to like Rook, although he was a tight ass. They were a pair of nice guys, and they had run a good operation. "Joe, this class act of yours, forgive me, of Mr. Burr's, this honorable guy, this Mr. Pine, has a criminal record going back for years. Barbara Vanden in London and friends of hers up in Langley have dug up some very unsettling background material on Mr. Pine. It seems he is a closet psychopath. Unfortunately, the British pandered to his appetites. There was a quite bad killing in Ireland, something with a semi-automatic. We haven't gotten to the bottom of it because they hushed it up." Prescott gave a sigh. The ways of men were devious indeed. "Mr. Pine kills, Joe. He kills, and he steals, and he runs dope. And it's a mystery to me that he never used that knife he pulled on your agent. Mr. Pine is also a cook, a night owl, a close combat expert, and a painter. Joe, that is the classic pattern of a psychopathic fantasist. I do not like Mr. Pine. I would not trust him with my daughter. Mr. Pine had a psychopathic relationship with a doper's hooker in Cairo, and ended up beating her to death. I would not trust Mr. Pine on the stand as my witness. And I have the gravest, and I mean the gravest reservations about the intelligence he has hitherto supplied. I've seen it, Joe. I've studied it at the many points where his testimony stands alone and uncorroborated, yet indispensable to the credibility of our case. Men like Mr. Pine are the secret liars of society. They will sell their own mothers and believe themselves to be Jesus Christ while they do it. Your friend Burr may be capable, but he was an ambitious man who was breaking his ass to get his own outfit off the ground and have it compete with the big players. Such men are the natural prey of the fabricator. I do not believe that Mr. Burr and Mr. Pine made a wholesome pair. I don't say they consciously conspired, but men in secret conclave can psych one another up in ways that make them cavalier with the truth. If Dr. Apostol was still with us, well, he was a lawyer, and even if he was a little crazy, it was my belief that he would hold up pretty well in the stand. Juries always have a place in their hearts for a man who has returned to God. However, that is not to be. Dr. Apostol is no longer available as a witness. Strelsky was trying to help Prescott off the hook. It never happened, right, Ed? How's about we agree the whole case was a piece of horse shit, There's no dope, no guns. Mr. Onslow Roper never broke bread with the cartels. Mistaken identity, you name it. Prescott pulled a rueful smile, as if to say he did not think that he would go that far. We are talking about what's demonstrable, Joe. That's a lawyer's job. The lay citizen has the luxury of believing in the truth. A lawyer has to be content with the demonstrable. Put it that way. Sure. Strelsky was smiling too. Ed, may I say something? Strelsky leaned forward in his leather chair and opened his hands in a gesture of magnanimity. Go right ahead, Joe. Ed, relax, please. Don't strain yourself. Operation Limpet is dead. Langley killed it. You're just the mortician. I understand that. Operation Flagship lives. But I'm not flagship cleared. My guess is you are. You want to screw me, Ed? Listen, I've been screwed before. You don't have to take me to dinner first. I've been screwed so many times with so many variations. I'm a veteran. This time it's Langley and some bad Brits, not to mention a few Colombians. Last time it was Langley and some bad somebody else. Maybe they were Brazilians. No, damn it, they were Cubans. And they'd done us a few favors in the dark days. Time before that it was Langley and some very, very rich Venezuelans. But I think there were also some Israelis alongside. To be honest, I forget. And the files got lost. And I think there was an Operation Surefire, but I wasn't Surefire cleared. He was furious, but wonderfully comfortable. Prescott's deep leather armchair was a dream. He could lounge in it forever, just breathing in the luxury of a nice penthouse office, without the unpleasantness of a lot of people getting in his way, or a naked snitch kneeling on the bed with his tongue pulled down his chest. The other thing you want to tell me, Ed, is I can kiss, but I can't tell, Strelsky resumed. Because if I tell, somebody will have my ass and take away my pension. Or if I really tell, somebody may feel obliged reluctantly. Or if I really tell, somebody may feel obliged reluctantly to shoot my fucking head off. I understand those things, Ed. I have learned the rules. Ed, will you do me a favor? Prescott was not accustomed to listening without interrupting, and he never did anyone a favor unless he could count on one in return. But he knew anger when he saw it, and he knew that anger, given time, subsides, whether in people or in animals. So he regarded his role as essentially a waiting one, and kept his smile going, and answered rationally, as he would if he were in the presence of a raving lunatic. He knew also that it was essential not to show alarm. There was always the red button on the inside of his desk. "If I can, Joe, for you, anything," he replied handsomely. "Don't change, Ed. America needs you as you are. Don't give up any of your friends in high places, or your connections with the agency, or your wife's arm's-length lucrative directorships of certain companies. Keep fixing things for us. The decent citizen knows too much already, Ed. Any more knowledge could seriously endanger his health. Think television. 5 seconds of any subject is enough for anybody. People have to be normalized, Ed, not destabilized. And you're the man to do it for us." Strelsky drove home carefully through the winter sunlight. Anger brought its own vividness. Pretty white houses along the waterfront, white sailing yachts at the end of emerald lawns, the postman on his midday round. A red Ford Mustang was parked in his drive, and he recognized it as Amato's. He found him sitting on the deck wearing a funereal black tie and drinking Coke from the icebox. Stretched beside him on Strelsky's rattan sofa, dressed in a bogside black suit, complete with waistcoat and black derby, lay a comatose Pat Flynn. An empty bottle of Bushmills single-malt whiskey, 10 years old, clutched to his bosom. "Pat's been socializing with his former boss again," Amato explained, with a glance at his recumbent comrade. "They had, like, early breakfast. Leonard Snitch is aboard the Iron Pasha. 2 guys helped him off the Roper jet at Antigua. 2 more guys helped him onto the seaplane. Pat's friend is quoting from reports compiled by very pure persons in intelligence who have the honor to be flagship cleared. Pat says, maybe you'd like to pass the word of this to your friend Lenny Burr. Pat says to give Lenny his best respects. He enjoyed the experience of Mr. Burr, despite the subsequent difficulties. Tell him. Strelsky glanced at his watch and went quickly indoors. Speech on this phone was not secure. Burr picked up his end at once, as if he were waiting for it to ring. "Your boy's gone sailing with his rich friends," Strelsky said. Burr was thankful for the pelting rain. A couple of times he had pulled onto the grass verge and sat in the car with the torrent booming on the roof while he waited till it eased. The downpour bestowed a temporary pardon. It restored the hand-loom weaver to his attic. He was running later than he had meant to. "Take care," he had said, meaninglessly, as he consigned the abject Palfrey to Rook's custody. Take care of Palfrey, perhaps he was thinking. Or perhaps, dear God, take care of Jonathan. He's on the Pasha, he kept thinking as he drove. He's alive, even if he'd rather not be. For a while, that was all Burr's brain could do for him. Jonathan's alive. Jonathan's in torment. They're doing it to him now. Only after this period of due anguish, as it seemed to Burr, was he able to apply his considerable powers of reasoning and little by little count what crumbs of consolation he could find. He's alive. Therefore Roper must want to keep him that way. Otherwise he would have had Jonathan killed as soon as he had signed his last piece of paper. Another unexplained corpse on the Panamanian roadside. Who cares? He's alive. A crook of Roper's stamp does not bring a man to his cruise yacht in order to kill him. He brings him because he needs to ask him things. And if he needs to kill him afterwards, he does it at a decent distance from the boat, with a proper respect for the local hygiene and the sensitivities of his guests. So what does Roper want to ask him that he doesn't already know? Perhaps, how much has Jonathan betrayed of the fine detail of the operation? Perhaps, what is now the precise risk to Roper of prosecution, of the frustration of his grand scheme, of exposure, scandal, outcry? Perhaps, how much protection do I still enjoy among those who are protecting me? Or will they be tiptoeing out of the back door as soon as the alarms begin to sound? Perhaps, who do you think you are worming your way into my palace and stealing my woman from under me? An arch of trees rose over the car, and Burr had a memory of Jonathan seated in the cottage at the Lanyon the night they dispatched him on his mission. He is holding Goodhue's letter to the oil lamp. "I'm sure, Leonard, Jonathan, and I'll be sure tomorrow morning. How do I sign?" "You signed too bloody much," Burr told him gruffly in his mind. "And it was me who egged you on." "Confess," he begged Jonathan. "Betray me. Betray us all. We've betrayed you, haven't we? Then do it back to us and save yourself. The enemy's not out there. He's here among us. Betray us." He was 10 miles out of Newbury and 40 miles out of London, but he was in the depths of rural England. He climbed a hill and entered an avenue of bare beech trees. The fields to either side were freshly ploughed. He smelled silage, and remembered winter teas before the hob in his mother's kitchen in Yorkshire. "We are honourable people," he thought, remembering Goodhue. Honourable English people, with self-irony and a sense of decency. People with a street spirit and a good heart. What the hell's gone wrong with us? A broken bus shelter reminded him of the tin hut in Louisiana, where he had met Apostol, betrayed by Harry Palfrey to Dacre, and by Dacre to the cousins, and by the cousins to God knew whom. Strelsky would have brought a pistol, he thought. Flynn would have waded ahead of us, cradling his machine-gun in his arms. We would be gun people, feeling safer for our guns. But guns aren't the answer, he thought. Guns are a bluff. I'm a bluff. I'm unlicensed and unloaded, an empty threat. But I'm all I've got to wave at Sir Anthony bloody Jayston Bradshaw. He thought of Rook and Palfrey sitting silently together in Rook's office with a telephone between them. For the first time he almost smiled. He spotted a signpost, turned left into an unmade drive, and was assailed by the false conviction that he had been here before. It's the conscious meeting the unconscious, he had read in some smart magazine. Between them they give you a sense of déjà vu. He didn't believe that junk. Its language moved him to near violence, and he was feeling near violent now, just at the thought of it. He stopped the car. He was feeling too violent altogether. He waited for the feeling to subside. Christ almighty, what am I becoming? I could have strangled Palfrey. He lowered his window, put back his head, and drank the country air. He closed his eyes and became Jonathan. Jonathan in agony, with his head back, unable to utter. Jonathan crucified, nearly dead, and loved by Roper's woman. A pair of stone gateposts loomed before him, but no notice saying Lanyon Rose. Burr stopped the car, took up the telephone, dialed Geoffrey Darker's direct line at the river house, and heard Rook's voice say, "Hello?" "Just checking," said Burr, and dialed the number of Darker's house in Chelsea. He heard Rook again, grunted and rang off. He dialed Darker's number in the country, with the same result. The intervention warrant was in operation. Burr drove through the gates and entered a formal park run wild. Deer stared stupidly at him over the broken railing. The drive was thick with weeds. A grimy sign read, "Jayston Bradshaw Associates, Birmingham," with the Birmingham crossed out. Below it someone had daubed the word "Inquiries," misspelled, and an arrow. Burr passed a small lake. On the far side of it the outlines of a great house appeared against the restless sky. Broken greenhouses and neglected stables clustered behind it in the dark. Some of the stables had once been offices. External iron staircases and gangways led to rows of padlocked doors. Of the main house, only the porch and 2 ground-floor windows were lit. He switched off the engine and took Goodhue's black briefcase from the passenger seat. He slammed the door shut and mounted the steps. An iron fist protruded from the stonework. He pulled it, then pushed it, but it didn't move. He grasped the door-knocker and hammered on the door. The echoes were drowned in a tumult of howling dogs, and a man's gravel voice lifted roughly against them. "Whisper, shut up! Get down, damn you! All right, Veronica, I'll take it." "That you, Burr?" "Yes." "You alone?" "Yes." The clatter of a chain being slipped from its runner, the turning of a heavy lock. "Stay where you are. Let 'em smell you," the voice ordered. The door opened. 2 great mastiffs snuffled at Burr's shoes, dribbled on his trouser legs, and licked his hands. He stepped into a vast dark hallway, reeking of damp and wood ash. Pale rectangles marked the places where pictures had once hung. A single light bulb burned in the chandelier. By its glow, Burr recognized the dissolute features of Sir Anthony Jayston Bradshaw. He wore a frayed smoking jacket and a town shirt with no collar. The woman, Veronica, stood apart from him in an arched doorway, grey-haired and indeterminately aged. A wife? A nanny? A mistress? A mother? Burr had no idea. Beside her stood a small girl. She was about 9 and wore a navy-blue dressing gown with gold embroidery on the collar. Her bedroom slippers had gold rabbits on the toes. With her long fair hair brushed down her back, she looked like a child of the French aristocracy on her way to the scaffold. "Hello," Burr said to her. "I'm Leonard." "Off to bed, Ginny," Bradshaw said. "Veronica, take her to bed. Got some important business to discuss, darling. Mustn't be disturbed. About money, you see. Come on, give us a kiss." Was Veronica darling, or was the child? Ginny and her father kissed while Veronica from her archway watched. Burr followed Bradshaw down a long, ill-lit corridor to a drawing-room. He had forgotten the slowness of big houses. The journey to the drawing-room took as long as crossing a street. 2 armchairs stood before a wood fire. Stains of damp ran down the walls. Water from the ceiling plopped into Victorian pudding bowls on the floorboards. The mastiffs arranged themselves cautiously before the fire. Like Burr, they kept their eyes on Bradshaw. "Scotch?" Bradshaw asked. "Geoffrey Darker's under arrest," Burr said. Bradshaw took the blow like an old boxer. He rode it. He barely winced. He held still, his puffy eyes half closed as he calculated the damage. He glanced at Burr as if expecting him to come again, and when Burr didn't, he shuffled forward half a step and threw a series of rolling, untidy counterpunches. "Bollocks! Utter codswallop! Crap! Who arrested Darker? You? You couldn't arrest a drunken tart. Geoffrey? You wouldn't dare. I know you. I know the law, too. You're a flunky. You're not even police. You couldn't arrest Geoffrey any more than a—" He was lost for a metaphor. "Fly," he ended feebly. He tried to laugh. "Stupid bloody trick," he said, turning his back while he addressed a tray of drink. "Christ!" and shook his head to confirm this, while he poured himself scotch from a superb decanter that he must have forgotten to sell. Burr was still standing. He had set the briefcase beside him on the floor. "They haven't got to Palfrey yet, but he's pinned out on the board," he said, with absolute composure. "Darker and Marjoram have been taken into custody, pending charges. Most likely there'll be an announcement tomorrow morning. Could be afternoon if we can keep the press off. In 1 hour's time exactly, unless I give instructions to the contrary, uniformed police officers are going to come to this house in big, very shiny, very noisy cars, and in the full view of your daughter, and whoever else you've got, take you down to Newbury police station in handcuffs and detain you. You'll be dealt with separately. We're throwing in fraud for extra spice, double accounting, deliberate and systematic evasion of customs and excise regulations, not to mention collusion with corrupt government officials, and a few other charges we propose to think up while you languish in a prison cell, preparing your soul for a 7-year stint after remission, and trying to shift the blame to Dickie Roper, Corcoran, Sandy Langbourne, Darker, Palfrey, and whoever else you can shop to us. But we don't need that kind of collaboration, you see. We've got Roper in the bag, too. There's not a port in the Western Hemisphere, but there's a big burly man waiting on the dockside with extradition papers at the ready. And the only real question is, do the Americans snatch the Pasha while she's still at sea, or do they let everyone have a nice holiday because it's likely to be their last for a very long time indeed? He smiled, vindictively, sportingly. "The forces of light have won the day for once, Sir Anthony, I'm afraid. That's me and Rex Goodhue and some rather clever Americans, if you were wondering. Langley led Brother Darker up the garden path. What they call a sting operation, I believe. You don't know Goodhue, I suppose? Well, you'll get to know him in the witness box, I've no doubt. A natural actor, Rex turned out to be. Could have made a fortune on the stage." Burr was watching Bradshaw dial. First he had watched him fumble in a huge marquetry desk, flinging aside bills and letters while he rummaged. Then he had watched him holding an exhausted filofax to the pale light of a standard lamp, while he licked his thumb and turned the pages until he came to D. Then he watched him stiffen and inflate with angry self-importance as he barked into the telephone. "I want Mr. Darker, please. Mr. Geoffrey Darker. Sir Anthony Jayston Bradshaw would like to speak to him on an urgent matter. So be rather snappy, will you?" Burr watched the self-importance drain out of him, and his lips begin to separate. "Who's that?" "Inspector what?" "Well, what's wrong?" "Give me Darker. It's urgent." "What?" And then, as Burr heard Rook's confident, slightly regionalized accents on the other end of the line, he saw the scene in his mind's eye. Rook in his office, standing at the telephone, which was what he liked to do, his left arm straight at his side and chin tucked right in, the parade ground position for talking on the telephone. And little Harry Palfrey, whey-faced and dreadfully cooperative, waiting for his turn. Bradshaw rang off, making a confident show of it. "Burglary on the premises," he announced. "Police in possession. Normal procedure. Mr. Darker is working late at his office. He's been contacted. Everything totally normal. Told me." Burr smiled. "That's what they always say, Sir Anthony. You don't think they're going to tell you to pack up and bolt, do you?" Bradshaw stared at him. "Bollocks," he muttered, returning to the lamp and his phone book. "Bullshit. Whole thing. Some stupid game." This time he dialed Darker's office, and yet again Burr saw the scene in his mind. Palfrey picking up the telephone for his finest hour as Rook's loyal agent. Rook standing over him while he listened on the extension. Rook's big hand helpfully on Palfrey's arm, and his clear, uncomplicated gaze encouraging Palfrey in his lines. "I want Darker, Harry," Bradshaw was saying. "I need to talk to him right away. Absolutely vital. Where is he?" "Well, what do you mean you don't know?" "Fuck's sake, Harry, what's the matter with you?" "There's been a burglary at his house. The police are there. They've been on to him, spoken to him. Where is he?" "Don't give me that operational shit. I'm operational. This is operational. Find him." For Burr, a long silence. Bradshaw has the earpiece flat against his ear. He has turned pale and frightened. Palfrey is saying his great lines, whispering them the way Burr and Rook rehearsed him, from the heart, because for Palfrey they are true. "Tony, get off the line for Christ's sake," Palfrey urges, doing his furtive voice, and scrubbing his nose with the knuckles of his spare hand. "The balloon's gone up. Geoffrey and Neil are for the high jump. Burr and company are throwing the book at us. Chaps running in the corridors. Don't call again. Don't call anyone. Police in the lobby." Then best of all, Palfrey rings off, or Rook does it for him, leaving Bradshaw frozen at his post, and the dead phone at his ear, and his mouth open in the interests of better hearing. "I brought the papers, if you want to see them," Burr said comfortably, as Bradshaw turned to stare at him. "I'm not supposed to, but they do give me a certain pleasure, I'll admit. When I said 7 years, I was being pessimistic. It's my Yorkshire blood not wanting to exaggerate, I suppose. I think you'll get more like 10. His voice had gathered volume, but not pace. He was unpacking the briefcase while he spoke, ponderously, like an insinuating magician, one rumpled file at a time. Sometimes he opened a file and paused to study at a particular letter before he put it down. Sometimes he smiled and shook his head as if to say, "Would you believe it?" "Funny how a case like this can turn itself round on a sixpence, just in an afternoon," he mused while he toiled. "We flog away, me and my lads and lasses, and nobody wants to know, up against a brick wall every time. We've had a cast-iron case against Darker for, he allowed himself another pause for smiling. "As long as I can remember, anyway. As for Sir Anthony, well, you were in our sights while I was a beardless lad at grammar school, I should think. You see, I really hate you. There's a lot of people I want to put behind bars, and never shall, it's true. But you're in a category of your own, you are. Always have been. Well, you know that really, don't you?" Another file caught his eye, and he allowed himself a moment to flip through it. Then all of a sudden the phone goes. Lunchtime, as usual, but by a mercy I'm on a diet. And it's somebody I've hardly heard of from the Director of Public Prosecution's office. "Hey, Leonard, why don't you slip down to Scotland Yard, get yourself a couple of hungry police officers, and go and pull that fellow Geoffrey Darker in? It's about time we cleaned up Whitehall, Leonard. Got rid of all these bent officials and their shady contacts on the outside, men like Sir Anthony Jayston Bradshaw, for instance, and made an example to the outside world. The Americans are doing it, so why can't we? Time we proved we're serious about not arming future enemies, all that junk. He pulled out another file, marked Top Secret, Guard, Eyes Only, and gave it an affectionate pat on the flank. Darker's under what we're calling voluntary house arrest at the moment. Confession time, really, except we don't call it that. We always like to stretch habeas corpus when we're dealing with members of the trade. You have to bend the law from time to time, otherwise you don't get anywhere. No two bluffs are the same, but one component is necessary to all of them, and that is the complicity between the deceiver and the deceived, the mystical interlocking of opposing needs. For the man on the wrong side of the law, it may be the unconscious need to get back on the right side. For the lone criminal, a secret longing to rejoin the pack, any pack, if only he can be a member. And in the worn-out playboy and scoundrel who was Bradshaw, or so at least the attic weaver prayed, as he watched his adversary read, turn forward, turn back, take another file and read again, it was the habitual search for exclusive treatment at any price, for the ultimate deal, for revenge against those who lived more successfully than he did, that made him the willing victim of Burr's deception. "For Christ's sake," Bradshaw muttered at last, handing back the files as if they made him sick. "No need to go over the top. Got to be a middle ground, must be. Reasonable man, always have been." Burr was less forthcoming. "Oh, I don't think I would call it middle ground at all, Sir Anthony," he said, with a resurgence of his former anger, as he took back the files and stuffed them into the briefcase. "I'd call it a fixture postponed until the next time round. What you do is, you telephone the Iron Pasha for me, have a quiet word with our mutual friend." "What sort of word?" "This sort. Tell him the shit's hit the fan. Tell him what I've told you, what you've seen, what you've done, what you've heard." He glanced out of the uncurtained window. "Can you see the road from here?" "No." "Pity, because they're out there by now. I thought we might see a little blue light winking at us across the lake. Not even from upstairs?" "No." "Tell him we've rumbled you all ways up. You've been quite careless, and we've traced your phony end-users back to source. And we're following the careers of the Lombardy and the Horacio Enriquez with interest. Unless... Tell him the Americans are warming up a cell for him at Marion. They want to bring their own charges. Unless... Tell him his high friends at court aren't friends any more." He handed Bradshaw the telephone. "Tell him you're scared to death. Weep if you still can. Tell him you can't take prison. Let him hate you for your weakness. Tell him I nearly strangled Palfrey with my bare hands, but that was because I thought he was Roper for a moment." Bradshaw licked his lips, waiting. Burr crossed the room and placed himself in the darkness of a far window. "Unless what?" Bradshaw asked, nervously. "Then tell him this," Burr resumed, speaking with great reluctance. "I'll drop all charges, against you and against him, this time round. His ships get a free run. Darker, Marjoram, Palfrey, they're going where they belong, but not him and not you and not the cargoes." His voice rose. "And tell him I'll follow him and his terrible generation to the ends of the earth before I give up on him. Tell him I'm going to breathe clean air before I die." He lost himself for a moment and recovered. "He's got a man called Pine on his boat. You may have heard of him. Corcoran telephoned you from Nassau about him. The river rats dug up his past for you. If Roper lets Pine go within 1 hour from you putting down the phone—" Again he faltered. "I'll bury the case. He has my word." Bradshaw was staring at him with a mixture of astonishment and relief. "Jesus Christ, Burr! Pine must be some catch." A happy thought struck him. "I say, old boy, you're not on a piece of the action yourself by any chance, are you?" he asked. Then he caught Burr's eye, and the hope faded. "You'll tell him I'll want the girl, too," Burr said, almost as an afterthought. "What girl?" "Mind your bloody business. It's Pine and it's the girl, alive and unharmed." Hating himself, Burr began reading out the SATCOM number of the Iron Pasha. It was late the same night. Palfrey walked, not noticing the rain. Rook had put him into a cab, but Palfrey had paid it off. He was somewhere near Baker Street, and London had become an Arab town. In the neon-lit windows of small hotels, dark-eyed men stood about in desultory groups, fidgeting their beads and gesticulating to each other, while the children played with their new train sets, and veiled women spoke among themselves. Between the hotels stood the private hospitals, and at the steps of one of these Palfrey paused in the lighted entrance, perhaps wondering whether to admit himself, and then deciding not, walked on. He wore no coat or hat. He carried no umbrella. A cab slowed as it went past him, but the distraction in Palfrey's face could not be appealed to. He was like a man who had mislaid something essential to his purposes. His car, perhaps. Which street had he left it in? His wife? His woman? Where had they arranged to meet? Once he patted the pockets of his sodden jacket, for keys or cigarettes or money. Once he went into a pub that was about to close, put a £5 note on the bar, and drank a double whisky without water, and left, forgetting his change and muttering the word "Apostol" out loud, though the only witness to testify to this afterwards was a theological student, who thought he was declaring himself an apostate. The street had him again, and he pursued his quest, looking at everything yet somehow rejecting it. No, you're not the place. Not here. Not here. An old whore with dyed blonde hair called at him good-humouredly from a doorway, but he shook his head. Not you either. Another pub had him, just as the barman was calling for last orders. "Fellow called Pine," Palfrey told a man to whom he raised his glass in a distracted toast. "Very much in love." The man silently drank with him, because he thought Palfrey looked a bit cut up. Somebody must have pinched his girl, he thought. A little runt like him, no wonder. Palfrey chose the island, a triangle of raised pavement with a railing round it, that seemed to be uncertain whether its job was to fence people in or fence them out. But the island was still not what he had been looking for, apparently. Perhaps more some kind of vantage point, or a familiar landmark. And he didn't enter the protection of the railing. He did what kids do in the playground, said another witness. He put his heels on the outside curb and hooked his arms behind him over the railing, so that for a thoughtful while he seemed to be attached to the outside of a moving roundabout that wasn't moving, while he watched the empty late-night double-decker buses racing past him in their hurry to get home. Finally, like someone who has got his bearings, he straightened himself up and put back his rather wasted shoulders until he resembled an old soldier on Remembrance Day, chose a particularly fast oncoming bus, and threw himself under it. And really on that particular stretch of road, at that time of night, and the streets like a skating rink from the pouring rain, there was absolutely nothing the poor driver could do. And Palfrey would have been the last to blame him. A will, handwritten but legally phrased, if somewhat battered, was found in Palfrey's pocket. It forgave all debts, and appointed Goodhue his executor. Chapter 29. The Iron Pasha, 1,500 tons, 250 feet long, steel built by Feedship of Holland in 1987, to the specifications of her present owner, interior by La Vinci of Rome, powered by two 2,000 horsepower MWM diesel engines, and equipped with VOSPA stabilizers, in Marisat satellite telecommunications systems radar, including an anti-collision set and radar watch, not to mention fax, telex, a dozen cases of Dom Perignon, and a live holly tree in a tub in anticipation of the Christmas festivities,
sailed out of Nelson's dockyard, English harbour Antigua, in the Antilles, on the morning tide, bound for her winter cruise of the Windward and Grenadine Islands, and ultimately by way of the islands of Blanquilla, Orchila, and Bonaire, for Curaçao. A smattering of the better names and faces from Antigua's fashionable St. James's Club had assembled at the dockside to see her off, and there was much sounding of air horns and ship's whistles, as the ever-popular international entrepreneur, Mr. Dicky Onslow Roper, and his elegantly attired guests stood astern on the departing vessel, waving their farewells to cries of "Godspeed!" and "Have a simply marvellous time, Dicky, you deserved it," from the shore. Mr. Roper's personal pennant, portraying a glittering crystal, fluttered from the mainmast. Society watchers were gratified to observe such familiar favourites of the jet set as Lord, Sandy to his intimates, Langbourne, on the arm of his wife, Caroline, thus discounting rumours of a break-up, and the exquisite Miss Jemima, Jed to her friends, Marshall, Mr. Roper's constant companion since more than a year, and renowned hostess of the Roper Xanadu in the Exhumers. The other 16 guests comprised a carefully selected company of international makers and shakers, and included such social heavyweights as Petros, Patti, Kouloumenos, who had recently attempted to purchase the island of Spetsai from the Greek government, Bunny Saltlake, the American soup heiress, Jerry Sandown, the British racing driver, and his French wife, and the American film producer Marcel Heist, whose own yacht, the Marceline, was presently under construction in Bremerhaven. No children were of the company. Guests who had never sailed on the Pasha before were likely to spend their first days swooning over her luxurious appointments, her 8 staterooms, all with king-sized beds, hi-fi, telephone, colour television, redoute prints and historic panelling, her softly lit Edwardian salon in red plush, with antique gaming table, and 18th-century bronze heads, each in its domed recess of solid walnut, her maple dining room with sylvan paintings after Watteau, her pool, jacuzzi and solarium, her Italian afterdeck for informal dining. Of Mr. Derek Thomas of New Zealand, however, the gossip columnists wrote nothing at all. He featured on no iron-brand public relations handout. He was not on deck, waving to the friends on shore. He was not at dinner, delighting his companions with his sensitive conversation. He was in the Pasha's nearest thing to Herr Meister's fine wine cellar, chained and gagged and lying in the dark, in a bloody solitude, relieved by visits from Major Corcoran and his assistants. The combined strength of the Pasha's crew and staff was 20, including captain, mate, engineer, assistant engineer, a chef for the guests, and a chef for the crew, a head stewardess and a housekeeper, 4 deckhands, and a ship's purser. The company also included a pilot for the helicopter and another for the seaplane. The security team was augmented by the 2 German Argentinians who had flown with Jed and Corcoran from Miami, and, like the ship it protected, was lavishly equipped. The tradition of piracy in that region is by no means extinct, and the ship's arsenal was capable of sustaining a prolonged firefight at sea, deterring marauding aircraft, or sinking a hostile vessel venturing alongside. It was stored in the forward hold, where the security team also had its quarters, behind a sea-proof steel door that in turn was protected by a grille. Was that where Jonathan was being kept? After 3 days at sea, such was Jed's distraught conviction. But when she asked Roper, he seemed not to hear her, and when she asked Corcoran, he threw up his chin and made a stern frown. "Stormy waters, old love," said Corcoran through set lips. "Be seen, not heard, my advice. Bed and board and a low profile. Safer for all. Don't quote me." The transformation she had observed in Corcoran was by now complete. A rat-like intensity had replaced his former sloth. He smiled seldom and issued snappish orders at male members of the crew, whether they were plain or pretty. He had pinned a row of medal ribbons to his mildewed dinner jacket, and was given to grandiose soliloquies about world problems whenever Roper was not there to shut him up. End of Side 15. Side 16.
The day of Jed's arrival in Antigua was the worst in her life. She had had plenty of other worse days till now. Her Catholic guilt had supplied her with a whole bunch. There had been the day the Mother Superior marched into the dormitory and told her to pack her things. Her taxi was waiting at the door. That was the same day her father ordered her to her bedroom, while he took priestly advice on how to handle a 16-year-old virgin whore, caught stark naked in a potting shed with a village boy, doing his unsuccessful best to deflower her. There had been the day in Hammersmith, when two boys she had refused to sleep with had got drunk and decided to make common cause, taking it in turns to hold her down while the other raped her. And there had been the 2 wild days in Paris before she stepped over the sleeping bodies, straight into Dickie Roper's arms. But the day she boarded the Pasha in English Harbour, Antigua, had knocked the others off the scoreboard. On the plane she had managed to ignore Corcoran's veiled insults by escaping into her magazines. At Antigua Airport he had thrust his hand officiously under her arm, and when she tried to shake free, he had clutched her in a claw-like grip, while the 2 blonde boys trod on her heels. In the limousine, Corcoran rode up front, and the boys sat too close either side of her. And as she climbed the Pasha's gangway, all 3 made a phalanx round her, no doubt to demonstrate to Roper, if he was watching, that they were obeying orders. Frog marched to the door of the state apartments. She was obliged to wait while Corcoran knocked. "Who is it?" Roper demanded from within. "A Miss Marshall, Chief. Safe and moderately sound." "Show her in, Corks." "With luggage, Chief? Or was it without?" "With." She stepped inside and saw Roper sitting at the desk with his back to her. And he remained there, still with his back to her, while a steward parked her luggage in the bedroom and withdrew. He was reading something, checking it with a pen as he went along. A contract, or whatever. She waited for him to finish, or put it down and turn to her. Even get up. He didn't. He reached the end of the page, scribbled something, she thought his initials, then passed to the next page, and went on reading. It was a thick, typed document, blue with red ribbon and a red ruled margin. There were quite a few pages to go. He's writing his will, she decided. And to my former mistress, Jed, I leave absolutely sod all. He was wearing his navy blue tailored silk dressing gown with rolled collar and crimson piping, and usually when he put it on, it meant either they were about to make love or just had. While he read, he occasionally shifted the angle of his shoulders inside it, as if he sensed she was admiring them. He had always been proud of his shoulders. She was still standing. She was 6 feet from him. She was wearing jeans and a waistcoat pullover and several gold necklaces. He liked her to wear gold. The carpet was puce and brand new. Very expensive, very deep. They had chosen it together from samples, in front of the fire at Crystal. Jonathan had lent his advice. This was the first time she had seen it in position. "Am I disturbing you?" she asked, when he had still not turned his head. "Hardly at all," he replied, while his head remained bowed over the papers. She sat on the edge of a chair, clutching her tapestry bag on her lap. There was such over-control in his body, and such harnessed tension in his voice, that she presumed that at any moment he was going to get up and hit her, probably all in one movement, a spring and a sweeping backhand swipe that would knock her into the middle of next week. She'd once had an Italian boy who'd done that to her as a punishment for being witty. The punch had carried her clean across the room. It should have felled her outright, but her riding balance helped her, and as soon as she had grabbed her things from the bedroom, she let the punch carry her out of the house. "I told them lobster," Roper said, as he again initialed something on the document before him. "Reckoned you were owed one after Corky's little number at Enso's. Lobster all right for you?" She didn't answer. "Chaps tell me you've been having a bit of a tumble with Brother Thomas. Likey? Real name's Pine, by the way. Jonathan to you." "Where is he?" "Thought you'd ask that." Turn a page. Raise an arm. fussed the half-lens reading glasses. "Been going on long, has it? Quickies in the summer house? Knickers off in the woods? Bloody good at it, both of you, I must say. All those staff around. I'm not stupid either. Didn't spot a thing. If they're telling you I slept with Jonathan, I didn't. Nobody said much about sleep. We are not lovers." She had said the same to the Mother Superior, she remembered, but it hadn't cut much ice. Roper paused at his reading, but still didn't turn his head. "So what are you?" he asked. "If not lovers, what?" "We're lovers," she conceded, stupidly. It made not one whit of difference whether they were physical lovers or some other kind. Her love for Jonathan and her betrayal of Roper were accomplished facts. The rest, as in the potting shed, was technical. "Where is he?" she demanded. "Too busy reading." A shift of the shoulders as we amend something with our 6-foot-long Mont Blanc. "Is he on the boat?" A sculptured stillness now, her father's pensive silence. But her father was afraid the world was going to the devil, and poor love hadn't the least idea how to stop it, whereas Roper was helping it on its way. "Says he did it all by himself," Roper said. "That true? Jed didn't do any of it. Pine's the baddie. Pine did it all. Jed's Snow White. Too thick to know what she's about anyway. End of statement for the press. All his own work." "What work?" Roper shoved his pen aside and stood, still contriving not to look at her. He crossed the room to the panelled wall and pressed a button. The electric doors of the drinks cupboard rolled back. He opened the refrigerator, fished out a bottle of the Dom, uncorked it, and filled himself a glass. Then, as a kind of compromise between looking at her and not, he spoke to her reflection in the mirrored interior of the cupboard, what he could see of it between a row of wine bottles and the vermouths and Camparis. "Want some?" he asked, almost tenderly, lifting the bottle of Dom and offering it to her reflection. "What work? What's he supposed to have done?" "Won't say him. Asked him to, but he won't. What he's done, who for, who with, why, starting when, who's paying him. Nothing. Could save himself a hell of a lot of aggro if he did. Gallant chap. Good choice you made. Congratulations. Why should he have done anything? What are you doing to him? Let him go." He turned and walked towards her, looking at her directly at last, with his pale, washed eyes, and this time she was certain he would hit her, because his smile was so unnaturally at ease, his manner of such studied unconcern, that there had to be a different version of him inside. He was still wearing his reading glasses, so he had to lower his head to look at her over the top of them. His smile was sporting, and very close to her. "Simon Pure, is he, your lover boy? Lily White, is he? Mr. Clean? Utter balls, dear. Only reason I took him in was because some hired lout held a pistol at my boy's head. You telling me he wasn't part of the caper? Horse shit, sweetheart, frankly. You find me a saint, I'll pay the candle. Till then I'll keep my money in my pocket." The chair she had chosen was dangerously low. His knees, as he bowed over her, were at the level of her jaw. "Been having my thoughts about you, Jeds. Wondering whether you're quite as dumb as I supposed. Whether you and Pine aren't in it together. Who picked who up at the horse sale, eh? Eh?" He was tweaking her ear, making a mischievous joke of it. "Bloody clever chaps, women. Clever, clever chaps. Even when they're pretending they haven't got anything between their ears. Make you think you choose them. Fact is, they choose you. Are you a plant, Jeds? Don't look a plant. Look a bloody pretty woman. Sandy thinks you're a plant. Wishes he'd had a tumble with you himself. Corks wouldn't be surprised if you were a plant." He gave an effeminate simper. And your fancy boy ain't saying nothing. He was tweaking her ear to the rhythm of each accented word. Not painful tweaks, playful ones. Level with us, Jeds, will you, darling? Share the joke. Be a sport. You're a plant, aren't you, sweetheart? A plant with a lovely arse, aren't you? He moved his hand to her chin. Taking it between his thumb and forefinger, he raised her head to look at her. She saw the merriment in his eyes, which she had so often mistaken for kindness, and she supposed that once again the man she had been loving was somebody she had put together out of the bits of him she wanted to believe in, while she ignored the bits that didn't fit. "I don't know what you're talking about," she said. "I let you pick me up. I was scared. You were an angel. You never did me wrong, not till now. And I gave you my best shot, you know I did." "Where is he?" she said, straight into his eyes. He released her chin and walked away down the room, holding his champagne glass wide. "Good idea, girl," he said approvingly. "Well done. Spring him. Spring your lover boy. Put a file in his French loaf. Shove it through the bars on visiting day. Pity you haven't brought Sarah along with you. 2 of you could ride away on her into the sunset." No change of tone. "You don't know a fellow called Burr at all, do you, Jeds, by any chance? First name Leonard, North Country oaf, smelly armpits, gospel-trained. Come your way at all? Ever have a tumble with him? Probably called himself Smith." "Pity. Thought you might have." "I don't know anyone like that." "Funny thing. Nor does Pine." They dressed for dinner, back to back, choosing their clothes with care. The formal madness of their days and nights aboard the Pasha had begun. The menus. Discussion with the steward and the cooks. Mrs. Sandown is French, and her opinion on everything is therefore regarded by the kitchen as gospel. Never mind, she only eats salads and swears she knows nothing about food. Laundry. When guests are not eating, they are changing, bathing, and copulating, which means that every day they must have clean sheets, towels, clothes, and table linen. A yacht sails on its food and its laundry. A whole section of the service deck is got up with banks of washing machines, dryers, and steam irons, which 2 stewardesses tend from dawn till dusk. Hair. The sea air does terrible things to people's hair. At 5 every evening, the guest deck is humming to the sound of hair-dryers, and it is their peculiarity to fail when guests are halfway through their toilet. Therefore, at 10 to 6 exactly, Jed may count on the sight of a belligerent, half-dressed lady guest, lurking in the gangway with her hair stuck up like a lavatory brush, brandishing a defunct hairdryer and saying, "Jed, darling, could you possibly—" because the housekeeper is by now supervising the final touches to the dinner table. Flowers. Every day the seaplane visits the nearest island to fetch flowers, fresh fish, seafood, eggs, and newspapers, and post letters. But the flowers are what Roper cares about the most. The Pasha is famous for its flowers, and the sight of dead flowers, or flowers not adequately arranged, is likely to cause serious tremors below decks. Recreation. Where shall we put in? Swim, snorkel. Whom shall we visit? Shall we dine out for a change? Send the helicopter or the seaplane for the somebodies, take the somebody else's ashore? For the guests on the Pasha are not a static population. They change from island to island according to their negotiated length of stay, bringing new blood, new banalities, a new approach to Christmas. How terribly behind one is with one's preparations, darling. I haven't even thought about my prezzies. And isn't it time you and Dickie got married? You look so absolutely yummy together. And Jed, in the madness, goes along with this mad routine, waiting for a chink. Roper's reference to putting files into bread loaves is not inaccurate. She would fuck all 5 guards, and Langbourne, and even Corcoran, if he were so disposed, in order to get alongside Jonathan. Meanwhile, as she waits, all the rituals of her strict childhood and convent school, the rules of grit your teeth and smile, entwine her in their humiliating embrace. While she obeys them, nothing is real, but also nothing comes adrift. For both these blessings she is grateful, and the possibility of a chink remains. When Caroline Langbourne treats her to a discourse on the pleasures of marriage to Sandy, now that the little slut of a nanny is safely back in London, Jed smiles dreamily and says, "Oh, Caro, darling, I'm so awfully pleased for you both, and for the children, naturally." When Caroline adds that she probably said some absolutely balmy things about the business deals Dickie and Sandy were getting up to, but she talked it all through with Sandy, and she really had to admit she'd seen things rather blacker than they were. And honestly, how can one make one's pennies these days without getting one's fingers the weeniest bit grubby? Jed is pleased about that too, and assures Caro that she can't remember a thing that Caro said about all that anyway. With Jed and business, it's just in one ear and out the other, and thank God for it. And at night, she sleeps with Roper, waiting for the chink. In his bed, having dressed and undressed in his presence, worn his jewellery and charmed his guests. The encounter most often comes at dawn, when her will, like the will of the dying, is at its weakest. He reaches for her, and Jed in some dreadful eagerness at once returns his call, telling herself that in doing so she is drawing the teeth of Jonathan's oppressor, taming him, bribing him, making peace with him for Jonathan's salvation, and waiting for the chink. Because that is what she is trying to buy from Roper all the time, in this mad silence they are sharing, following their first exchange of gunfire, a chance to get past his guard. They can laugh together about something as crucial as a bad olive. Yet even in their sexual frenzies, they no longer mention the one subject that still joins them, Jonathan. Is Roper too waiting for something? Waiting herself, Jed believes he is. Why else does Corcoran tap on the stateroom door at all odd hours, poke his head round it, shake it and withdraw? In her nightmares, Corcoran doubles as Jonathan's executioner. She knows where he is now. Roper hasn't told her, but it has been an amusing game for him, looking on while Jed spots the clues and pieces them together. And now she knows. First she notices the unnatural grouping at the forward end of the boat, on the lower deck beyond the guest cabins, a clogging of people, an air of accident. It is nothing she can put her finger on, and anyway that section of the boat has always been hazy to her. In the days of her innocence, she heard it referred to as the security area, another time as the hospital. It is the one part of the boat that belongs to neither guests nor crew, and since Jonathan himself is also neither, Jed sees the hospital as the fitting place to put him. Hovering with intent around the kitchen, Jed observes trays of invalid food, not ordered by herself. They are laden when they go forward. They are empty when they return. "Is someone ill?" she demands of Frisky, stopping him in his path. Frisky's manner is no longer deferential, if it ever was. "Why should there be?" he says pertly, the tray aloft, one-handed. "Then who's eating slops, yoghurt, chicken broth? Who's that for?" Frisky affects to notice for the first time what is on his tray. "Oh, that's Tabby, that is, miss." He has never in his life called her miss before. "Got a bit of a toothache, Tabby has. Had a wisdom tooth out in Antigua. Lot of bleeding. He's on the painkillers, yeah." She has begun to work out who visits him and when. It is an advantage of the rituals that control her, that the smallest irregular movement on the ship is her concern. She knows by instinct whether the pretty Filipino stewardess has slept with the captain or the boatswain, or, as happened briefly one afternoon while Caroline was sunbathing on the afterdeck, with Sandy Langbourne. She has observed that it is Roper's three trusties, Frisky, Tabby, and Gus, who sleep in the cabin above the private stairway, to what she now believes is Jonathan's cell, and that the German Argentinians across the gangway may suspect, but do not share the secret, and that Corcoran, the new, puffed-up, officious Corcoran, makes the journey twice a day at least, setting out with an air of circumstance, and returning churlish. "Corky," she beseeches him, trading on past friendship. "Corks, darling, please. For God's sake, how is he? Is he ill? Does he know I'm here?" but Corcoran's face is shaded by the darkness he has visited. "I warned you, Jed. I gave you every chance," he retorts huffily. "You wouldn't hear me. You were willful." And he goes his way like an offended beadle. Sandy Langbourne is also an occasional visitor. His chosen hour is after dinner, during his evening prowl of the decks in search of more diverting company than his wife. "You bastard, Sandy," she whispers at him as he saunters past her. "You utter spoilt bloody shit." Langbourne remains unaffected by this onslaught. He is too beautiful and bored to care. And she knows that Jonathan's other visitor is Roper, because Roper is unusually pensive when he returns from the forward area. Even if she has not seen him go there, she can tell by his manner when he reappears. Like Langbourne, he favours evenings. First, stroll on deck, chat to the skipper, or call one of his many stockbrokers, currency dealers and bankers round the globe. "How about taking a flyer on Deutsche's bill? Swissies, Jack. The yen, the pound, the escudo, Malaysian rubber, Russian diamonds, Canadian gold." Then gradually, by these and similar staging posts, he is drawn as if by magnetic attraction towards the forward part of the boat, and vanishes. When he reappears, his expression is overcast. But Jed knows better than to beg or weep or scream or cause a scene. If there is one thing that makes Roper dangerous, it is a scene. It is the unwarranted invasion of his self-esteem. It is bloody women snivelling at his feet. And she knows, or thinks she knows, that Jonathan is doing what he tried to do in Ireland. He is killing himself with his own courage. It was better than Herr Meister's cellar, but it was also far, far worse. There was no going round and round the black walls, but that was because he was chained to them. He was not neglected. His presence was known to a succession of attentive people, but these same people had stuffed his mouth with chamois leather and taped it with adhesive plaster, and although there was an understanding that they would remove these inconveniences whenever he gave the signal that he wished to talk, they had already demonstrated to him that if he gave the signal frivolously, there would be consequences. Since then, he had developed a firm policy not to talk at all, not even a good morning or hello, because his terror was that, since he was somebody who tended on occasion to confide, if only in his character as hotelier, this tendency would become his undoing, and hello would turn into, "I sent Rook the numbers of the containers and the name of the boat," or whatever other stray confession sprang to mind in the agony of the moment. Yet what confession did they want from him? What more did they need to know, that they didn't know already? They knew he was a plant, and that most of the stories about him were invention. If they did not know how much he had betrayed, they knew enough to change or abort their plans before it was too late. So why the urgency? Why the frustration? Then gradually, as the sessions grew more ferocious, Jonathan came to recognize that his confession was something they felt that they were owed by right. He was their spy. They had unmasked him. Their pride demanded a contrite statement from the gallows. But they were reckoning without Sophie. They didn't know about his secret sharer, Sophie, who had been there ahead of him, and was there now, smiling at him over her coffee, please, Egyptian, forgiving him, amusing him, seducing him a little, urging him to live by daylight. When they beat his face, a prolonged and careful beating, but a devastating one, he wryly compared faces with her, and for a distraction he told her all about the Irish boy and the heckler, but nothing maudlin. She was utterly against it. They never went in for self-pity or lost their sense of humour. "You killer this woman," she teased him, lifting her plucked dark eyebrows and laughing her mannish laugh. No, he hadn't killed her. They had put that discussion behind them long ago. She had listened to his account of his dealings with Ogilvy. She had heard him out, now smiling, now frowning in distaste. "I think you did your duty, Mr. Pine," she declared when he had finished. Unfortunately, there are many kinds of loyalty, and we cannot serve them all at once. Like my husband, you believed you were a patriot. Next time you will make a better choice. Perhaps we shall make it together. When Tabby and Frisky worked on his body, mostly by chaining him in attitudes that produced prolonged and excruciating pain, Sophie reminded him how her body had been broken too. In her case, clubbed until it was destroyed. And when he was deep down and half asleep, and wondering how he would make it back to the top of the crevasse, he regaled her with accounts of difficult climbs he had made in the Oberland, a north face of the Jungfrau that had gone seriously wrong, bivouacking in 100-mile-an-hour wind. And Sophie, if she was bored, never showed it. She listened with her great brown eyes steadfastly upon him, loving and encouraging him. "I am sure that you will never again give yourself away so cheaply, Mr. Pine," she had told him. "Our good manners can sometimes disguise our courage from us. Have you something to read on the plane back to Cairo? I think I shall read. It will help me to remember that I am myself." And then, to his surprise, he was back in the little flat in Luxor, watching her pack up her night-bag, one object at a time, and very deliberately, as if she were selecting companions for a much longer journey than the trip to Cairo. And of course it was Sophie who had encouraged him to keep his silence. Had she herself not died without betraying him? When they pulled off the plaster and removed the chamois bung, it was on Sophie's advice that he asked to speak to Roper personally. "That's the way, then, Tommy," said Tabby, out of breath from his exertions. "You have a natter with the chief. Then we can all have a nice beer together, like the old days." And Roper, in his own good time, strolled down to see him, dressed in his cruise gear, including the white buckskin shoes with crepe soles that Jonathan had noticed in his dressing-room at Crystal, and sat on the chair across the room from him. And it passed through Jonathan's mind that this was now the second time that Roper had seen him with his face in a mess, and that Roper's expression on both occasions had been identical, the same wrinkling of the nose, the same critical assessment of the damage and of Jonathan's chances of survival. He wondered how Roper would have looked at Sophie if he had been around while they were beating her to death. "All right, Pine?" he asked pleasantly. "No complaints? They looking after you all right?" "Bed's a bit lumpy." Roper laughed good-humouredly. "Can't have everything, I suppose. Jed misses you." "Then send her to me." "Not her scene, I'm afraid. Convent girl, likes a sheltered life." So Jonathan explained to Roper that during his initial conversations with Langbourne, Corcoran, and others, the suggestion had repeatedly been aired that Jed was in some way involved in Jonathan's activities, and he wished to say categorically that whatever he had done it alone, unaided at any point by Jed, and that far too much had been made of a couple of social visits to Woody's house, which had taken place when Jed was being bored to death by Caroline Langbourne, and Jonathan was lonely. After that he regretted he could not answer any further questions. Roper, normally so swift to take a point, seemed for a while stuck for words. "Your people kidnapped my boy," he said at last. "You lied your way into my house, stole my woman. You tried to screw up on my deal. Hell do I care whether you talk or not. You're dead." So it's punishment, not just confession, thought Jonathan, as they bunged up his mouth again. And his sense of kinship with Sophie, if it was possible, grew stronger. "I didn't betray Jed," he told her, "and I won't, I promise. I shall remain as steadfast as Herr Caspar with his wig." "Herr Caspar wore a wig? But didn't I tell you, good heavens, Herr Caspar is a Swiss hero. He gave up 20,000 tax-free francs a year just in order to be loyal to himself." "You are right, Mr. Pine," Sophie agreed gravely, when she had listened attentively to everything he had told her. "You must not betray Jed. You must be strong like Herr Caspar. And you must not betray yourself either." Now you will put your head on my shoulder, please, the way you do with Jed, and we shall sleep. And from then on, as the questions continued without benefit of answer, now singly, now in a hail, Jonathan occasionally saw Roper back in the same chair, though no longer wearing the white buckskin shoes. And always Sophie stood behind him, not in a vengeful way, but just to remind Jonathan that they were in the presence of the worst man in the world. "They'll kill you, Pine," Roper warned a couple of times. "Corky will go over the top, and that'll be that. These queers never know where to draw the line. Quit before it's too late, my advice." After that, Roper would sit back, wearing that look of personal frustration that comes over all of us when we seem unable to help a friend. Then Corcoran would reappear, and, leaning eagerly forward in the same chair, would fire his questions like commands, and count to 3 while he waited to be obeyed. And on 3, Frisky and Tabby went back to work again, until Corcoran was tired or appeased. "Well, if you'll excuse me, old heart, I'll slip into my sequin sari, pop a ruby in my navel, and tuck into a few peacock's tongues," he said, as he bowed his way smirking to the door. "Sorry you can't be part of the fun. But if you won't sing for your supper, what can one do?" Nobody, not even Corcoran, stayed long. If a man refuses to speak and sticks to his resolve, the show acquires a certain sameness. Only Jonathan, roaming his internal world with Sophie, was blessed with any sense of profit. He owned nothing he did not want to own. His life was in order. He was free. He congratulated himself on having discharged his institutional commitments, his father, his mother, his orphanages, and singing Aunt Annie, his country, his past, and Burr. All had been paid in full and on the nail. As to his sundry female creditors, they could no longer touch him with their accusations. And Jed? Well, there was something rather wonderful in paying in advance for sins that he had yet to commit. He had deceived her, of course, Mamma Lowe's, getting himself smuggled into the castle, offering a faulty version of himself. But he had a sense that he had also rescued her, which was Sophie's view entirely. "And you don't think too shallow?" he asked Sophie, in the way young men consult wise women about their loves. She pretended to be cross with him. "Mr. Pine, I think you are playing a little bit the flirt. You are a lover, not an archaeologist. Your Jed has a nature that has not been touched. She is beautiful, so she is used to being fawned on and adored, and occasionally misused. That is normal." "I have not misused her," Jonathan replied. "But you have not fawned on her either. She is not confident of you. She comes to you because she wishes your approval, but you withhold it. Why?" "But, Madam Sophie, what do you think she does to me?" "You are joined by a friction that you both resent. That is also normal. It is attraction's dark side. You have both got what you wanted. Now it is time to find out what to do with it." "I'm just not ready for her. She's banal." "She is not banal, Mr. Pine. And I am sure you will never be ready for anybody. However, you are in love, and that is that. Now let us get some sleep. You have work to do, and we shall need all the strength we can muster if we are to complete our journey." Was the fizzy drink treatment as bad as Frisky promised? Worse. He nearly died again. And when he woke, Roper was there with his interested smile. But Roper was not a climber, and did not understand the fixity of Jonathan's determination. "Why else do I climb mountains," he explained to Sophie, "if not to reach the peak?" On the other hand, the hotelier in him had every sympathy for a man who was run away from feeling. Jonathan really wanted to reach out his hand to Roper, and as a gesture of friendship pull him down here into the abyss, just so that the chief could get an idea of what it was like. You who are so proud of believing in nothing, and me down here with my faith in everything intact. Then he dozed off for a while, and when he woke he was in the Lanyon, walking on the cliffs with Jed, not wondering any more who would be round the corner waiting for him, but content with himself and with the person at his side. But he still refused to speak to Roper. His refusal was becoming more than a vow. It was an asset, a resource. The very act of withholding was giving him renewal. Every word he didn't speak, every juddering fist or foot or elbow that rocked him off to sleep, every new and separate pain, went into him like fresh supplies of energy to be hoarded against a future day. When the pain became unbearable, he had visions of raising himself towards it to receive and store away its life-giving powers. And it worked. Under the cover of his agony, the close observer in Jonathan assembled his operational intelligence and prepared his plan for the deployment of his secret energy. Nobody carries a gun, he thought. They are following the law of all good prisons. Warders do not carry guns. Chapter 30. Something amazing had happened. Something good or terrible. Either way it was decisive. It was terminal. It was the end of life as Jed had so far known it. The phone call had roused them in the early evening. "Person to person and confidential, Chief," the skipper had said cautiously. "It's Sir Anthony, Chief. I'm not sure whether you want me to put it through." Roper growled and rolled on his side to take it. He was wearing his robe again. They were lying on the bed after making love, though God knew it was not love they had been making, but something closer to hate. His old appetite for screwing in the afternoons had recently revived. So had hers. Their appetite for each other seemed to grow in inverse proportion to their affection. She was beginning to wonder whether sex had anything to do with love at all. "I'm a good fuck," she had told him afterwards, staring at the ceiling. "Oh, you are," he had agreed. "Ask anyone." Then this phone call, with his back to her. "Oh, blast him, yes, I'll take it." Then the stiffening of his back, a freezing of the dorsal muscles through the silk, an uneasy shifting of the buttocks, the legs settling on each other for protection. "Tony, you're out of court." "Are you pissed again?" "Who is?" "Well, put him on." "Why not?" "All right, talk if you want. I'll listen. Nothing to do with me, but I don't mind listening." "Don't give me sob stories, Tony. Not my kind of music." But soon these surly interjections grew shorter, and the spaces between them longer, until Roper was listening in total silence, and his body lay alert and dead still. "Just a minute, Tony," he ordered suddenly. "Hold it." And he turned to her, not bothering to put his hand over the mouthpiece. "Run a bath," he told her. "Go into the bathroom, close the door, run the taps. Now." So she went into the bathroom and turned on the taps, and lifted the rubberized extension. But of course he heard the water running, and bawled at her to get off the line. So after that she turned the taps to a trickle and pressed her ear to the keyhole, until the door exploded in her face and sent her flying across the Dutch-tiled floor, part of their recent decoration scheme. Then she heard Roper call, "Go on, Tony. Little local difficulty." After that she listened to him listening, but that was all she heard. She got into the bath, and remembered how once it was his pleasure to get in the other end, and shove a foot between her legs while he read the Financial Times, and in return she would tease him with her toes, and try and give him an erection. And sometimes he would haul her back to bed for another round, soaking the sheets with bath-water. But this time he just stood in the doorway, in his robe, staring at her, wondering what the hell to do about her, about Jonathan, about himself. His face was set in that stony, stay-away-from-me frown that he wore very rarely, and never in front of Daniel, the one that made and broke whatever was necessary for his preservation. "You better get dressed," he said. "Corcoran will be here in 2 minutes." "What for?" Just dress. Then he went back to the phone, started to dial a number, and changed his mind. He laid the receiver back on its cradle with such immense control that she knew he wanted to smash it into fragments, and the whole boat with it. He put his hands on his hips and stared at her while she dressed, as if he didn't like what she was putting on. "Better wear sensible shoes," he said. And that was when her heart stopped, because on board nobody ever wore anything but deck shoes or bare feet, except in the evenings when court shoes could be worn by the women, though they were not allowed stiletto heels. So she dressed and pulled on a pair of sensible rubber-soled suede lace-ups she had bought at Bergdorf's during one of their trips to New York. And when Corcoran knocked on the door, Roper took him into the drawing-room and spoke to him alone for as much as 10 minutes, while Jed sat on the bed thinking of the chink she had still not found, that magic formula for Jonathan's salvation and her own. But it wouldn't come to her. She had fantasized about blowing up the boat with the arsenal stored in the forward hold, a kind of African Queen job with everyone aboard, including Jonathan and herself, about poisoning the guards, or staging a dramatic denunciation of Roper's crimes before the assembled dinner guests, culminating in a search for the hidden prisoner, or simply holding Roper to ransom with a carving knife. Several other solutions that work so well in movies had occurred to her, but the truth was the staff and crew were watching her all the time. Several of the guests had remarked that she was in a nervous state. There were rumors that she was pregnant, and there was not a single passenger on the boat who would believe her, do anything, or even if she did convince them she was right, give a damn. Roper and Corcoran came out of the drawing-room, and Roper threw on some clothes, not before stripping naked in front of them, a thing that had never bothered him. In fact, he rather liked it. And for a bad moment she feared that he was going to leave her alone with Corcoran for some reason, and she couldn't think of a good one. To her relief, Corcoran moved with him to the door. "Stay in here and wait," Roper said as they left. As an afterthought, he turned the lock on her, a thing he had not done before. First she sat on the bed, then lay on it, feeling like a prisoner of war, not knowing whether the right side or the wrong side is going to storm the camp. But somebody was storming it, she was certain. Even locked inside the stateroom, she could catch the tension of the murmured instructions to the staff, the quickening of light feet in the corridor. She felt the pulse of engines, and the boat leaned a little. Roper had selected a new course. She looked out of the porthole and saw the horizon turning. She stood up, saw to her surprise that she was wearing blue jeans, instead of one of the $1,000,000 numbers Roper insisted on for cruises. And she remembered the magic of a last day of term, when you could get out of your hated grey convent uniform and put on something really daring, like a cotton frock, for the glorious moment when your parents' car came hobbling over Mother Angela's speed bumps to take you away. But nobody except herself had told her she was leaving. It was her own idea, and all she could do was will it into reality. She decided to put together an escape kit. If she needed sensible shoes, then she must need sensible other things too. So she grabbed her shoulder bag from the top shelf of her wardrobe, and put in her sponge bag and toothbrush, and some spare underclothes. She pulled open the drawers of the desk, and to her amazement found her passport. Corcoran must have given it to him. When she came to her jewellery, she determined to be high-minded. Roper had always loved to give her jewels, and there had been a possessor's code about which jewel and which occasion should be remembered. The rose diamond necklace for their first night together in Paris, the emerald bracelet for her birthday in Monaco, the rubies for Christmas in Vienna. Forget them, she told herself with a shudder. Leave the memories in the drawer. Then she thought, to hell, it's only money, and grabbed 3 or 4 pieces as currency for their future life together. But no sooner had she put them in her shoulder bag than she fished them out and dumped them on Roper's dressing table. I'll never be your jewellery girl again. She had no problem, however, helping herself to a couple of Roper's handmade shirts and silk underpants in case Jonathan was out of stock, and a pair of Gucci espadrilles that Roper was rather fond of, that looked as though they might be Jonathan's size. Her courage spent, she flopped back onto the bed again. It's a trick. I'm not going anywhere. They've killed him. Jonathan had always known that when the end came, whatever end they had decided on, they would come to him as a pair. His educated guess was that the pair would be Frisky and Tabby, because torturers, like anybody else, have their own protocols. This is my job, that is your job, and the big jobs go to the biggest people. Gus had always been an adjunct. They had made a pair when they dragged him to the lavatory. They had made a pair when they sponged him down, which they seemed to do for their own fastidious reasons, not for his. They had never got over the time in Cologne when he had threatened to soil himself, and when they were angry with him, they never failed to tell him what a filthy little bastard he was. Even to think of it was a bloody liberty. So when Frisky and Tabby threw open the door and switched on the blue overhead stormlight, and Frisky the left-hander made for Jonathan's right side, leaving his left arm free for emergencies, and Tabby knelt to the left of Jonathan's head, fussing with his keys as usual, never having the right one ready in advance, everything was exactly the way the close observer had predicted, except that he had not expected them to be quite so frank about the purpose of their visit. "We're all very, very fed up with you, I'm afraid, Tommy. The chief particularly," said Tabby. "Which is why you're going on a journey. Sorry about this, Tommy. You had your chance, but you would be stubborn." Which said, Tabby dealt Jonathan a half-hearted sidekick in the stomach, in case he was thinking of being a bother. But Jonathan was long past the bothersome stage, as they could see. In fact, there was an awkward moment when Frisky and Tabby seemed to wonder whether the bother was over for good, because when they saw him slumped forward with his head slewed sideways and his mouth open, Frisky dropped to his knees and yanked up Jonathan's eyelid with his thumb and peered into his eye. "Tommy! Come on! Can't have you missing your own funeral, can we?" Then they did a wonderful thing. They let him lie there. They unchained him, and they ungagged him, and while Frisky sponged his face down and put a fresh plaster across his mouth, but no bung, Tabby pulled off what was left of his shirt, and got him into a fresh one, arm by arm. But if Jonathan was playing floppy as a rag doll, already his secret store of energy was emptying itself into every part of his body. His muscles, bruised and half-paralyzed by cramp, were screaming out to him for the relief of action. His smashed hands and crumpled legs were glowing. His blurred vision was clearing even while Frisky mopped his eyes. He waited. He remembered the advantage of that extra moment of delay. Lull them, he thought, as they hauled him to his feet. Lull them, he thought again, as he slung an arm round each of their shoulders for support, and let his weight hang on them as they dragged him down the corridor. Lull them, he thought, as Frisky went crookedly ahead of him up the spiral staircase, and Tabby propped him up from below. "Oh, God," he thought, as he saw stars stretched across black sky and a great red moon floating on the water. "Oh, God, give me this last moment." They stood on the deck, the three of them, like a family group, and Jonathan could hear Roper's 30s music echoing through the early darkness from the taverna at the stern, and the jolly sounds of chatter as the evening revelries began. The forward end of the boat was unlit, and Jonathan wondered whether they intended to shoot him, one shot at the height of the music. Who would hear? The boat had changed course. A stretch of shore lay only a couple of miles off. There was a road. He could see the row of street lights below the stars, more like mainland than island, or perhaps a row of islands. Who could tell? "Sophie, let's do this together. Time to say a fond goodbye to the worst man in the world." His guards had come to a halt, waiting for something. Slumped between them, an arm still clutched round each of their shoulders, Jonathan waited too, pleased to notice that his mouth had started bleeding again inside the plaster, which would have the double effect of loosening it and making him look even more smashed up than he was. Then he saw Roper. He'd probably been there all the time, and Jonathan hadn't spotted him in his white dinner jacket against the white of the bridge. Corcoran was there too, but Sandy Langbourne hadn't made it, probably screwing one of the maids. And between Corcoran and Roper he could see Jed. Or if he couldn't, God had put her there. But yes, he could see Jed, and she could see him. She saw nothing except him, but Roper must have told her to keep quiet. She was wearing plain jeans and no jewellery, which pleased him unnaturally. He really hated the way Roper hung his money on her. She was looking at him, and he was returning her look. But what with his face in the mess it was, she couldn't know that. Probably with all the extra moaning and sagging he was doing, she wasn't feeling very romantic. Jonathan slumped still lower in the arms of his guards, and they obligingly stooped and grasped him more firmly round the waist. "I think he's going," Frisky murmured. "Where to?" Tabby said. And that was the cue for Jonathan to drive their two heads together with more force than he had ever commanded in his life. The power began in his leap, as he seemed to rise in flight from the hole where they had chained him. It swarmed through his shoulders as he flung wide his arms, then closed them in one huge and terrible hand-clap, then a second, temple against temple, face against face, ear against ear, skull against skull. It ran through his body as he thrust the two men away from him, then hurled them onto the deck, and with the side of his right foot kicked each head in turn, one scything blow for each, then a second to the throat. Then he stepped forward, stripping the plaster from his face as he advanced on Roper, who was giving him orders, the way he had at Meister's. "Pine shouldn't have done that. Don't come any nearer. Corks, show him your gun. Putting you ashore, both of you. Done your job and failed. Total waste of time. Whole stupid game." Jonathan had found the ship's railing and was clutching it with both hands. But he was only resting. He wasn't weakening. He was giving his secret reinforcements time to group. "Stuff's all delivered, Pine. Tossed 'em a boat or two, couple of arrests. What the hell? You don't think I'd do this kind of thing alone, do you?" Then he repeated what he had told Jed. "This isn't crime. This is politics. No good being high and mighty. Way of the world." Jonathan had started towards him again, though his steps were wide and faltering. Corcoran cocked his gun. "You can go home, Pine." "No, you can't. London's pulled the rug from under. There's a warrant out for you in England, too. Shoot him, Corks. Do it now. Headshot." "Jonathan, stop!" Was it Jed or Sophie calling him? Plain walking was no longer easy for him. He wished he could get back to the handrail, but he had reached the centre of the deck. He was wading. The deck was swaying. His knees were failing. Yet the will in him would not let go. He was determined to grapple with the unreachable, put blood on Roper's beautiful white dinner jacket, smash his dolphin smile, make him scream, "I kill, I do wrong. There is good and bad, and I am bad." Roper was counting, the way Corcoran had liked to count. Either he was counting awfully slowly, or Jonathan's sense of time was failing. He heard 1, and he heard 2, but he didn't hear 3, and he wondered whether this was another way of dying. They shoot you, but you go on with your life exactly as before. It's just that no one knows you're there. Then he heard Jed's voice, and it had the authoritarian ring that had always particularly annoyed him. "Jonathan, for Christ's sake, look!" Roper's voice came back like a faraway radio station picked up by chance. "Yes, look," he agreed. "Look here, Pine. Look what I've got. I'm doing a Daniel on her, Pine. But this time it isn't a game." He managed to look, though things were getting hazy for him, and he saw that Roper, like a good commanding officer, had taken one step forward of his adjutant, and was standing pretty much at attention in his smart white jacket, except that with one hand he was holding Jed by her chestnut hair, and with the other he was holding Corcoran's pistol to her temple. Typical of old Corky to tote an honest-to-God army-issue 9mm Browning. Then Jonathan lay down, or fell down, and this time he heard Sophie and Jed in chorus, yelling at him to stay awake. They had found a blanket for him, and when Jed and Corcoran had lifted him to his feet, Jed wrapped it round his shoulders in that nursey way she had demonstrated at Crystal. With Jed and Corcoran holding him, and Roper still in command of the gun in case of a second resurgence, they hauled him to the ship's side, passing what was left of Frisky and Tabby on their way. Corcoran made Jed go first. Then between them they helped Jonathan down the steps, while Gus in the launch was offering his hand. But Jonathan refused it, and nearly fell into the water in consequence, which struck Jed as typical of his stubbornness, just when everyone was trying to help him. Corcoran was saying something interfering about the island being Venezuelan, but Jed told him to shut up, and he did. Gus was trying to give her instructions about the outboard, but she knew quite as well as he did about outboards, and told him so. Jonathan, shrouded like a monk in his blanket, was crouching in the middle of the boat, trimming it out of instinct. His eyes, hardly visible inside their swellings, were raised to the Pasha, which towered over them like a skyscraper. Jed looked up at the boat and saw Roper in his white jacket, peering down into the water for something he had lost. For a moment he looked exactly as she had seen him that first day in Paris, a clean-cut, amusing English gentleman, perfect for his generation. He vanished, and she fancied she heard the music from the afterdeck lift a little across the water as he went back to the dance. Chapter 31. It was the Hoskin brothers who saw it first. They were out pulling their lobster pots off Lanyon Head. Pete saw it, and Pete didn't say a damn word. At sea, Pete never did. Didn't say much on land either, come to think of it. They were having a lucky day with the lobsters. 4 beauties they'd caught. 10 pounds weight the lot, my robins. So Pete and his brother Redfers drove to Newlyn in their old post-office van and got cash for them, because they only ever dealt in cash. And on the drive back to Porthgwarra, Pete turned to Redfers and said, "See that light in Lanyon Cottage this morning, then?" And it turned out that Redfers had seen it too, but not made anything of it. He had supposed it was some hippie in there, or New Ager, or whatever they call them. One of those buggers from the bus camp over to St. Just. "Maybe some yuppie from up country's gone and bought the place," Redfers suggested, as an afterthought, while they drove. "Been empty long enough, near on a year. Nobody down here's going to find that bloody chunk of money." Pete wouldn't have that at all. The suggestion offended something deep in him. "How can you buy a house if you can't find the bugger who owns it?" he asked his brother sharply. "That's Jack Linden's house. Nobody can't buy that house, except they find Jack Linden first." "Perhaps it's Jack who's back in it, then," Redfers said, which was what Pete had been thinking too, but hadn't said. So Pete scoffed, and told Redfers he was daft. For several days after that, neither brother found anything further to say on the subject, not to each other, and not to anybody else. With a spell of sweet weather, and the mackerel rising, and bream if you knew where to look for them, why should they bother about some light in Jack Linden's upstairs bedroom window? It wasn't till one evening a week later, when they were taking a last look at a patch of shallow water Pete always liked a couple of miles southeast of the Lanyon, and caught the smell of wood smoke on the offshore wind, that they separately arrived at the same unspoken decision to stroll casually down the lane and find out who the hell was living there. Most likely that stinking old Jippo, Slow and Lucky, and his bloody mongrel. If so, he got no business. Not in Jack Linden's house. Not Lucky. That wouldn't be appropriate. Long before they reached the front door, they knew it wasn't Lucky, or anyone like him. When Lucky moved into a house, he didn't immediately cut the grass round the front path, or polish the brass door handle for you, boy. And he didn't put a pretty chestnut mare in your paddock. Bloody hell, boy, she was so pretty, she damn near smiled at you. Lucky didn't hang women's washing on the clothesline either, even if he was a bit kinky, or stand still as a bloody buzzard at the parlour window, more like a shadow than a man. but a familiar shadow for all the weight he'd lost, challenging you to come up the path so he could break your legs for you, same as he damn near done for Pete Pengelly that time they tried to lamp his rabbits. He'd grown a beard, they noted, before they turned tail and scuttled back up the lane. A dirty, big, thick Cornish type of beard, more mask than bloody hair. God help us! Jack Linden in a Jesus beard. But when Redfers, who was courting Marilyn these days, plucked up his courage and informed Mrs. Trethewey, his mother-in-law to be, that Jack Linden had come back to the Lanyon, not a ghost, but flesh, she bit his head off for him. "That's no more Jack Linden than I am," she retorted. "So don't you go being a silly boy, Redfers Hoskin. That's a gentleman from Ireland and his lady, and they're going to breed horses and paint pictures. They've bought their house and paid their debts, and they're turning over a new leaf in life, which is high time you did the same." "Look like Jack to me," said Redfers, with more spirit than he felt. Mrs. Trethewey fell quiet a moment, deliberating how much she could safely tell a boy of such patent limitation. "Now you listen to me, Redfers," she said. "Jack Linden, who came here a while back, is far away over the hills. The person who lives at the Lanyon, well, I grant you he may be some kind of relative of Jack's. That's possible. And there's a similarity for those of us who didn't know Jack well. But I've had the police here, Redfers. A very persuasive gentleman from Yorkshire, with charm to burn, came all the way from London and spoke to certain people. And what may look like Jack Linden to some of us is an innocent stranger to those who are a little wiser. So I'll trouble you never to talk out of turn again, because if you do, you'll hurt two precious souls."
That was The Night Manager by John le Carre, read by Michael Jayston. We do hope you have enjoyed listening to this Chivers audiobook. For details of other Chivers recordings, please contact us and we'll be delighted to send you a catalogue listing all our titles, as well as information about our most recent releases. Our telephone number and address can be found on the box cover.